He had lost. The instant his god thread snapped, Don Quixote Doflamingo accepted his defeat. His final hope rested on enduring the devastating force of Monkey D. Luffy's King Kong gun, a task rapidly slipping beyond his grasp. Pouring every last bit of haki into his defense, Doflamingo braced himself against the monstrous impact. For a moment, he endured. But then came the inevitable crash. His body hurled down into Dressrosa, shredding through the One-Sprout Kingdom like a missile. Stone, soil, and debris crumbled beneath him as he was driven deeper underground, down into the hidden layers of Dressrosa's underbelly. The force of his descent fractured his kingdom even further, and yet his momentum didn't slow in the slightest. Eventually, his back slammed into reinforced steel, the infrastructure of his underground operations. The metal tore apart like thin cloth. The agony was overwhelming, and it took every ounce of will to stay conscious, to keep his haki from fading as the shrapnel tore through him. His focus began to slip. Metal tore at him, pain surged through his chest, and then, suddenly, all was black. His eyes fluttered open slightly. As consciousness returned, he noticed figures in white and blue rushing around him, Marines with medical gear in hand. It took him a moment to remember what had happened. Then, with a glance downward, he saw it, a steel beam impaled straight through his chest. His body felt like stone. He attempted to activate his devil fruit powers, desperate to stitch himself together, but it was useless. The injuries were beyond repair. The Marines were trying to stabilize him long enough to imprison him, but he knew better. His life was already slipping away. The captain of the Don Quixote pirates chuckled weakly. 3 decades, he had spent tearing down everything the celestial dragons held dear. For 30 years, he and his inner circle had built a criminal empire that brought them to the peak of power. And now, all of that was brought to an end by a grinning fool in a straw hat who could barely navigate a corridor. If he could laugh louder, he would. His vision blurred further. The numbness in his limbs gave way to emptiness. He was dying. Trebol Diamante Pica. Virgo, he thought, the faces of his trusted family flickering through his mind. Comrades who raised him, fought beside him, and now those he had failed. I'm sorry, he thought one last time, letting the darkness take him. A soft, bitter smile replaced his usual wild grin. And so, Don Quixote Doflamingo, the heavenly demon, passed from the world. Doflamingo never gave much thought to what came after death. Maybe fire and torment. Maybe eternal limbo. Whatever he had expected, this wasn't it. He floated in pitch blackness, but he wasn't cold or alone. He felt encased, enveloped in something warm and protective. A cocoon. Movement was near impossible. His limbs, if he had them, were sluggish and weak. And his body, something felt off about it. Disproportionate. Powerless. Where was he? He slowed his mind, trying to concentrate. He could hear it, his own heartbeat. That was good, but confusing. Did they save me, the Marines? No, that wasn't possible. No healer, not even the one with the heal fruit, would risk patching him up. Then he heard another heartbeat. Not his, close, encompassing. It seemed to echo from all directions. Ignoring the mystery for the moment, he attempted to use observation haki. A wave of fatigue slammed into him, but it worked briefly. He detected several life signatures nearby. One in particular was strong, clearly a seasoned fighter. Another aura surrounded him completely, enveloping him, yet not hostile. And then it clicked. I'm a baby. Well, technically, still a fetus, but the realization was enough to make him laugh internally. First Straw Hat kills me, now I'm reborn as an infant. The irony was absurd. There was something else too, one more presence. Its energy was vile, dark, and monstrous. It wasn't around him, it was with him. Imprisoned nearby. Doflamingo didn't know what it was, but it felt him, and it hated him for it. Yet, even knowing this, Doflamingo smiled inside. Time dragged on in the womb. The world outside meant nothing here, but he could sense his body growing stronger. He wasn't idle. He studied the strange energies surrounding him. The malicious presence, he dubbed it the entity, poured chaotic power into his mother. That power, in turn, reached him. But his mother had her own energy, gentle and soothing, restraining the entity's influence. He was absorbing both. And within himself, he discovered his own energy forming, still weak but unique. His senses became sharper. With effort, he could analyze how these powers interacted. And so, he spent his days in silent study, learning and adapting. Eventually, the space around him grew tighter. His limbs stirred. Birth approached. This time, things would be different. He had coasted through life on raw power and the support of his subordinates, but no more. Luffy had taught him a brutal lesson, one he would never forget. In his second life, he would rise on his own terms. No shortcuts, no crutches. Then came the moment. His prison contracted violently. He hated it, this degrading, suffocating journey into the world. But soon enough he saw it. Light. And then cold, bitter, stinging cold, but he was out, blurry sights. Muted sounds. Everything was vague and distorted, but he felt arms around him. A blanket. A face with vivid red hair hovered above. He focused, trying to take in every detail. The voice, soft but garbled, unfamiliar. This was the beginning. He truly wished it was just her hair. His first mother had passed away early in his life, and it would be disheartening to lose another one so soon. Moments later, he was carried a short distance from the woman he instinctively recognized as his new mother. Without warning, he heard a scream, undoubtedly from the nurse holding him, followed by a sudden jolt as another pair of arms snatched him up just as she collapsed. His blurry eyes caught a raised hand hovering menacingly above him. He strained to identify the figure, but the image was too unclear. He heard his new guardian exchange words with someone, possibly his mother or father, before they abruptly hurled him into the air. Disoriented, the world around him spun, and then he was caught by someone else. Tapping into his haki to sense the presence of his assailant, he noticed something strange. The hues of the world shifted instantly, and a breeze swept through where the air had previously been still. His haki, fleeting as it was, only registered the aura of the one holding him, someone he had come to recognize while still in the womb as his father. The hostile aura had completely vanished. The effort of using his haki drained his energy, and drowsiness washed over him. Once more, the surroundings changed. He felt his father place him gently onto a soft bed. He fought to stay conscious, managing to remain awake for a short while. Then someone else was placed beside him, someone significantly larger, wrapped in that unmistakable red aura. His mother. She cradled him close, and soon, exhaustion overtook him. When he woke again, his vision was still hazy, but clearer than before. He was lying in what appeared to be a crib, with two figures standing above him. The red glow told him one was his mother. The other, a shimmering gold presence he assumed was his father. Then he sensed something else. That presence, the being, he could feel it lingering just behind his parents. As he peered beyond them, a massive reddish-orange figure loomed, its form too vague to identify. What he could feel, though, was the overwhelming hatred radiating from it. That's when he noticed a claw piercing through both his parents and inching ever closer to him. He could hear their voices, but none of it made sense. It was all noise, overwhelmed by the furious howls of the creature. Then came a searing pain in his abdomen as a torrent of power surged into him, undeniably from the beast that had just slain his new parents. Its energy flooded his tiny body. As it faded, sleep claimed him once again. Time passed since that chaotic day of his birth. He had since learned his new name, Naruto Uzumaki. A pitiful title compared to his former one, Doflamingo, but it would have to suffice. He was now in an orphanage, his parents never seen again since that night. He guessed he was around 6 months old. His senses had improved greatly. He could now stand if supported and crawl freely when allowed. His caretakers were strange. 3 women rotated duties in the orphanage. They performed their roles adequately, but when it came to him, they displayed an emotional distance, unlike the affection they gave the other children. The looks they gave him reminded him of past lives, ones filled with disdain and rejection. Despite it all, Naruto, quickly developed a routine to advance himself. He exercised daily, practiced moving and speaking when alone. Adults hearing a 6-month-old talk wouldn't be ideal. His proficiency with observation haki had increased, but he hadn't attempted the other types yet. His devil fruit powers, sadly, seemed to be lost. His threads never answered his call no matter how hard he focused. Still, that dark power, the one from the entity, lingered in the background. It dripped into him slowly, like water from a cracked pipe. The monster appeared dormant now, no longer observing him like it had before. His own strange energy, however, had grown significantly. When he concentrated, he could guide it through strange pathways inside his body, though he had no idea what it was or how to use it properly. One quiet afternoon, in a room full of slumbering infants and absent caretakers, Naruto used the crib rails to steady himself as he practiced walking. With his haki active, he monitored the nearby halls for anyone approaching. Then he sensed them, 2 immense presences entering the room. Quickly, he dropped into his crib and resumed his infantile act, cooing softly while staring at the ceiling. The door opened. "Which one's the kid?" asked a gruff, slightly raspy voice. "That one in the corner," replied a smoker's drawl. The 2 approached. One was tall, with spiky white hair pulled into a ponytail and thick bangs. A headband marked with the kanji for oil sat on his forehead. His face was relatively youthful, but marred by a noticeable wart on his nose. The other man was shorter, older, with wrinkled skin and ceremonial robes. A strange, diamond-patterned hat adorned his head. They looked down at him. Then the older man spoke. So Georgia, mind explaining why it took you half a year to answer my summons? Georgia hesitated. When I heard about Minato and Kushina, I immediately activated my network to prevent the news about their child from leaking. The older man's brows twitched, annoyance evident, but he kept his tone measured. And that took 6 months, without a single message to the village after the fourth Hokkage's death. At the mention of fourth Hokkage, Jiraiya flinched. His voice softened. Yeah, it did. Silence followed, then the elder continued. So what now? The boy has no other relatives, you're his godfather. Jiraiya inhaled deeply, then exhaled a sigh. Honestly, I'm not cut out for fatherhood, even as a godfather. He might be better off staying here in Konoha. The elder's eyes narrowed. You realize if he ever learns this, he may never forgive you. Still looking away, Jiraiya murmured, I know. Another moment of silence, and then the old man said, very well. He'll remain in the Leaf's care. I'll do what I can, but I'm not as young as I used to be. Jiraiya responded swiftly, understood Sarutobi-sensei. And then, with a puff of smoke, Jiraiya disappeared. Sarutobi sighed. Could have used the door like a normal person, he muttered, giving Naruto one last glance before exiting the room quietly. Once Naruto confirmed through Haki that Sarutobi had left, he dropped the act. So Minato and Kushina. One of them was the fourth Hokage. I'm in Konoha, strange name for a village, he reflected further. And Jiraiya, my godfather, the one who left me behind. He whispered the name with deliberate clarity. With a smirk that didn't belong on any child's face, Naruto stood once more and resumed his training. 2 years old Naruto Uzumaki, no, Donquixote Doflamingo, had finally reached the age of 2. Just a year ago, he'd been moved from the communal nursery into a private room. Though barely larger than a storage closet, it offered something the others in the orphanage didn't have. Solitude. And for Doflamingo, solitude meant uninterrupted training. He was also now allowed outside, permitted to explore the modest playground near the orphanage. It was then he truly saw the place he now called home. When Jiraiya referred to it as the Hidden Leaf Village, Doflamingo had imagined something quaint, rural even. Instead, he encountered a sprawling urban landscape, peppered with bizarre architecture and spiderwebs of cables and piping. This so-called village was unlike anything he had ever seen, even in his past life. Then there was the massive cliffside monument, 4 immense faces carved into stone, watching over the city. He recognized one of them, Hiruzen Sarutobi, from their meeting. The final face on the far right, he deduced, must belong to the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, his biological father. Quite a legacy to inherit. Despite everything, Doflamingo made a few half-hearted attempts to interact with the other children. As expected, it ended in failure. Their limited vocabulary rendered meaningful conversation impossible. Their games were dull, devoid of challenge or depth. Worst of all, they seemed to resent him, though he couldn't fathom why. He always wore his brightest, most welcoming smile. Wasn't that enough? Apparently not. But it hardly mattered. They were mere orphans, unremarkable, unimportant. Doflamingo had his sights set on something far greater. The Hokage, leader of this so-called village, was clearly a position of power. The current holder of the title, Hiruzen Sarutobi, occasionally visited the orphanage under the guise of showing care for the unfortunate children. Doflamingo saw through the act. Sarutobi was keeping tabs on him. On those visits, the old man often pitched the idea of becoming a ninja. He explained how the academy trained children to become protectors of their home, and that the strongest would one day be selected as Hokage. Doflamingo had immediately decided that the Ninja Academy would be the perfect launchpad for his ambitions. But something continued to nag at him. There were no mentions of the world government. No whispers of the Marines. Names and customs here were different. People introduced their first names first, unlike the order he was used to. Names like Treball or Buffalo had been replaced with longer, formal ones. He hadn't confirmed it yet, but the truth was clear. This wasn't his world anymore. Still, Naruto Uzumaki kept smiling, eyes glinting with calculated intent, and dreams of a diamond-shaped crown etched into his mind. Aniko Hamade's unease. Aniko Hamadate had run the orphanage for nearly 2 decades. In all that time, she had dealt with her share of troubled kids, but never before had she felt genuine dislike, until Naruto Uzumaki arrived. Yes, she knew what he was, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. That information, while not officially public, was far from secret, but that wasn't the root of her discomfort. No, it was something else, something wrong. From the start, she'd been cautious. She fed him, clothed him, fulfilled her duties. Nothing more. But over time, her instincts began to scream. The boy's eyes held a depth no toddler should possess. More than once, she thought she'd caught him practicing how to walk months before others his age, only for him to collapse as soon as she entered the room. Even more disturbing, he never cried. Not from pain, not from loneliness. Only for food or a change of diaper, and eventually, not even then. Even when he was hurt or picked on by older kids, he never flinched. He just smiled. And oh, that smile, it was always there. To an untrained eye, it might seem innocent. But Aniko had seen it too many times to be fooled. It wasn't warm, it was wrong. The other children kept their distance, as if they too sensed something off. When they did interact, the boy would dismiss them, brushing them aside with that same condescending smile, as if they weren't worth his time. His movements were unnatural. Too smooth, too calculated. He carried himself like a noble, not a child. He was also far too strong for someone his age, easily overpowering children twice his size, many of whom had already enrolled in the academy. It chilled her to the bone to think of him as a shinobi. So, with shaking hands, she penned a letter to the Hokage, his legal guardian, requesting Naruto's immediate removal from the orphanage. She felt no guilt. This wasn't just a troubled child. Aniko was certain of that. Hiruzen's resignation, Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed as he lit his pipe, his day weighed down by paperwork and diplomatic headaches. Retirement had been a gift from Minato, but it hadn't lasted long. He picked up the next document in his stack, a letter addressed to him personally. Halfway through reading it, he set his pipe down, reread it, then leaned back with another heavy sigh. So it had finally come to this. He penned a short reply and handed it to an ANBU operative wearing a tiger mask. "Deliver this to Aniko Hamadate at the Southern Orphanage," he said firmly. The agent vanished in a blur of movement, and Hiruzen stood, stretching his aching back. He had already anticipated this day. Months ago, he'd arranged for a small apartment in case Naruto was ever evicted. As he walked the streets of Konoha, waving to villagers and offering brief greetings, his thoughts drifted to the boy. Despite the fear and suspicion Naruto inspired in others, the child never seemed troubled by it. He was unnaturally composed, exceptionally bright, and shockingly aware for his age. He reminded Hiruzen of Itachi Uchiha, another child born with eyes far too old for their face. Naruto's talents were undeniable. Aniko's letter confirmed it. He had bested older students with ease, despite no formal training. That alone was reason for concern or hope, depending on one's perspective. Hiruzen approached the orphanage, expecting Naruto would already be nearly packed. The boy didn't own much. He'd never had much to begin with. His thoughts drifted to Jiraiya, his student, his friend. When they'd last visited Naruto together, Jiraiya had disappointed him. Perhaps it was unfair. After all, the man had lost more than most. Minato, Kushina, their deaths broke something in him. And Naruto was a walking reminder of that pain. Instead of healing, Jiraiya had chosen to run. Greetings, Lord Hokage," she stammered, voice quivering slightly. A flicker of guilt shimmered in her eyes, barely able to hold his gaze. Yet, what stood out more than her nervousness was the clear resolve etched into her expression. He wasn't obligated to grant her request. As the Hokage, he could simply instruct her to keep Naruto under her care. But that determined look told him this wasn't a suggestion, it was a firm decision. Truthfully, keeping Naruto here would only worsen things. The caretakers would grow colder with time until he was left to fend for himself. Best to resolve it now. "Take me to him," he said, his voice calm but commanding, layered with authority. Akino flinched slightly but nodded, turning on her heel to guide him to Naruto's room. As they passed through the building, Hiruzen offered a warm smile to the children who scampered up to greet him. Eventually, they arrived at Naruto's door. Without bothering to knock, Akino pushed it open. "Hey old man, what took you so long, huh?" came a cheerful, mischievous voice. Inside stood young Naruto, leaning casually against the far wall with his arms folded, a small backpack at his feet. The blonde-haired boy wore his usual wide grin. He had on a loud pink shirt, bright white shorts, black sneakers, and a pair of quirky sunglasses, silver-rimmed with red lenses. He'd begged for them at last year's Rin festival, and hadn't taken them off since. Hiruzen couldn't recall the last time he saw the boy without them. Yes, Naruto certainly had a flair for the dramatic. Hiruzen had seen odder things and odder people, so it didn't faze him. He chuckled softly. "Well, when you're my age, getting around takes a bit longer." "Heh heh, sure thing old man, whatever you say," Naruto replied, snickering at his own joke. He pushed off the wall, swung his bag onto one shoulder in a smooth motion, and walked past Akino and Hiruzen toward the entrance. "All right, let's go see this new palace you found for little Almi." Definitely a flair for the dramatic. As Hiruzen followed him out, he chuckled. "Shouldn't I be leading the way, Naruto? You don't even know where we're headed." Naruto, already at the door, pulled it open and gave a mock bow. After you, Lord Hokage. Gotta show respect to my elders after all. Hef. Walking side by side through the village, they headed toward Naruto's new place, which was closer to the Hokage monument and the academy, where Naruto would begin classes the next year. As they passed villagers, Hiruzen noticed a shift. Unlike when he walked alone, people avoided them, some even crossing the street. He glanced at Naruto, who seemed oblivious, still smiling, his eyes hidden behind those glasses. Hiruzen sighed. The boy had a peculiar way of walking, hands stuffed in his pockets, legs exaggeratedly high with every step. More than that, he always seemed to hunch forward slightly, like he was ducking under something invisible. They made a few stops, buying groceries, new clothes, and household items. The apartment was already furnished, but decorating would be Naruto's choice. While walking again, Naruto suddenly halted and pointed to a worn-down building. Hey old man, what's that place? Hiruzen looked where the boy pointed. A two-story structure with a crumbling beige exterior and a roof of faded red tiles. He knew it well. Constructed during the First Great Ninja War, it had housed countless war orphans through each subsequent conflict. A monument to Konoha's tragedies, and a prison for the young lives scarred by them. Hiruzen watched Naruto's face. The usual grin was gone. That was the first orphanage in the Leaf. Why, something wrong? Naruto stared for a beat longer, then turned away. Now let's keep going, he muttered. They soon arrived at a modest apartment building, 4 stories high, with maroon roof tiles and pale walls. Climbing to the top floor, they stopped at room 4C. This will be your new home, Hiruzen announced, unlocking the door to reveal a small room with green-painted walls and wooden floors. Inside, a bed, a nightstand, a basic desk and chair, a small dresser, and a radio. Naruto stepped inside, smile slowly returning. They passed into the kitchenette, fridge, stove, a small dining table. Another door led to the bathroom. Hiruzen set the bags down. So, what do you think? Naruto looked around, expression unreadable. Then he grinned wide. Looks like crap, old man, heh. Hiruzen sighed, mildly disappointed but unsurprised. Watch your language, Naruto. He handed the boy a spare key and continued, this place is yours for now, until you become a capable shinobi and earn your own money. He reached into his robe and withdrew some bills. You'll receive a small stipend from the village every month. Spend it wisely, it's all you'll get. Hiruzen stepped into the main room again. Also, you're enrolled in the academy starting next year. As long as you're attending, no rent or bills to worry about. Naruto tossed his backpack on the bed and eagerly flipped through the money. Anything else, old-timer? The Hokage shook his head. That's all. I'll check in on you in a few days. If you need anything, I'm at the tower. Yeah, later, old man, Naruto waved, closing the door behind him. Hiruzen leapt to the rooftops for the journey home, thoughts of Naruto swirling in his mind. The boy carried more than his share of burdens. He could only hope Naruto's path would be the right one, and that someone else would help carry the weight. Back in the apartment, Daffy shut the door, his smile vanishing. Something still gnawed at him. Something he'd sensed when they passed that old orphanage. Looking out the window at the setting sun, he decided to look into it tomorrow. He spent the rest of the evening unpacking, making dinner, and getting used to his new space. Sleep came slowly. At dawn, Daffy rose like always. He relished using his own shower and bathroom, no more communal living. After breakfast and a change of clothes, he grabbed something from his backpack, a gift. With a goal in mind, he locked the door behind him. It took time, but he found the old orphanage again by mid-morning. Just like yesterday, children played in the nearby yard. As he neared, the strange feeling in his haki returned, clearer, more focused. Smiling, Daffy strolled onto the playground, eyes scanning until they settled on 2 benches placed back-to-back in the park center. He moved toward them. The two sat across from each other at the dining table in Daffy's small apartment, the silence between them just shy of awkward. Lunch consisted of some simple sandwiches Daffy had thrown together not long ago. They ate quietly, the atmosphere a bit tense, until someone finally decided to speak up. So, you brought the bowl cut back, huh? Daffy said, his signature grin twitching slightly as he grasped for a conversation starter. Virgo, however, didn't respond right away. He merely chewed slowly, a slice of ham stuck unceremoniously to the side of his face. Virgo eventually swallowed and replied, it felt right. Then he returned to eating. The silence returned just as fast. Daffy blinked, caught a bit off guard. Yeah, he motioned to his own cheek. By the way, you've got something, Daffy, Virgo interrupted, his tone low and even. That wiped the grin off Daffy's face immediately. Virgo never cut him off. They'd always had a mutual respect, an unspoken bond. So for Virgo to speak like this, Daffy could tell, Virgo was furious. What happened? Virgo asked, eyes locked onto him, cold and unmoving. Daffy knew exactly what he meant. Virgo must have figured out how they both ended up in this strange new world. Now he wanted answers. Instead of replying, Daffy leaned back and looked at the plain ceiling above them. Then, without warning, he burst into laughter. Loud, manic laughter. Virgo just sat there, his face as unreadable as ever. The laughter stopped as abruptly as it started. His smile vanished. I lost. Silence. Virgo watched him for a moment, then calmly stood and slid back his chair. Daffy watched him leave, unsure what to expect. But just before Virgo stepped out, he peeled the forgotten piece of ham off his cheek and turned to Daffy. Come with me, he said, popping the meat into his mouth. And with that, they left the apartment together. They walked for quite a while, Daffy guessed close to an hour, until they arrived at a forested section near the village's edge. This area is one of the training fields the local shinobi use, Virgo said as they entered the trees. It's a designated zone for combat training and high-level techniques. Daffy raised an eyebrow as they stepped into a clearing. Okay, so what are we doing here? Virgo said nothing. They walked to the center of the clearing before Virgo finally stopped. Daffy stopped behind him. Virgo asked without turning. He turned around, hands folded behind his back. We aren't doing anything. You, however, he let his arms fall to his sides, fists tightening. You're going to survive. Then Virgo lunged. Caught completely off guard, Daffy moved instinctively, calling on his haki and lashing out with a high kick. But his new, younger body betrayed him, the strike fell short. Virgo was already on him. Ignoring the failed kick, he slammed a fist forward. Daffy tried to block, raising his arms. Another mistake. Virgo's fist darkened with armament haki just before impact. Daffy barely had time to register the sheen before the blow shattered his guard and launched him like a ragdoll into the trees behind him. The impact was brutal. Bark cracked and shattered. Pain like nothing he'd felt before surged through his smaller frame. He gasped, lying sprawled on the ground. When he looked up, Virgo was standing where he had been, expression hard, but not cold. There was pain in his eyes. Daffy, he said quietly, voice wavering. For over 3 decades I served you. I pledged everything to you, my loyalty, my strength, my life. We all did. He looked down at Daffy, his voice tightening. But being king wasn't enough. You must become more than that. A warrior, a true leader, someone who earns the right to protect those who follow him. Virgo's voice rose, uncharacteristically sharp. I won't let you fall again. Now get up. Grimacing, Daffy pushed himself to his feet. By the time their sparring ended, the sun was already dipping below the horizon. The 2 boys limped home, Virgo helping support Daffy as they walked. Daffy's body was battered. Virgo hadn't held back, and even though they were both young again, Virgo still had the edge. Daffy had taken a beating. Several, actually. Virgo only had a few scrapes. Being in a slightly older body gave him an advantage, or so Daffy told himself. Still, he was glad to have his old comrade back. It took over an hour, but they eventually reached Daffy's apartment. Once inside, Daffy collapsed onto the bed, exhausted. He watched as Virgo walked to the door again. Hey, where are you going? Daffy asked, concerned. Virgo turned. The orphanage. It's almost curfew. It would be suspicious if I didn't return. Also, my new name is Lee. Daffy scratched his head. Yeah, I get it. I'll talk to the old man about getting you a room here too. Virgo raised an eyebrow. Old man? Grinning, Daffy sat up slightly. Turns out this kid, me, is related to some important folks. The 3rd Hawkage's been looking out for me. Hard for him to say no to the tragic orphan son of the 4th. Heh. Virgo processed that silently and nodded. All right. I'll return tomorrow, be ready. And with that, Virgo stepped out, leaving Daffy alone again. Daffy lay back, groaning from the soreness in his body, the pain making it all feel very real. It hadn't been a dream. After some food and a shower, he passed out for the night. Meanwhile, across the village, Hiruzen Sarutobi was having a rare good day. The Hawkage was finally catching up on his paperwork, his desk visible beneath the piles. He puffed on his pipe and smiled, feeling productive. Today felt like a good day to visit Naruto. Feeling playful, he decided to take the window exit, much like his subordinates were fond of. He chuckled to himself as his ANBU scrambled to follow. Leaping from rooftop to rooftop, the wind in his face reminded him of days long past. He thought about Naruto, about his future, his potential. He was already considering assigning Kakashi to him, pulling the man from ANBU to guide the boy when the time came. Naruto could probably graduate early, but Hiruzen wouldn't allow it. He'd seen what pushing prodigies too fast had done, Itachi being the latest example. He wouldn't let that happen again. As the village came into view, children played in the streets. People laughed, it was peaceful. All of this, Hiruzen thought, was only possible because of one boy Naruto, and that thought brought him back to Minato. He understood it now, without a doubt. The Reaper Death Seal, if the Nine Tails were ever unleashed, was their last resort. He'd pored over Minato's notes, committing every detail of the dreaded technique to memory. Pushing those thoughts away, he finally arrived at Naruto's apartment. Pulling out the spare key he kept for emergencies, he unlocked the door and knocked as he entered. "Naruto, are you?" Hiruzen's words died in his throat. Yes, Naruto was home, his trademark grin in place and his clothes as garish as ever, but he wasn't alone. Another boy stood beside him. He had a straight bowl haircut, and like Naruto, wore sunglasses. His were silver-tinted with black rims, contrasting Naruto's red-accented pair. Hiruzen recognized them. Naruto must have given the spare pair to his new friend. The boy wore a plain green shirt and blue pants, along with shiny black shoes. His expression was calm, almost rigid. They were doing one-armed handstands, competing to see who would fall over first, it seemed. Naruto, who's this? And what exactly are you two doing?" Hiruzen asked, blinking in confusion but intrigued nonetheless. Naruto beamed, pushing off the ground with a flip and landing in a crouch before springing up in a playful pose. A beat later, the other boy smoothly stood as well, chuckling softly. "Heh, we got bored waiting on you, so we made it a challenge. One-arm balance test," Naruto said, clearly proud. Hiruzen couldn't help the smile tugging at his lips. "So he is a sensory type, not just that, an advanced one. Sensing me from that distance and at my pace. Remarkable." "And your friend?" Hiruzen asked again, curious about the company Naruto kept. The boy stepped forward with precise, practiced movement. He placed his hands behind his back, bowed at the waist with perfect etiquette, and spoke with a composed tone. "Greetings, Lord Hawkage. My name is Rock Lee. I am grateful for your support." Hiruzen blinked in surprise. "Support? What do you mean?" Naruto jumped in before he could say more. "Oh yeah. I forgot to tell you, I'm taking this guy in, so you'll need to sort out the paperwork and bump up my allowance." "Heh heh." Hiruzen sighed internally. Another day in Konoha. Retirement was sounding better by the second. Sasuke Uchiha carried himself with pride. He was proud of his lineage, proud of his gifted brother, and above all, proud of his own strength. At least he was, until he entered the academy. That was when everything shifted. He remembered the first time he laid eyes on him, the loud kid with the absurdly wide smile and loudest colors imaginable. Initially, Sasuke wrote him off as a joke. Just another nuisance. That assumption didn't last long. At the end of their first week, the instructors arranged a small sparring tournament to gauge each student's capabilities. Sasuke had no fear. He was an Uchiha. He had trained beyond most in his age group and had already bested upperclassmen. He watched the early matches with disinterest, waiting for his own name to be called. "Uruka-sensei, Sasuke Uchiha." Cheers erupted from the girls in the class. Sasuke stepped into the ring with practiced ease, chin held high. Then Uruka called his opponent. "Naruto Uzumaki." Sasuke turned to see him approach, and immediately something felt off. His gait was exaggerated, knees lifted too high, hands buried deep in his pockets. He slouched yet somehow seemed to look down at Sasuke, and that grin, that damn grin, it carried more than confidence, it carried contempt. Sasuke shook off the strange feeling. He had a reputation to uphold. He had a father to impress. They bowed, then formed the seal of confrontation. Uruka signaled the match to begin. Neither moved at first, waiting for the other to make the first move. Sasuke lost patience first. He leapt into the air, launching a spinning kick aimed directly at Naruto's head. Naruto ducked effortlessly, hands still in his pockets, grin unwavering. Not backing down, Sasuke twisted in midair, aiming a downward kick right for the crouched blonde. He never connected. Naruto vanished just like that. Sasuke hit the ground hard, confusion swirling. "Heh heh heh." The sound came from behind, and every instinct screamed danger. He whipped around, nothing. Nothing except Naruto standing casually, hands still in his pockets. That grin still mocking him. Sasuke's heart pounded and his breath quickened. He didn't understand why, but he felt afraid. That fear turned to rage. With a shout, he lunged at Naruto, fists clenched. And just like that, it ended. Sasuke's chin exploded with pain as Naruto's foot collided with it, sending him sprawling on his back. The world tilted, the sky a blur of blue above him. When he finally sat up, Naruto was already back among the students, and Uruka had declared him the winner. A single kick. He lost, with just one kick. The rest of the matches blurred by. Sasuke didn't see them. All he saw was that grin. Fujiwara Terada had taught at the academy for nearly 4 decades, but never had he encountered a student quite like Rock Lee. The boy was uncanny. Unshakable. No matter what Fujimaro threw at him, verbally or physically, he adapted. Quick to learn, quicker to act, and always wearing that stoic mask. But he had quirks too. The boy was a disaster when it came to hygiene, often arriving with food clinging to his face, sometimes in bizarre amounts. Once, half a hamburger had fused itself to his cheek. Another time, Fujimaro swore he watched a slice of salami slowly slide out of Lee's sandwich, only to stick to his jaw, and the boy didn't even blink. Still, that wasn't what made Lee special. No, what made him exceptional, what made him dangerous was his combat ability. Lee could fight, not just well, brilliantly. He read movements like a book, responded with ruthless efficiency, and never showed hesitation. Once, during a judo demonstration, Fujimaro asked Lee to help illustrate a throw. Expecting the boy to land lightly on his feet, he instead crashed straight into the ground, making no effort to soften the fall. He rose moments later, brushed himself off, and returned to formation like nothing had happened, leaving a dent in the floor behind him. But more unsettling than his strength was his cruelty. In spars, Lee didn't just win, he dominated. He prolonged fights, exploited weaknesses, and wore down opponents with precision. He inflicted pain deliberately, like a predator playing with prey. And the worst part? It wasn't just instinct. It was experience. Restlessness wasn't something he usually experienced, but when the third Hokage requested a meeting with him out of uniform, Hade Kakashi found himself uncharacteristically uneasy. Bounding across Konoha's rooftops, he soon arrived at the Hokage office window and slipped inside silently. "You asked to see me, Lord Hokage," he said lazily, an orange book partially obscuring his face, voice flat with disinterest. The elderly Hokage looked up from his papers, frowning faintly. "Yes, though I expected you hours ago." Kakashi offered his signature eye smile in response and said nothing, waiting. After a long puff from his pipe, the Hokage finally spoke. "I'm assigning you away from ANBU." "Why?" Kakashi cut in immediately, brows narrowing beneath his hit gait. He was one of the most reliable operatives they had. Pulling him out would reduce their success rate, and more troubling to him, increase their casualty numbers. Hiruzen stood and walked toward the window, staring at the village bathed in sunlight. "Naruto is 9 now," he said quietly, the name making Kakashi pause. "In a few short years, he'll graduate, and he'll need a Jonin instructor." Kakashi hesitated. "Still, I don't see why it has to be. You've been in ANBU too long," Hiruzen interrupted gently. "You're used to elite soldiers, not green genin. Teaching them will require patience and lowered expectations. And," he added with a weary sigh, "after what happened with Itachi, I would have reassigned you regardless." The room fell silent, both men lost in their own reflections. "Understood, Lord Hokage," Kakashi finally said. "Good." The Hokage turned back around and produced a slim folder from his robe, tossing it to Kakashi. He caught it deftly. "What's this?" "The profiles of the latest academy graduates. Naruto still has a few years to go, but in the meantime, you'll work with the other top Jonin and assess the new genin." "Very well, anything else?" "No, you're dismissed," Hiruzen replied, already turning back to his paperwork. Without another word, Kakashi exited through the window, more interested in the profiles than he wanted to admit. Still, the thought lingered as he traveled. Naruto back at home, he braced himself for the next chapter in his shinobi life. But he wasn't worried. After all, shinobi endure. Shikamaru Nara liked to think of himself as a pretty smart 9-year-old, even if being smart was often more trouble than it was worth. That same awareness, however, made him curious about one Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto was strange. At first glance, he was the typical loudmouth prankster. Bright grin, odd fashion sense. But Shikamaru quickly realized there was more to him than met the eye. Despite frequently skipping classes and dozing off, Naruto maintained the top spot in their academic rankings. Effortlessly. Something about him was just unsettling. That ever-present smile, his eyes concealed behind those shaded lenses, and his laugh, like he knew a joke no one else did. One afternoon, Shikamaru challenged him to a game of shogi at the park. A game he normally only lost to his father. Naruto accepted. After quickly learning the rules, they began. It was one of the most frustrating games Shikamaru had ever played. Initially, Naruto stared at the board when making moves, but mostly kept his grin locked on Shikamaru. He'd occasionally chuckle, low and deliberate, while Shikamaru thought through his next play. Then, a few minutes in, Naruto stopped looking at the board entirely. His hands moved on their own, shifting pieces with eerie precision. The pressure was intense. Shikamaru couldn't focus. He knew he was being picked apart. It was over in less than 10 minutes. Even without the nerves, he doubted he would have won. He didn't hate Naruto, far from it, but someone else clearly did. Sasuke Uchiha, it was obvious. Sasuke treated every encounter with Naruto like a personal duel and always came up short. To Sasuke, it was rivalry. To Naruto, it was a joke. Sad, really. Everyone knew their stories. Naruto, the parentless boy who somehow always smiled. Sasuke, the last of his clan, whose family was taken from him by his own brother. Shikamaru was quietly grateful to not share either pain. He snapped out of his thoughts as he looked around the classroom. Uruka was still lecturing. Shikamaru, seated in the back corner, glanced toward the front. There was Naruto, reclining with his feet up, chewing gum and blowing perfect bubbles. A few rows behind, Sasuke glared holes into the back of Naruto's head. Shikamaru was sure Naruto could feel it and was loving it. The bell rang and the students rushed out, ignoring Uruka's calls about homework. Shikamaru trailed behind, spotting Naruto easily in the crowd. He noticed the blonde break off toward a different street than usual. For a moment, Shikamaru considered following him, learning more about him. Then he sighed. Too troublesome. After class, Doflamingo made his way to the training field he and Virgo had been using for years now. He was alone today. Virgo had gone to pick up groceries for the two of them. Convincing the old man to let Virgo live independently had been a struggle. Mostly because of two sticking points. 1. Virgo was technically a child. 2. Said child was actually older than his would-be guardian. Unsurprisingly, the old man didn't take well to Doflamingo's "you worry too much" response. Roughly 3 hours later, Virgo was handed a key to his own apartment, located right across the hall. Yeah, Doffy was definitely a scheming son of a bitch. Quickening his pace, Doffy vaulted onto the rooftops and sped toward the training field, reaching it in record time. Finding a secluded spot in the forest to avoid any nosy onlookers, he settled down and got to work. He had a handful of goals for the day. The basics were already under his belt, the 3 core techniques every academy student learned. Today, though, he had something else in mind. First up, a visit with the nine-tailed beast. It hadn't taken him long to figure out that the so-called entity was actually the legendary Nine Tails. He'd pieced it together the moment it came up in his first-year lessons. Taking a seat in the clearing, Doffy shut his eyes and concentrated deeply. He sat like that for a while, uncharacteristically serious, his usual smirk gone as he focused. 30 minutes passed, and stiffness began to settle into his limbs. Annoyed, he snapped his eyes open and sat up. What greeted him was a damp, shadowy sewer, the floor covered in ankle-deep water. Doffy looked around, narrowing his eyes and tuning into his surroundings. He was at a crossroads, 4 tunnels stretching out into black nothingness. Then he heard it off to his left, breathing, deep and deliberate but unmistakably alive. After only a brief pause, Doffy shoved his hands in his coat pockets and strolled toward the sound. He had no clue how long he'd been walking. Time here felt off, twisted, like it didn't follow the same rules. Eventually, he arrived. A massive chamber housing an even more massive gate. Heavy steel bars formed its structure, keeping whatever lay beyond imprisoned. A simple ceiling tag rested on the center. The interior of the cage was cloaked in darkness, concealing the beast within, though Doffy already knew who it was. With a grin, he approached the barrier, stopping a few steps short. The instant he did, a claw shot forward, halting just inches from his face, blocked by the barrier's limit. Doffy didn't flinch. He expected it, he'd seen this before. The beast withdrew its paw, and the darkness inside the cell lifted, revealing a colossal orange fox with 9 flowing tails. The fox stared down at him, its voice like thunder. Well, well, the little jailer. I should tear you apart where you stand. But this seal, it paused, glaring at him, but Doffy remained unfazed, still smiling up. What do you want? Doffy tilted his head, then let out a chuckle. Heh heh heh, what's the matter, huh? Can an old pal drop in for a visit, Tilda? The fox's glare darkened, teeth bared in a snarl. I have no friends. Speak, why have you come? Its roar echoed, and Doffy calmly plugged his ears with his pinkies to muffle the sound. Bit touchy, aren't we? Maybe I should come back when you're in a cheerier mood. Ooh, maybe I'll bring chocolates next time. You like sweets, right? Heh heh heh. The fox roared again, this time launching him backwards with the force of its voice. Doffy tumbled away, laughter echoing all the while until he vanished. The beast huffed and laid back down, trying to push the boy's irritating grin from his mind. Back in the forest, Doffy fell backward laughing. After a few seconds, he sat up and wiped a tear from his eye. Such a rude furball, heh heh heh. Still chuckling, he decided to return later. For now, he had another task to tackle. He'd been trying to recreate his strings for years without success, until recently. Instead of forcing them out through raw will like he once did with his devil fruit, he had a new source now: chakra. Upon this realization, he'd started experimenting. His initial results were thin, blue threads, chakra strings, like those used in puppet techniques from the Sand Village. Close, but not quite what he was aiming for. He extended his hand and focused on his middle finger. A pale blue string formed instantly, swaying gently in the breeze. But he pushed further. Channeling more and more chakra, he broke into a sweat. Eyes closed, concentration absolute. Finally, when he hit his limit, he opened his eyes and grinned. A brilliant white string now danced in the wind. Meanwhile, the Hokage leaned back in his chair, quietly observing through his crystal orb. With a bit of downtime, he'd taken to checking in on various shinobi, young Naruto included. Seeing the boy alone in the forest, suddenly collapse laughing, caught him off guard. He kept watching, intrigued. He recognized the use of chakra strings, usually dismissed as mere puppet tools. But the way Naruto used them was something else, precise, refined. What truly astonished him, however, came next. As the child funneled more energy into the string, it shifted, gaining weight, form, from translucent blue to brilliant white. It reminded him of another Uzumaki, Naruto's mother. Her chakra chains could restrain even-tailed beasts. What these strings could truly do, he couldn't say yet, but the scholar in him was eager to find out. Elsewhere, Kakashi felt uneasy. The last time he'd been this restless was when the third pulled him out of ANBU. Now Naruto was about to graduate, and Kakashi would be his team leader if they passed his test. Donning his gear and heading out, he flipped open his familiar book, pretending to read as he made his way to the academy. Truthfully, his mind was elsewhere. That night 12 years ago haunted him. He remembered sitting helpless, praying his mentor, the fourth, would survive. He didn't. Kakashi had buried himself in ANBU, worked under Danzo, and only recently found his footing again thanks to the third. And in all that time, he'd never spared a thought for the child left behind, Naruto. He despised the version of himself that had ignored the boy for so long. Still, Shinobi didn't dwell on regrets. And now here he was, 3 hours late, standing at the door to his student's classroom. He slid it open and stepped inside. No yelling, no complaints, just 3 kids. He smirked behind his mask, words already forming. How to put this, you guys are kind of dull. The pink-haired girl pouted. The dark-haired boy scowled. And the blonde, he just smiled. Sakura Haruno trudged toward the ninja academy, head bowed and mind wandering. Today marked a major milestone, graduation. The moment she would officially earn the title of genin. The Sakura who had once excitedly joined the academy alongside her childhood friend, Ino Yamanaka, would have been ecstatic. Now, she wasn't so sure how to feel. Deep down, she knew she wasn't cut out for the shinobi path. Most of her time had gone into studying theory and textbook knowledge, barely scraping by when it came to actual combat training. Her top scores were only possible because of the heavy emphasis on academics in Uruka's class. Likely, a system designed to give non-clan kids a fighting chance against the elite heirs in their class. But despite her grades, Sakura knew the truth. She wasn't an exceptional kunoichi, maybe even one of the worst. Sparring days were her nightmare, and she rarely won. In strategy and ninjutsu theory, she thrived. She could build clever traps, perform basic jutsu with precision, and memorize complex information easily. But the moment she faced an actual opponent, her confidence collapsed. These weren't her only thoughts that morning. She also found herself thinking of the day Ino convinced her to enroll at the academy instead of the normal civilian school her parents preferred. After all the effort it took to persuade them, here she was, estranged from Ino, the very person who'd brought her out of her shell. Their friendship had twisted into a bitter rivalry, driven by petty arguments and constant one-upmanship. She hated it. Sakura had once admired Ino, her confidence, beauty, popularity, and longed to be her equal. Now, all she wanted was to go back to when they could laugh together without competition. But both girls were too stubborn to admit it. Her thoughts drifted to the catalyst of their fallout, Sasuke Uchiha. The moment she laid eyes on him, she'd been smitten. Mysterious, talented, attractive, he seemed flawless. She remembered giggling with Ino about him before they even knew his name, both describing the same boy without realizing it. Once they did, their friendship began to crumble. Sakura grimaced. The word rival left a bitter taste in her mouth. The infatuation with Sasuke hadn't lasted as long as she expected. Her self-esteem, already fragile, suffered as time passed. Her weak combat skills, the teasing about her forehead, and the distance between her and Ino all weighed on her. There had never been any real hope with Sasuke. He barely acknowledged her, never speaking more than a few words at a time. What kind of relationship could ever grow from that? No, the only reason she kept chasing after Sasuke was because of her rivalry with Ino. That small connection, those silly competitions, were all she had left of their friendship. Sakura stopped walking for a moment, gave herself a soft slap on the cheeks, and tried to shake the melancholy away. She forced her thoughts elsewhere, and Naruto Uzumaki popped into her mind. When she thought of Naruto, she struggled to describe him. He was loud, unpredictable, and more than a little bizarre. Her first impression of him had been confusion. Eventually, she decided to approach him, finding, surprisingly, that he was much more approachable than Sasuke. Naruto didn't scowl at her or brush her off. He didn't make her feel invisible or unworthy. He wasn't distant or cold. Naruto didn't shove the world away, trying to protect himself from the pain of connection. Yes, when she tried to think about Naruto Uzumaki, the boy who had become just as enigmatic in his own way, her mind simply went blank. Meanwhile, Sasuke Uchiha sat silently, lost in his own storm of thoughts. He had reached the next step on his personal journey, the journey that would ultimately lead him to confront Itachi. Sasuke had trained obsessively, pushing himself beyond his limits daily. Whenever exhaustion hit, he would close his eyes and remember. The massacre, the blood, his family. That pain would jolt him awake, forcing him to continue. This was the cost of his ambition. The cost his entire clan had paid. Now, as he listened to Uruka list off team assignments, he couldn't help but glance with disdain at the boy in front of him, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto lounged with his legs draped over the desk, hands folded behind his head, a lazy grin plastered on his face. His outfit was just as bizarre as ever, a loose white shirt open at the chest, fishnet armor beneath, garish red pants with pink stripes, and sleek black shoes that curved at the toes. He was taller now, taller than Sasuke, in fact. Sasuke remembered the day Naruto had bested him in a spar. Back then, he thought he'd found a kindred spirit, someone else who had clawed their way forward, who understood the harsh road of the shinobi. He had been wrong. Naruto was no kindred spirit. He didn't take the lessons seriously. He didn't train with desperation. He didn't earn his power. Naruto was just another prodigy like him. Grinding his teeth, Sasuke tried to center himself. He had no time for anger. Uruka called his name. Sasuke Uchiha, then came the next. Sakura Haruno. Sasuke almost sighed in relief. At least she wasn't loud or disruptive. While not a strong fighter, she had intelligence and keen observation skills, useful traits in a mission setting. And then came the third name. Naruto Uzumaki. His body tensed. A sharp breath escaped between clenched teeth. His fist closed involuntarily, joints cracking from the pressure. He looked down, and Naruto was staring straight back at him, wearing that same damned smirk. Worse still, Sasuke could hear it. That quiet, strange laugh that always echoed too loud in his mind. Sasuke forced his hand to relax. He couldn't let Naruto get under his skin. Uruka continued calling out names. Sasuke forced himself to breathe steadily. Now seated in the quiet classroom, their teacher gone, Sasuke kept his eyes fixed ahead. 1 hour passed, then another. Naruto chewed gum loudly, obnoxiously. Sakura scribbled in her notebook, shielding her work from view as always. Nearly 3 hours in, Sasuke's patience was thinning. He occasionally glanced at his teammates, wondering Naruto wasn't ignoring her. He had simply taken the role of a quiet observer. He chuckled now and then, and responded to a few of her questions with short answers, mostly yes or no, rarely adding much else to the discussion. Sasuke watched them from his seat. Sakura was speaking endlessly, while Naruto just sat there, nodding occasionally and listening. He noticed something as he looked at Sakura. He'd seen her smile plenty of times before, usually when it was directed at him. But now, as she continued to talk, he realized this smile was different. He remembered her smile being small, a soft curve of her lips, often accompanied by a head tilt, clearly trying to come off as cute. But this was new. This smile stretched wider, showing just a bit of her teeth. Her posture was also unusual. She leaned in slightly as she talked, her shoulders slouching forward a little. It was oddly familiar. Just then the classroom door slid open, abruptly snapping Sasuke out of his thoughts. A man, clearly a shinobi, stepped inside. He was peculiar. His silver hair spiked upward and his face was mostly hidden, leaving only one eye visible, an eye that radiated boredom. The man's posture was lax, an orange-covered book in one hand as he scanned the trio. Then he finally spoke. "How should I put this? You three seem kind of dull." Sasuke frowned. This was supposed to be their squad leader. An elite shinobi. The room fell into silence for a moment before the man spoke again. "Meet me on the roof." Without another word, he vanished in a puff of smoke. Naruto stood up first, leaping over a desk with his hands in his pockets, heading for the rooftop. Sakura hurried after him. Sasuke got up more slowly, stretching his limbs after sitting still for what felt like hours. He followed. When he pushed open the rooftop door, he saw the other two already seated. Their new instructor was leaning against the railing lazily. Sasuke made his way over and sat beside Sakura, intentionally choosing to keep a buffer between himself and Naruto. All right, since you're all here, let's get to introductions, the man said, his tone indicating he'd rather be somewhere else. Introductions, sensei? Sakura asked hesitantly. Yeah, he replied without looking up from his book. You know, your likes, dislikes, hobbies, dreams for the future, that kind of thing. A chuckle came from the left. Heh, usually it's polite to go first when asking for introductions. I thought even old guys like you knew that, Naruto said with a smirk. The man glanced at Naruto, closed his book with a sigh and responded. Fine, I'm Kakashi Headache, he said, tapping his chin as though thinking. As for what I like, I'd rather keep that to myself, he shrugged. Dislikes, hard to say. My hobbies, plenty of them, he added with confidence. As for dreams, I guess I've never really thought about it. He narrowed his eyes slightly. And for the record, I'm only 26. Naruto let out a small laugh. Now you with the pink hair, Kakashi said, pointing at Sakura while propping his head up with his other hand. Sakura squeaked in surprise. Well, I'm Sakura. I like, a lot of stuff, she said, trying to sound confident. Like reading, studying, and draw, anyway. I don't like spicy food, I guess, and I don't have many hobbies, but I want to become a strong ninja. She ended with a bright smile, and Kakashi gave a small nod before pointing to Naruto. All right, your turn, sunshine, Naruto chuckled. Who me? I'm Naruto, obviously. He threw his arms up dramatically. My likes, classified, top secret, can't just go giving away that kind of intel. My dislikes, his grin faltered slightly. Sasuke, curious, looked over and noticed something strange in Naruto's expression. Then the grin came back, even wider than before. Veins bulged slightly along his forehead, his jaw clenched tightly. Sasuke tensed. He'd never seen Naruto look so intense. Barbecues. Sasuke nearly fell over from shock. Naruto kept going without missing a beat. My hobbies, competing with Sasuke, it's easy, fun, and costs nothing. He smirked at Sakura. You should try it sometime, Pinky. Sakura let out an awkward laugh. Sasuke quietly counted to 10, doing his best to resist the urge to respond. And your goal? Kakashi asked. Naruto grinned. Now that is a secret. Kakashi turned to Sasuke. All right, you're up. Sasuke composed himself and delivered the words he'd practiced in his mind. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I dislike many things and don't care for much else. My goal is not a dream. It's something I will achieve. I will restore my clan and take revenge on someone. When he finished, he looked at Kakashi, deliberately avoiding glancing at the others, especially Naruto. If he had, he would have seen that the blonde wasn't smiling anymore. Daffy made his way back to his small apartment, mind still on his new squad, and the so-called survival test Kakashi had told them about. He wasn't shocked to learn of another exam. The graduation test had been far too simple. If anything, he was intrigued. He had yet to face one of this world's elite shinobi, and he was eager to gauge their capabilities. His thoughts shifted to his teammates, particularly Sakura. In his first life, he had drawn many into his fold. Many of them had problems, yet he felt something familiar in her presence. Sakura Haruno was a lonely child. He'd seen her endlessly chase after Sasuke's attention, competing against the other girls. It had become predictable, Sakura and Ino racing through the halls, battling for the seat closest to the quiet Uchiha. Then something changed. One day, during lunch, she approached him and struck up a conversation. He had been surprised. While not reclusive, his status as the academy's top student meant people tended to gravitate toward him. But Sakura had never shown interest in him before. At first, she barely made eye contact. Her voice trembled. But over time, her confidence grew. Now, she looked him in the eyes with ease. Daffy wasn't quite sure how to respond. He was used to others clinging to him, orphans, broken souls, drawn to whatever aura he gave off. In his past life, he would have used it, turned it into loyalty. Those lost children became his family, and family was everything. But now, his goal had been clear before, destroy the celestial dragons and everything they held dear. Now, he didn't even know if they existed here. This continent was unfamiliar. It could be an uncharted island in the new world, sure, but each passing year made that feel less likely. Doubt lingered like a shadow in his mind, whispering that his enemies might already be long gone. That the vengeance he dreamed of might be meaningless. That's why Sasuke's declaration struck a chord. He saw his younger self in the boy. And he remembered where his path of revenge had led him. To ruin, to solitude. Could he really let Sasuke follow that same road? And so, the question lingered. If Virgo reflected on the time he had spent with Daffy over the years. He recalled the immense relief he felt when he first saw him again, sitting on that bench as if nothing had changed. By that point, Virgo had spent 6 years in this new life, feeling utterly lost without his king. The return of Daffy was nothing short of a miracle in his eyes. He thought about what followed that day, the difficult moment when he had raised his fists against his friend. That decision had been one of the hardest he had ever made. He remembered the trembling of his fists, ones that were usually firm and resolute. Virgo didn't enjoy hurting his king, but it had to happen. Doflamingo needed to grow stronger, stronger than ever before, and Virgo was the only one who could ensure that. His mind wandered to the rest of the family, Diamante, Trebol, and Pica. When Daffy had given him the task of infiltrating the navy, Virgo had been overjoyed. To know that Daffy trusted him with such an important mission meant everything to him. However, that mission had turned out to be the hardest thing he had ever done. The long stretches of separation from his family wore him down, and the days dragged on, sometimes with years between any contact. Sometimes, he even feared that his family might have forgotten about him. That's why, when Daffy thanked him in his final moments, Virgo felt true happiness. He could feel the sincerity in his words. Daffy had never thanked anyone before, and this time, Virgo could tell that the years apart had been painful for him too. So he smiled, content as his life drew to a close. And now, it was just the two of them, facing a world filled with unfamiliar rules. Without the rest of the family, Virgo knew they had to be stronger. So they trained. During their first training session, Virgo held an advantage. His mastery of hand-to-hand combat gave him the upper hand, and Daffy, without his strings, struggled. But as time passed, that gap slowly closed. Daffy developed a unique fighting style, using unorthodox angles and incorporating his legs in ways that surprised Virgo and dealt serious damage. From flipping into a handstand to kick toward Virgo's head, to swiftly dropping low to land devastating vertical kicks, Daffy's combat style seemed oddly familiar to Virgo, but he couldn't place why. Eventually, Daffy became highly skilled in close combat, but Virgo could still outmatch him if he fought seriously. That changed when Daffy rediscovered his strings. When Daffy showed him that he could replicate his strings, Virgo was shocked, eager to see how they worked. He allowed Daffy to test them on him. It became clear that these strings were different from the ones he used with his devil fruit power. Some abilities were now beyond his reach. For one, Daffy no longer had control over the temperature of his strings or the ability to bend light with them. This meant some of his old techniques, like overheat and 5 chromatic strings, were unavailable for now. He also lacked his awakening ability, though that didn't come as a surprise. But aside from those losses, his strings remained incredibly strong, capable of nearly everything they could before. The only limitation was the amount of chakra Daffy had available. Virgo snickered at the thought. Everything in this world depended on chakra, so having a large reservoir was a considerable advantage. Daffy's chakra seemed almost limitless, with only true exhaustion being his limit. Virgo felt a twinge of envy. After unlocking his strings, Daffy became a terrifying opponent, incorporating them seamlessly into his combat style. He could attach the strings to himself or the environment, simulating flight. This ability gave him the advantage of weightlessness, allowing him to launch powerful kicks from unexpected angles and avoid attacks as if gravity had no hold on him. His strings would spread across the area, surrounding enemies and threatening instant decapitation for anyone who wasn't cautious. Yes, Daffy had grown much stronger. Virgo walked into the grassy field, approaching his teammates already gathered in the clearing. He watched as Rock Lee entered the area, his hands behind his back and remnants of breakfast still visible on his face. Neji Hyuga couldn't quite understand what to make of Rock Lee. Neji prided himself on his stoic demeanor, calm, serious, and determined, never swayed. Seeing Lee, however, made him question that self-image. Lee's expression never seemed to change, not even when their sensei, Might Guy, accidentally sent him crashing into a tree during a training session. Lee was tough, and that made Neji uneasy. To Neji, Lee was an anomaly. By all logic, the young orphan born with nothing should have remained nothing. But Lee was the opposite. He had strength, determination, and a drive to overcome any challenge. This contradicted everything Neji believed, and he refused to accept it. As Lee approached, exactly on time, Neji turned to Guy, an idea forming in his mind. "Guy-sensei," Neji spoke, capturing the older man's attention. Might Guy, a strange figure in his bright green jumpsuit and orange leg warmers, may have looked comical, but he was a martial arts master. And for that, Neji respected him. Guy looked down at Neji, momentarily distracted from Lee's arrival. "What is it, Neji?" Guy asked, curious. Neji continued, keeping his voice neutral. "I'd like to propose something, a spar between Lee and I. We're both strong fighters, and I think it would benefit us both." Although Neji was calm on the surface, this was something they hadn't done before. Despite being on the same team for a year, Guy-sensei always took the role of sparring partner, ensuring they never grew complacent. Neji suspected Guy knew of his dislike for Lee, and that's why he never let them spar. Guy considered the proposal for a moment, then nodded, flashing a bright smile and giving a thumbs up. All right, but it'll have to be after today's exercises. We'll never get through them if you two are already bruised up. By the time Lee arrived, the team was ready for the grueling workout Guy had planned. The two faced each other in the clearing, poised and ready. Neji held his palms out, Lee had his hands behind his back, sunglasses hiding his expression. Guy watched, pondering whether he was making the right choice. Both had immense potential, and Guy could see either of them becoming his true apprentice. But there were reasons for his hesitation. First, Neji, a true Hyuga prodigy, was a master of their gentle fist technique. But Neji's belief that only those destined for strength could achieve greatness went against everything Guy stood for. Then there was Lee, who embodied everything Guy valued in a student. Lee's fighting style, built on overwhelming physical force, mirrored Guy's own, but Lee's ruthlessness worried him. Guy remembered a mission they had completed some time ago, their first assignment to take a life. It had been to eliminate a small group of bandits near the village, a dangerous task, yet Guy had trusted his students to handle it. Tenten had struggled the most, her weapons covered in blood. Neji, efficient and precise, had finished his work quickly. Lee, though slower than the others, wasn't lacking in skill. As the mission ended, Guy found himself reflecting on Lee's actions. Lee hadn't simply killed the man. No, his punches had been deliberate, precise, aimed to keep him alive just long enough for his suffering to reach its peak. Lee had walked away, his sunglasses adjusted, as though nothing had happened. That night, Guy found 3 more dead bandits in their camp, each with a small hole drilled into their foreheads. "Do you think this is a good idea, Sensei?" someone asked, breaking his thoughts. The voice cut through his thoughts, pulling him back to the grassy field. He glanced to his left and saw Tenten, who had spoken, nervously glancing up at him. Guy quickly flashed her a reassuring smile. "Nothing to worry about. It's just a light spar, no big deal." With that, he turned his attention to his 2 students and gave the signal. Neji made the first move, which was unusual for him. His palms, as fast as lightning, shot toward Lee, who didn't flinch. Just before the first strike landed, Lee moved. Guy had never seen anything like it. Lee's body seemed to flow, bending and twisting around Neji's attacks as if he were weightless. Neji didn't slow his pace, unwilling to let Lee retaliate. His attacks grew faster, but none managed to land. He could feel it. Neji's eyes, fierce and surrounded by veins indicating the use of his Byakugan, began to burn with frustration. His strikes became more erratic, sacrificing form and precision for sheer speed, desperately trying to land a hit on Lee's untouchable form. A fist shot out from behind Lee's back, catching Neji off guard. There was no time to block. It hit Neji squarely in the solar plexus with a resounding crack, halting him in his tracks. Neji's hands remained extended, a palm just inches away from Lee's neck, but his expression was blank, his eyes unfocused. Then he collapsed, his arms falling lifelessly to his sides. Lee gently caught him, easing him to the ground. Guy approached, checking on Neji and confirming there were no lasting injuries. He looked at Lee, noting his calm expression. "Well done, Lee, that was impressive." Lee nodded silently as Guy lifted Neji into his arms. "All right, that's enough for today. Take some time to rest. I'll be taking Neji back to the Hyuga compound." His 2 students nodded, and Guy dashed off, heading toward Neji's home, hoping the Hyuga family wouldn't have too many questions about their prodigy's condition. Guy couldn't help but reflect on the fight, still wondering if it was the right decision. He hoped Neji would learn that destiny wasn't everything. Perhaps, in time, he could take Neji on as his apprentice. One thing was certain, though, he would never teach Rock Lee the strong fist style. Konohamaru Sarutobi, only 8 years old, watched the strange figure ahead of him with growing curiosity. Bored and alone, Udan was busy studying, Mogi was out shopping, and Konohamaru wasn't in the mood for one of Abisu's long lectures. As he wandered through the village, he spotted a peculiar figure, a boy with a strange, almost waddling walk, a wide grin on his face, as if he were laughing at some private joke. The boy's clothing was unique, foreign in a way, and Konohamaru noticed the ninja headband tied loosely around his waist. This was it. An opportunity to witness an exciting young ninja in action. Konohamaru couldn't let this chance slip by. Stealthily, he followed the boy, hiding behind lamp posts and ducking under a fake rock, blending into the shadows like a true ninja. The boy suddenly picked up speed, turning into a narrow alley. Konohamaru, startled, abandoned his hiding spot and dashed after him. But when he reached the alley, it was empty. Confused, he cautiously walked deeper into the alley, scanning for any hidden escape routes the boy might have used. Just then, a sharp string snapped across his face, making him cry out in pain and stumble back. He instinctively pressed his hand to his face and felt the warm trickle of blood. Looking down at his fingers, he noticed they were stained with red. He looked up and barely spotted a thin wire stretched across the alley at head height. Is that some kind of trap? He wondered. Heh heh heh. Be careful who you follow, you never know who they might really be, a voice called out. Startled, Konohamaru scrambled to get away, ducking under the wire and rushing in the opposite direction of the voice. He quickly turned to face his pursuer and found the boy standing there, grinning. Konohamaru, trying to steady his heart, shouted, "Hey, were you the one who set up that wire?" The boy just chuckled. "And what if I was? What's your plan now?" Konohamaru, mustering some false courage, pointed at him. "I'll tell my grandpa, you'll be in trouble, you hear me?" The boy laughed harder, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "Well, we wouldn't want that now, would we? My name's Naruto. What's yours?" Konohamaru, still a little shaken, replied, "Konohamaru, grandson of the third Hokage." He half expected Naruto to apologize, realizing the mistake he'd made. But instead, Naruto's grin widened. "Well, Konohamaru, how about this? We forget this little mishap and in return I'll owe you a favor." He extended his hand and the wire vanished. "Deal." Konohamaru stood there, stunned. Without a word, he shook Naruto's hand. "Great, now I've got places to be," Naruto said, turning and walking away. "Catch you later, Konohamaru," he called over his shoulder. Konohamaru stood there, staring after him. "He said my name." With that thought, Konohamaru bolted out of the alley, eager to see his grandfather and maybe get a wardrobe upgrade. Those clothes Naruto wore were pretty cool. Kakashi Hadake walked toward Training Ground 7, ready to see how his new students fared and whether they were ready for graduation. He couldn't help but snicker. Failing Team 7 was an impossibility. With the last loyal Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, there was no way they wouldn't pass. The higher-ups in the village would make sure of that. They were too valuable to simply drop out. After all, the third Hokage had a tough enough time keeping them from graduating early, especially after the last young prodigy caused a major incident with his family. No, failing Team 7 wasn't an option. Though of course, his students didn't need to know that. As Kakashi neared the clearing, he considered each of his new students. First, there was Sakura Haruno, a puzzle of psychological issues. From his perspective, she was a mess of emotional baggage, depression, attachment issues, and low self-esteem. He wasn't sure what the Hokage was thinking assigning her to this team. But then again, who else could keep up with Naruto and Sasuke? The non-clan kids would struggle even more. The clan-based teams had specific goals in mind, cultivating the strengths of their members. Team 7, however, was a misfit group with no clear direction, just like his old team had been. Kakashi sighed, moving on to his next student, Sasuke Uchiha. The boy reminded him of his younger self, young, talented, and driven by anger. He saw a lot of potential in Sasuke, but also a lot of isolation. Kakashi understood that feeling all too well. Sasuke's rivalry with Naruto, though one-sided, was what kept him grounded. Without Naruto, Sasuke would eventually shut everyone out. That bond was something Kakashi felt was crucial to Sasuke's growth. Finally, Kakashi thought of Naruto, the son of Minato, a man he'd considered a second father. Naruto was a force unto himself, an unpredictable blend of quirks and brilliance. While Kakashi had initially expected him to be a mix of his parents, Naruto had grown into his own person. He was a prodigy in every sense, effortlessly passing through the academy, excelling in both physical and mental challenges. Kakashi was eager to see what his students could do in this first test. He reached the training ground and found his team waiting near the memorial stone, ready for him. With a speed that left no time for them to react, Kakashi appeared in front of them, giving a small smile as he waved. "Yo!" His students looked up, Sakura managing a greeting. "Oh, good morning, sensei." Kakashi couldn't help but laugh quietly. The best part about showing up late was the awkward reactions when he finally arrived. This was going to be fun. "All right, let's get this started, shall we?" he said, walking toward one of the 3 wooden posts nearby. He reached into his pouch, pulling out a small alarm clock, setting it for noon, 2 hours from now, and placed it on the middle post. He motioned for his students to move away from the memorial stone and toward the center of the clearing. Turning to face them, he pulled out 2 silver bells and held them in front of his face. "Your task is straightforward. I'll be keeping these 2 bells tied to my waist, and your goal is to retrieve them. By noon, when the alarm goes off, anyone still holding onto a bell will pass. Those who don't will return to the academy. Sakura's face immediately reflected concern. "But sensei, there are only 2 bells," she stammered. He smiled. "Exactly, Sakura, so at most only 2 of you will pass this test. We'll begin when I say." He paused for a moment, studying his students. Sakura was visibly nervous, shaking slightly. Sasuke, on the other hand, had a glare directed at him, his body tense, hand near his pouch. Naruto, however, simply stood there, a grin on his face. "Start!" With that, Sasuke and Sakura quickly vanished, diving into the surrounding forest to come up with a strategy to steal the bells. Naruto remained in place. "Heh, this is quite the test, old man, very clever." Kakashi's eyebrow twitched at the old man remark, his mind already processing the meaning behind Naruto's words. "He's already figured it out, huh? Yeah, he's definitely Minato's son." Before Kakashi could respond, Naruto spoke again. "Still, a test this simple is kind of boring, old man. Let's spice it up." A wide grin spread across Naruto's face as he charged toward Kakashi. Kakashi instinctively raised his guard. Naruto launched a high kick, barely reaching Kakashi's chest. Kakashi lowered himself slightly, adjusting his stance to block the attack, and planned to bat the kick away with his forearm. But the kick had more force than Kakashi anticipated, and it nearly sent him sliding back a few inches. Naruto then twisted, sending his other leg to follow the first kick, targeting the same spot. Kakashi focused on the first kick, blocking it with his forearm, but just before the second one landed, he grabbed Naruto's ankle, tossing him aside. However, something Kakashi had never seen in all his years as a ninja occurred next. Naruto recovered midair, his legs bending as if he was pressing against some invisible force. Naruto kicked off the air, propelling himself straight back at Kakashi. Reacting quickly, Kakashi fell into a handstand, using his hands to push off the ground and plant his feet into Naruto's chest as the boy hovered above him. But once again, Naruto dodged, seemingly floating in midair before landing at Kakashi's side and sending a kick toward his exposed flank. Kakashi used all his strength to launch himself into the air, narrowly avoiding the strike, and quickly landed back on the ground. He eyed Naruto, trying to figure out how the boy was defying gravity. Naruto lowered himself back to the earth, his feet making contact with the ground. The two stared at each other in silence before Naruto let out a laugh. "Heh, wow, you really are a jonin, huh? I was wondering how strong an elite ninja was, and I'm not disappointed. All that and you're still holding back, not even a scratch on you. Impressive." Kakashi nodded, taking in the praise. "You're not bad yourself, Naruto. I heard you were talented, but that really was something else. So I assume you understand the purpose of this test," Naruto chuckled. "Oh yeah, the old man used to tell me about it. How the first Hokage used it to teach his team about teamwork. I figured it out as soon as you brought out the bells." Kakashi sighed, translating old man to the third Hokage. He then decided to indulge him. "All right then, mind staying out of this for a bit. I'm curious to see how Sasuke and Sakura handle this." Naruto was silent for a moment, his smile faltering as a thoughtful expression replaced it. Then, it returned. "Heh, you can't even fail us if you wanted to, can you, old man?" Naruto said quietly, ensuring Sasuke and Sakura couldn't hear him. "Well, whatever. I'll just take a nap while you're playing. Wake me up when you're done." With that, Naruto disappeared, leaving Kakashi alone in the clearing. Kakashi sighed, sensing this would be a long day. Sasuke Uchiha had been watching from his position in the trees, eyes fixed on the exchange between Naruto and Kakashi. His anger boiled up, his pride wounded by Naruto's strength. The urge to step forward and prove himself as capable surged within him. However, he held back, knowing that charging in without a plan would only result in failure. He waited, then followed Kakashi as the Jonin walked along a path in the forest, pretending to search for the others. After a few moments, Sasuke saw his opportunity and moved. He released a spool of ninja wire, wrapping it around Kakashi, pulling it taut to restrain him, and reached for a bell. Just before his hand touched it, a puff of smoke revealed the truth. Kakashi was gone, replaced by a well-crafted scarecrow. A substitution, Sasuke thought, quickly retreating back into the forest and making his way toward the clearing. A moment later, he arrived, spinning around to face the forest, scanning for any signs of movement. Kakashi's voice broke the silence. "Nice try, but you'll need to do better than that if you want one of these bells." Sasuke turned, kunai raised and ready, locking his eyes onto the Jonin. Kakashi casually waved him forward with a come-at-me gesture. Sasuke sprang into action, charging toward him and throwing his kunai at Kakashi's head. With a swift motion, Kakashi plucked the kunai from the air, and Sasuke made a series of hand seals. "Fire style, fireball jutsu," Sasuke shouted, unleashing a torrent of flames toward his sensei. As the smoke cleared, Sasuke stood still, watching for any sign of his opponent. But Kakashi was nowhere to be found. Panic set in as Sasuke scanned the area for movement. Where is he? Behind, above, he wondered. A voice came from below. Behind you. Sasuke barely had time to react before hands emerged from the ground, grabbing his ankles and pulling him down. In moments, he was buried up to his neck, completely immobilized. Earth-style, headhunter jutsu, Kakashi said, his tone casual as he looked down at the trapped Uchiha. Sasuke growled in frustration, trying to free himself. You're good, Sasuke, but not quite on Naruto's level yet. Sasuke froze, his mind processing Kakashi's words. Kakashi vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving Sasuke buried in the ground. The Uchiha lay there for a moment, replaying the words in his mind. His anger began to fade as he recalled Naruto's effortless victory against Kakashi. He gazed up at the clear sky, letting go of his frustration. Yeah, I'm not there yet, but I will be, soon. 2 hours later, the alarm went off, pulling Naruto out of his nap. He stretched and glanced around. The rest of his team walked toward him, their heads down, clearly disappointed. They sat in front of him, looking to Kakashi for their results. Naruto broke the silence. So, old man, how'd they do? Kakashi gave him a long look before replying. They failed, he said simply, disappointment clear in his voice. Sasuke and Sakura lowered their heads. You two failed to understand the real purpose of this test. It wasn't about proving your strength. It was about teamwork. Sakura blinked, confused. Teamwork? Kakashi sighed, walking over to the memorial stone. Yes, did you really think you could defeat me, a Jonin, on your own? You're still fresh genin. The only way you would have succeeded was if you worked together. But there were only 2 bells. Even if we worked together, someone still had to fail, Sasuke argued, trying to find a way to justify their actions. That was the point, Kakashi said. You were supposed to look past your own personal interests and focus on the team's well-being. He turned toward the memorial stone, his voice softer now. The names on this stone are those of heroes who sacrificed their lives for the village. They understood what it meant to be a ninja, to put the greater good above themselves. He looked back at his students. Tomorrow, we'll focus on teamwork. We start at 8 a.m. sharp, so don't be late. Sasuke and Sakura exchanged confused glances, but it was Sakura who spoke first, her voice hesitant. W8 so, he passed, Kakashi nodded, a slight smile on his face. Yes, lucky for you too, Naruto figured it out right away. I'll allow you both to pass. Sakura smiled brightly, while Sasuke smirked, both of them glancing at Naruto. The boy chuckled softly as he leaned back. Well, guess that makes us Team 7 now. Meanwhile, deep in a dark and damp sewer, Kurama, the Ninetails, stirred within his prison, his eyes glowing red as a deep, ominous feeling filled the air. Asuma Sarutobi took a slow drag from his cigarette, quietly waiting alongside his fellow Jonin for Kakashi to arrive at the meeting and deliver the results of the exams. He had just returned from meeting his new team. Rather than testing them right away, he decided to take them to a restaurant to relax and get acquainted. Asuma already knew that Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji would likely become capable ninjas, given their family backgrounds. Eventually, Kakashi showed up, surprisingly only a few minutes late, his nose buried in his usual orange book. The Hokage gave a slight nod to himself, then addressed the group of Jonin. All right, let's begin. Team 1, report your exam results. Most teams had failed. In the end, only teams 7, 8, and 10 had passed. Asuma listened attentively as his father spoke, addressing the responsibility he, Kakashi, and Kurenai now had in shaping the future of the young ninjas. Soon enough, the meeting wrapped up, and Asuma made his way back to his apartment. He had left the Sarutobi compound many years ago due to personal conflicts with his father, a decision that left their relationship strained. He sometimes regretted it, especially since it made connecting with his nephew difficult. Opening the door to his apartment, Asuma stepped inside. It was simple and functional, in line with his minimalist nature. He wasn't one to collect possessions. Tossing his vest on the floor, he lay on his bed, lighting up a cigarette as he let his thoughts wander. He began to think about his new team, considering their strengths and weaknesses and what he should focus on teaching them. First was Choji. The kind-hearted boy, large in both body and spirit, had a gentle personality that didn't quite fit the ninja lifestyle. According to his academy reports, Choji would struggle in combat situations, reluctant to hurt his friends. Asuma found it admirable but knew it was something he would have to address. Hesitation on the battlefield could cost him his life. Still, Choji possessed impressive strength for his size and had already proven adept in his family's unique techniques, something Asuma was sure would be invaluable to the team. Then there was Ino. She was his primary concern. The girl was somewhat naive, more interested in her appearance than honing her ninja skills. It was something Asuma knew he would need to correct, but he had no clear idea of how to approach it. Perhaps he could consult Kurenai, despite her quirks. Ino was compassionate and perceptive, with an intuitive grasp of others' emotions and thoughts, a skill no doubt inherited from her social nature. Although her physical prowess needed work, she made up for it with her deep understanding of her family's techniques and her impressive psychological insight. Finally, Asuma thought about Shikamaru. There was something about the boy that resonated with him. Sure, they shared a laid-back, somewhat lazy demeanor, but Asuma felt there was more to Shikamaru than met the eye. He wasn't mistaken. After their first meeting, Asuma had asked for a one-on-one with Shikamaru, suspecting the boy might have a hidden depth. They played a game of shogi, and Asuma was shocked to find Shikamaru already an expert player. The game ended with Shikamaru handily defeating him, leaving Asuma stunned. The boy had beaten an elite jonin at his own game. They spoke afterward, and Shikamaru revealed that he often played against his father, Shikaku, though he never won. Asuma couldn't help but shudder. If Shikamaru was this good at shogi, what did that say about Shikaku Nara? During the conversation, Shikamaru hesitated before mentioning someone else he couldn't defeat, Naruto Uzumaki, whom he had played against once when he was 9. Asuma knew little about Naruto, aside from the fact that he was the village's Jinchuriki. He hadn't taken the time to review Naruto's academy file yet, but now he was determined to learn more about the boy. Anyone who could outplay a Nara of Shikamaru's caliber was certainly worth investigating. The scene shifted to Hinata Hyuga, who was bringing food to Neji's room after he had been brought back earlier that day, unconscious from a fall. His sensei had explained it as an accident, though luckily there were no major injuries. As she reached Neji's door, she knocked softly before entering. "Neji, are you awake?" Neji was sitting up in bed, his expression distant, as though lost in thought. When his gaze met hers, it was softer than she had ever seen it, his voice calm and gentle. "Yes, Hinata, did you need something?" Hinata was taken aback by his change in demeanor. "No, I just brought you some food. You must be hungry after that fall." Neji seemed confused for a moment before letting out a soft laugh and giving her a small smile. "Ah yes, I remember now." The awkwardness hung in the air as Hinata awkwardly stood there. Eventually, she tried to excuse herself. "Well, I guess I should be going." "Hinata," Neji's voice interrupted her, the softness still there. She was surprised, hesitating before responding. "Why yes, Neji." He seemed to mull over his words for a moment before speaking again, his gaze fixed on the food she had brought. "Do you think people can change? Is it okay to change who you are, no matter what mistakes you've made?" Hinata was taken aback by the question, unsure how to respond. She hadn't expected him to ask such a deep question. I think," she trailed off, gathering her courage. "I think it's okay to be whoever you want to be." Neji looked at her, pondering her words. There was a moment of silence before he spoke again. "I see." After a few seconds, Hinata tried to leave the room, asking if there was anything else he needed. Neji looked up at her, his gaze lingering on her forehead, on the caged bird seal she wore. "No, that's all, thank you." Hinata couldn't ignore the quiet sadness in his voice as she left, closing the door behind her. The look he had given her stayed with her, making the seal on her forehead burn with an unfamiliar feeling. Daffy was frustrated. He had become a ninja a month ago, eager for some real action. He had been looking forward to missions, exciting ones, where he could prove himself in battle, fight bandits, raid enemy camps, and maybe rescue a princess or two. He was tired of mundane tasks like painting fences and walking dogs. He made his frustration known to the Hokage. "Listen, old man, we didn't train for years to do chores. We want something more exciting. Enough with this boring stuff," he complained, ignoring the Hokage's response about mission rankings and the assignment process. The Hokage sighed and turned to Kakashi, who was engrossed in his book. "Kakashi, do you think they're ready?" Kakashi glanced up, assessing his students. Sasuke stood with his arms crossed, his usual impassive expression betraying his excitement for a real mission. Sakura, on the other hand, seemed nervous, fidgeting and avoiding Kakashi's gaze. Daffy knew she needed to be put into real combat situations to build her confidence. Kakashi gave a lazy thumbs up, signaling approval. The Hokage nodded and called out, "Send in the bridge builder." It turned out to be an escort mission to the Land of Waves, protecting Tazuna, a self-proclaimed super master bridge builder, while he oversaw the construction of a massive bridge. It wasn't the most thrilling mission, but it would be a good chance for Team 7 to prove their teamwork. Sakura entered her house later that evening, contemplating the mission ahead. She had been preparing for it all day, mentally checking off everything she needed to bring. Her mother greeted her from the kitchen, concern in her voice. "So soon? How long will you be gone?" "We'll be protecting a construction site in the land of waves. I'm not sure how long it'll take, but I'll let you know when I can," Sakura explained. Her mother nodded but didn't look entirely reassured. "All right then, be sure to say goodbye to your father before you leave." Sakura nodded and went upstairs, her mind still on the mission. She knew she wasn't ready, and the thought of failing again weighed heavily on her. But she had to try. She had made a vow to herself on this mission. She would show that she was more than capable, not just to herself but to her team as well. Kakashi showed up on time today, which caught Daffy off guard. He and his team stood at the gate of a small village, all set to go. Tazuna arrived last, signaling that they were ready to depart, heading towards the land of waves. The journey remained quiet for the most part, with only the sounds of footsteps on gravel or the occasional bird call breaking the silence. It was getting somewhat tedious, but Daffy's senses flared, detecting something that promised to break the monotony. There was a puddle ahead. His haki immediately picked up two individuals hidden, disguised as an ordinary puddle. Daffy glanced at Kakashi, offering no indication that he had detected anything out of the ordinary, continuing his walk as if engrossed in his book. The rest of the team passed by without noticing anything amiss, but Daffy's haki pulsed, warning him of the imminent danger. Suddenly, from the puddle, two figures emerged, their faces obscured by gas masks. Each wore a gauntlet on one hand, the fingers sharp and dripping with poison. A bladed chain connected the two gauntlets, binding them together. They lunged towards the group, aiming directly for Kakashi at the front. The chain wrapped around him in an instant, and the pair landed, pulling the chain tight. The genjutsu illusion made it seem as if Kakashi had been torn apart, his body splattering everywhere. Daffy, however, could feel Kakashi hiding in a nearby tree, either testing his team or assessing the attackers. Regardless, Daffy played along. He called out to the others. "Pinky, protect Tazuna. Sasuke, you're with me, I'll take care of the ugly one," he smirked, charging toward the new enemies. The attackers rushed at him, extending their gauntlets, aiming to pierce his chest. With a grin, Daffy leapt, dodging the strike, and landed a powerful kick on each of their faces, sending them flying back. Sasuke followed up, leaping above Daffy and throwing a kunai and shuriken, pinning the chain to a nearby tree. The weapons lodged through the links, preventing any further movement. The masked ninjas exchanged a quick glance before severing the chain from their gauntlets, separating to face Daffy and Sasuke. They dashed forward with renewed aggression. Suddenly, one of them attempted to leap over them while the other changed direction, heading for Sakura and Tazuna. Daffy was quick to react, leaping into the air and launching a crushing kick into the airborne ninja's shoulder, sending him crashing to the ground. As the figure slammed into the dirt, Daffy moved swiftly, using strings to launch himself toward the fallen ninja. He landed a brutal knee into the enemy's chest, hearing a sickening crack as bones shattered and organs were torn. Pulling his knee back with a gory squelch, he turned toward the remaining opponent. Kakashi appeared, holding the unconscious foe in a chokehold. He glanced at Tazuna with a serious expression. "We need to have a word," Kakashi stated. Up in the trees, Zabuza Mamachi observed, waiting for the bridge builder and his protectors. It had been a few days since the demon brothers had failed, and now it was his turn to finish the job. He had been waiting for 3 hours, with Haku positioned further behind, ready to provide backup if needed. Zabuza was not too proud to accept help when it was necessary. Finally, he saw them. Kakashi's group had arrived, and he instantly understood why the demon brothers had failed. Kakashi Hadake, the famed copy ninja, was among them. And he wasn't alone. Zabuza had seen Kakashi's name in his bingo book for years. He was a skilled prodigy who had made his reputation by copying his enemies' techniques and using them against them. He was a formidable opponent, one Zabuza was eager to face. He watched the young genin closely. They appeared to be fresh graduates. They might have been chunin, talented enough to skip a few ranks, but Zabuza didn't care. They were just kids. There were limits to their abilities. He doubted any Konoha ninja had graduated so quickly since the last prodigy, who had likely caused the village some trouble. Kakashi led the group, with the 3 genin trailing behind in an arrow formation and Tazuna following at the back. The girl on the right seemed stressed, bags under her eyes, hands twitching toward her hip pouch. A recent graduate for sure. The boy on the left appeared more composed, scanning the trees with a calm demeanor. Zabuza assessed him as talented, but still just a kid. No threat. The leader of the group, the blonde, was the most intriguing. He had a confident smirk, his hands casually stuffed in his pockets, legs lifting high with each step. But there was something unsettling about him, something that caught Zabuza's attention. The kid was looking directly at him. Zabuza quickly unsheathed his executioner's blade, hurling it toward the group, aiming to take them all out in one swift move. However, the attack failed. The genin ducked under the blade as it flew past, embedding itself in a nearby tree. Without hesitation, Zabuza dashed toward the blade, quickly hopping on top of it, ready for the next move. "So, it's the famous Kakashi headache," Zabuza remarked, readying himself for the confrontation. Kakashi shifted into position, positioning himself between the enemy and his team. He extended an arm behind him, signaling the others to stay back. "And if it isn't Zabuza Mamachi, the demon of the hidden mist." Zabuza chuckled. "I'm flattered you know my name, but I have no time for games. Hand over the bridge builder and I'll let you all live," he offered, giving them a chance to back down. "Sorry, not happening," Kakashi replied, his hand shifting to his headband, pushing it up to reveal his Sharingan eye. Zabuza didn't waste any time. Drawing his sword, he leaped toward the river and cast his trump card. "If he's already using his Sharingan, I can't afford to hold back." Water style. Hidden mist jutsu. A dense mist enveloped the area, obscuring his form from Kakashi and his team. Zabuza used the shifting sounds of their movements to track them as he crept through the mist. He decided to play some psychological warfare, preparing a terrifying speech to echo through the fog. The kunai speeding towards him changed his mind. He dodged the projectiles, opting to engage directly. He formed a water clone from the mist to serve as a distraction. As he got closer, he saw Kakashi struggling with the clone, and Zabuza quickly dashed past him, making his way toward the blonde. The hidden mist jutsu, saturated with Zabuza's chakra, made it nearly impossible for the Sharingan to track him. Zabuza was confident that he could handle the others easily. But then the blonde suddenly raised his finger, and Zabuza's instincts flared. He quickly raised his sword to block whatever was coming. Something shot out from the boy's fingertip, hitting Zabuza's blade with such force that it nearly pushed him back. Zabuza gritted his teeth, using his chakra to keep his footing, and prepared to strike again. However, his surprise was evident. He had expected to be pushed away, but the blonde's attack didn't have the expected effect. Zabuza launched another slash at him, only to stop mid-motion as he was forced to leap backward to avoid a kunai thrown by Kakashi. His water clone had been dispatched, but the battle was far from over. He rushed at Kakashi, his sword already in motion, aiming to end the fight. But just as the blade was about to strike, an invisible force halted it in midair. Kakashi seized the opportunity, landing a powerful kick to Zabuza's midsection, sending him flying back. His instincts screamed. Still airborne, Zabuza struck the ground with his blade, using it as leverage to launch himself into the air, narrowly avoiding something else that his sixth sense had detected. He landed, quickly scanning for the hidden threat. For a brief moment he saw it, a white ninja wire threatening to skewer him, but before he could react, it disappeared again. "So that's how he's tracking me," Zabuza realized, his eyes narrowing at the blonde. There was a brief pause in the battle as both sides assessed their options. Zabuza quickly formed hand signs, Kakashi copying him with his Sharingan. Water-style, giant vortex jutsu. Water-style, giant vortex jutsu. The two jutsu collided in a massive clash, each one summoning a swirling vortex of water. Zabuza's technique gained the upper hand, using the river's water to enhance its power. He felt the edge of a kunai against his neck. Startled, he quickly glanced behind him, only to find Kakashi, his Sharingan eye making his glare even more intense. A shadow clone. How did he thought back to the moment when he leaped over the wire the blonde had set. For just a moment, his back had been turned to Kakashi. Kakashi Hadake was truly a formidable opponent. With no other options, he cancelled his technique and braced himself, using Kakashi's own jutsu to eliminate the shadow clone. He blacked out for a moment as the water engulfed him, snapping back to consciousness a second later. Struggling to regain his bearings, he found it nearly impossible to escape the powerful water jutsu. Eventually, his back collided with a tree, the vortex slowly subsiding. A sharp pain seared through his body as multiple kunai lodged into his flesh. Looking up, he saw Kakashi on a distant branch, a kunai ready to finish the job. "It's over." There was a sudden tug at his neck, then everything faded to black. Kakashi led his team away from Tazuna's house, the rhythmic sound of his crutches echoing through the woods. He had expected a tough mission, but not one involving the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. That was more than he had prepared for. Now, trying to squeeze in some last-minute training for his team, he was teaching them tree climbing. Sakura, to his surprise, was the quickest to master it, managing it on her first try. The amazement on her face made Kakashi smile. He'd need to find ways to nurture her prodigious chakra control, perhaps teaching her genjutsu or healing techniques. Naruto took a couple of tries, but soon managed to scale the tree as well, his unique chakra strings helping him hone control over his vast chakra reserves. Sasuke, on the other hand, fumed with frustration, sprinting at the tree over and over, his progress more due to his speed than any real control over his chakra. Kakashi sighed as Naruto stood atop Sasuke's tree, grinning down at him. The blonde had proved invaluable in their previous fight. His chakra strings had been the key to defeating Zabuza. Kakashi still didn't understand why Zabuza had chosen to charge at Naruto like that, perhaps to dispose of the weaker members first. Regardless, he was thankful that the battle had gone as well as it did. Hopefully, their next confrontation with the Demon of the Mist would go just as smoothly. Daffy wandered through the forest, bored. He had already mastered Kakashi's tree-walking exercise and now simply roamed, looking for something else to do. While the technique had been useful, it had also revealed how Zabuza had avoided being hit by Daffy's bullet string attack. Daffy lay in a small clearing surrounded by flowers. He relaxed, letting his observation haki rest. Though he could maintain it for long periods, he needed occasional breaks to regain his focus. After a while, he drifted off to sleep, only to be startled awake by footsteps. Looking around, Daffy spotted a young boy, a couple of years older than him, holding a basket, likely gathering herbs. The boy noticed Daffy, a slight blush on his face. "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to wake you. You really shouldn't sleep outside, you could catch a cold." The boy's voice was soft and light. If Daffy hadn't encountered so many unusual figures in his previous life, he might have mistaken him for a girl. Daffy chuckled. "Sorry to disappoint you, but I've never been sick a day in my life. I'm too strong for that." The boy moved closer, sitting next to Daffy as he continued gathering herbs. "Too strong? I see, then you must have many people depending on you if you're that strong." Daffy frowned, confused. "What does that have to do with anything?" The boy looked at him, a smile tugging at his lips. "Well, true strength comes from fighting to protect those you care about. If you're so strong that nothing can bring you down, you must have people relying on you." Daffy pondered the boy's words before standing up and preparing to leave. "I've got places to be, see ya later." Haku, the boy responded. "Naruto," Daffy said, offering his own name. "Catch you later, Haku." He returned to Tazuna's house, remembering to reactivate his haki. A few days later, Kakashi assigned Daffy to stay behind and guard Tazuna's family, suspecting Zabuza would make his move. When Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura left, Daffy felt a large group approaching the house through his haki. He warned Tsunami and Inari to stay inside, then stepped out to face the threat. Zori, leading a group of mercenaries, marched toward the house. Gato had ordered them to kidnap Tsunami and use her as leverage to halt the bridge's construction. Zori thought it was overkill to bring 20 men, but as long as Gato was paying, he didn't mind. As they approached, a young blonde boy, no older than 14, stepped forward with a wide grin. Zori grinned back. This would be easy. "Hey kid, you better go home before we decide to take our frustration out on you. We're not in the best mood today." The boy chuckled and met their gaze without fear. "You're in a bad mood, let me ask you this. Were you kept away from the real action just to deal with some trash and his wannabe pirate friend?" Zori blinked in confusion before anger surged. He motioned for his men to charge. Amid the chaos, the kid's voice rang out. "No, if anyone should be in a bad mood, it's me." A pressure descended on Zori, crushing his very soul. He fell to his knees, watching in horror as the men he brought with him collapsed, unconscious. The boy, a demon in human form, stepped closer, the pressure intensifying until Zori couldn't breathe. The claws wrapped around his neck, lifting him off the ground. He tried to beg for mercy, but his body refused to obey. He heard a snap, his wish was granted. "Gato, what are you doing here?" Zabuza asked, irritation evident in his tone. Gato grinned, his mercenaries forming a tight barrier around him as he leaned on his cane. "You're getting too costly, Zabuza. That's why I'm here. All that money and you still couldn't take down an old man. I've had enough. Me and my men are here to end our deal. And your life." Zabuza and Kakashi exchanged looks before turning to face the group of mercenaries. "It appears our conflict is over, Kakashi. So it seems, need some help," the Demon of the Mist smirked. "Sure, try not to fall behind." The two launched toward the mercenaries. A spray of blood erupted. Daffy stood over the remains of the hunter. "No, Haku." The boy had been torn into pieces, darting at high speeds into the strings Daffy had set between the mirrors. When Haku hit the ground, his mask cracked, revealing his face. Daffy was stunned. The gentle, soft-voiced boy had been Zabuza's partner, the same one who had once been the hunter. He was just a child, someone who longed to protect his family, a feeling Daffy understood all too well. And yet he had slaughtered him. The mirrors splintered, shattering into sparkling snowflakes as Daffy stood, fists clenched. Turning away, he grabbed the unconscious Sasuke and walked towards Sakura and Tazuna, trying to block the image of Haku's face from his mind. The snow continued to fall around him as he walked, trying to summon hatred to push the emotions away. But the hate wouldn't surface. I see, did they ever name the bridge? No, Lord Hawkage, it remains unnamed. The Hawkage's voice was steady, though his heart boiled with frustration at the carelessness of his Jonin. I see, he took a long drag from his pipe, then spoke in a low voice. What on earth were you thinking, Kakashi? He growled, surprising Kakashi for a moment. Sir, the Hawkage sighed deeply. Explain to me why you took a genin team, just a month out of the academy, on a mission you knew was B rank or higher. I'm curious. His tone was laced with fury. Kakashi stiffened, bracing himself for the storm that was about to hit. Well, sir, they really wanted to go. Silence hung between them as the Hawkage's glare bore into Kakashi, causing him to shrink under the weight of it. Get out of my office. Kakashi didn't hesitate to leave, scurrying out without a word. Sarutobi had no time for his antics. The Chunin exams were coming, and he had much to prepare for. Jiraiya's reports were coming in, and it seemed the Hidden Sand was sending their Jinchuriki to the exams, a curious decision that Sarutobi couldn't ignore. Though he had always believed in seeing the best in others, he wasn't naive. The Sand Village had been struggling economically, and their daimyo had been neglecting them. The Leaf had been carrying their burden for too long. It felt like a breach of their alliance, but Sarutobi had long learned that alliances were as fragile as the paper they were written on. He scribbled a reply to Jiraiya, ordering him to return to the village. It was time to face his godson. Sighing, he pulled out a list of ANBU operatives, considering where to place them. His age was starting to show, and he couldn't deny it. Sasuke walked toward the meeting point, wondering what Kakashi wanted. It had been a couple of weeks since the mission in Wave, and Team 7 had taken a break after their encounter with the rogue ninjas. Zabuza, according to Kakashi, had fled after Gado's death, taking Haku's body with him. Sasuke reflected on the mission. He had thought he was stronger. The fight with Haku had started off well enough. They were evenly matched in speed and strength, but Sasuke's technique had given him the upper hand. Slowly, he had been winning. Then Haku summoned the mirrors, and it all fell apart. Haku's speed overwhelmed him, and by the time Sasuke's Sharingan had activated, it was too late. He could see the Senbin coming but was too tired to stop them. Naruto had saved him, but it still stung. Sasuke's pride wanted him to challenge Naruto to prove himself the strongest, but he knew better. Naruto was far beyond him, the thought gnawed at him. He trained relentlessly, day in and day out, but it never seemed to be enough. No matter how much he pushed himself, Naruto always seemed a step ahead. It was frustrating. As he reached a bridge, Sasuke joined his team. Naruto was leaning against the railing, grinning as usual, hands in his pockets. Sakura was there too, sitting across from Naruto, chatting with him. She looked a bit brighter than she had during the mission. Back then, she had been nervous, twitchy, and scared. Now she seemed more at ease. Sasuke felt a small flicker of relief. At least she wasn't holding the team back anymore. As he approached, Sakura waved to him, and Sasuke nodded in response. They waited in silence for Kakashi, who appeared 3 hours later than scheduled in a puff of smoke. Yo, the group fell silent as Naruto chuckled softly. Kakashi continued. Anyways, I have something for you all, he said, holding out 3 sheets of paper. These are applications for the upcoming Chunin exams. Sasuke's heart skipped a beat. This was his chance, his opportunity to grow stronger. There was no way he was going to miss this. Now, this is optional, so if you're not ready, don't worry about it. But if you do want to participate, bring the completed form to room 301 at the academy at 3 p.m. 5 days from now. Any questions? No, alright, see ya. With that, Kakashi vanished. Sasuke ignored the others and started walking home, already planning to fill out the application. This was the chance he had been waiting for, to face powerful opponents and push himself further. Sakura lay in her bed, holding the Chunin exam application. She wasn't sure if she should take it. She wanted to prove herself, but after their mission in Wave, she felt weak. She had done something right during the tree-climbing exercise, but everything else had been a reminder of how useless she was in a real fight. Sighing, she walked over to her desk and began filling out the form. If she was going to prove herself, this was her chance. It was just a test, right? What could go wrong? Jiraiya burned the letter he had just read. Come home. A simple order, but life was rarely that simple. Sighing, he took another swig of sake, his mind drifting to other, better times. But those days felt so far behind now. Since Minato's death, the world had seemed a little darker. His godson, Naruto, what was he doing now? What kind of person had he become? The choice to leave him behind weighed heavily on Jiraiya's heart, but it had been the right one. Still, Sarutobi had always reminded him of his failure. And yet, it was too late for regrets. A ninja didn't have time for regrets. Leaving the bar, Jiraiya began his journey back to the village. He owed Naruto a debt, and he would repay it, no matter what. Hopefully, Naruto wasn't too angry with him. Neji's arms moved with lightning speed, desperately trying to land a hit on his opponent, but to no avail. Guy skillfully maneuvered through his attacks, knocking them aside with ease, showcasing his mastery in taijutsu. Neji ducked beneath a high kick, quickly lifting his hand to strike at the chakra points on Guy's leg. However, Guy's leg changed course midair, retreating just out of reach of Neji's strike. It lashed out again toward Neji's face, and this time Neji couldn't react fast enough. The attack stopped inches from his face. "That's 5, Guy said, Neji understanding the implication immediately. He dropped to the ground, starting the next set of 100 push-ups. Guy joined him, continuing to push him further. After his recent battle with Lee, Guy had ramped up Neji's training to a nearly impossible level. Strangely enough, it was only Neji's training. While team exercises continued, Neji stayed behind, working alone with Guy. The training was grueling, designed to boost Neji's strength, speed, and endurance to heights his gentle fist style had never demanded. But Neji never complained, attacking each challenge with the same resolve Guy expected from him. This was something he had to do. He had once thought of himself as strong, a prodigy. He was hailed by his clan as one of the greatest of the Hyuga, but none of that mattered when he faced Rock Lee. Lee had defeated him, outclassed him, and finished the fight with a single move. That battle had opened his eyes to a painful truth when he woke up. Neji Hyuga wasn't strong. He was a weak child, enslaved by his own biases, thinking that one's fate was dictated by the clan they were born into. Despite his status as the greatest Hyuga in generations, he remained bound as a branch member of the Hyuga clan. To him, this was how the world worked, until Lee showed him otherwise. The orphan with no family secrets or advanced techniques, only his raw hands, had torn apart everything Neji had believed. He regretted it. The spiteful, bitter Neji who had once reveled in his clan's hierarchy, laughed at Hinata's failures, and sought revenge on the main branch. But that Neji no longer existed. The memory of Hinata, the heir to the Hyuga clan, haunted him. Day after day, she was humiliated by her father. Neji had once found satisfaction in seeing the so-called perfect family fall apart, taking glee in watching his master suffer. But now, those memories disgusted him. Neji recalled the day Hayashi gave Hinata an ultimatum: prove she could be clan leader or Hanabi would replace her. And that was when Neji had to face her. It was a chance, an opportunity to finally avenge his father's death, but it didn't feel right. Hinata had always been kind, caring, and pure. Even as he thought of his father's death, Neji knew he couldn't hurt her. In that moment, he chose to walk away. He could still hear her cries, the sound of the caged bird seal being sealed onto her. The sound of her grief as she lived alone in the branch house, disowned by her father. As Neji finished his push-ups and rose to his feet, a tear began to form in his eye. He had to change. He had to become stronger for Hinata's sake and to change the Hyuga clan. The guilt weighed heavy on his heart. He silently thanked Rock Lee, and then, as his palms struck the ground, he opened the first inner gate. 4 days. Sakura Haruno had 4 days to prepare for the Chunin exams. She knew she wasn't strong enough to do it alone, but she refused to rely solely on Sasuke and Naruto's strength. So she sought help from the only person she could think of. When Team 7 had formed, they exchanged contact information for situations just like this. Sakura was thankful for Kakashi's foresight as she stood outside apartment 4C. She could hear voices from inside. "I'm telling you, Sengoku would crush Garp. You can't just say Garp wins because he doesn't rely on devil fruits." That was Naruto's voice. Slightly confused, Sakura knocked on the door. "Huh. Who's that, Sakura?" Naruto's voice sounded surprised. Sakura waited for him to open the door. True to form, Naruto pulled it open with his trademark grin. Behind him stood another boy. The boy wore a white trench coat and silver sunglasses. His serious expression contrasted sharply with Naruto's usual playful demeanor. He stood rigid, his hand placed neatly behind his back, giving off a disciplined air. "Yeah. What's up, Pinky?" Shaking off her surprise, Sakura responded. I was hoping to talk to you for a moment." Naruto raised an eyebrow and glanced back at the other boy, who didn't react. Turning back to Sakura, he shrugged. "Sure, come on in. That's Lee, by the way." Naruto walked back into the apartment, hands in his pockets as he sat on the bed. The other boy stood near the foot of the bed, watching quietly. Sakura stepped inside, feeling a bit surprised at the sight of Naruto's place. It was different from the life she had with her parents. A part of her envied his independence, unable to imagine living on her own like that. She wondered if Lee lived with him or if he had his own place too. Trying to clear her thoughts, Sakura turned to Lee and bowed slightly. Hello, I'm Sakura Haruno. It's nice to meet you. Lee responded with a small nod, his face as neutral as ever. Hello, Sakura Haruno. I am Rock Lee, a samurai of the Hidden Tree Village. Sakura blinked in confusion. A samurai. She didn't see any swords, and she didn't know where the Hidden Tree Village was. But before she could ask, Naruto chuckled. Lee, it's ninja of the Hidden Leaf Village. Lee nodded in acknowledgement of the correction before Naruto turned his focus back to Sakura. So, what did you want to talk about? Sakura swallowed hard, her heart racing. This was it. She didn't know why, but asking Naruto for help felt difficult. She was scared to ask, scared that he might reject her like everyone else. Yet she had to do this. If she wanted to stay by his side, this was the only way. As she thought about it, she realized what she truly wanted, to be stronger. To stay close to him, the one person who had always been there for her, even in small ways. She had made up her mind. With a deep breath, she bowed deeply, making her request. Please, teach me how to be stronger, she had said it. Now she just had to wait. The silence that followed felt unbearable. Then, Naruto's serious voice broke the quiet. Why? Her heart skipped a beat. His voice was stern, no trace of a smile on his face. Still, she refused to lift her head, not daring to look into his hidden gaze. Trembling, she began to plead. Because I know I'm not strong. I've always felt weak, and maybe I'll never be anything special. But I've spent so much of my life alone. I used to have no one to rely on, no one who cared. But when I spoke to you, Naruto, it felt like I wasn't alone anymore. That's why. I need to be stronger. I won't be left behind. I refuse to be alone again. So please, let me stay by your side, Naruto. By now, she was crying, her voice trembling as she poured out her heart. The silence stretched on, but finally, Naruto spoke again. Follow us. Her heart leaped in her chest as she quickly stood and rushed out of the apartment, her face lighting up with a smile. They walked through the forest, reaching one of the village's many training grounds. Sakura stood before Naruto while Lee watched silently from the side. Attack me, Naruto said. Sakura blinked in surprise, taken aback by the sudden command. Who me? Naruto laughed, glancing at Lee as if sharing an inside joke. Yeah, you, don't worry, I won't bite. Sakura hesitated but soon steeled herself. She dashed forward, raising her fist and letting out a determined battle cry. As she got close, she swung her fist toward his stomach. Naruto effortlessly dodged, stepping aside and extending his leg to trip her. She fell face first into the ground. Try again, Pinky. The two continued their training in the same manner. He never demonstrated complex techniques or stances, nor did he attempt to teach her intricate fighting styles or advanced grappling moves. His approach was entirely different from Kakashi's. Initially, their brief skirmishes would end within seconds, with her being knocked to the ground. But as time passed, she could last for nearly 30 seconds. Once again, she charged at him, raising her fist behind her as she closed the distance. As she neared, she shouted and thrust her fist forward, aiming to strike Naruto's stomach. Naruto dodged by stepping aside, extending his leg to try and trip her. She leaped over his foot, spun midair, and delivered an aerial kick aimed at his face. Naruto caught her ankle, halting the attack, and with a swift pull, tossed her into the air behind him. She quickly regained her balance, throwing a kunai before landing on her feet and dashing back at him. Naruto simply sidestepped the kunai, his hands in his pockets as he awaited her next move. She formed a series of hand signs and cast her jutsu. Clone jutsu. Illusions surrounded her, weaving in and out in an attempt to confuse Naruto. But he ignored them, watching them phase through his body before catching the high kick her real form sent toward him. He pushed against her foot, causing Sakura to lose her balance and fall with a small yelp. Landing on her rear, she looked up at Naruto with a pout, and he laughed in response. Good job, Pinky. Training's over, let's go get something to eat. He extended a hand toward her. Sakura blinked, then a small smile spread across her face. She took his hand, allowing him to help her up. Sure, the three walked through the village, eventually deciding to grab a bite at a small ramen stand. They all sat down, ordering various types of ramen. Sakura smiled as she watched Naruto and Lee eat. Naruto was laughing, poking a piece of pork stuck to Lee's face and watching it slide around. Lee ignored him, continuing to slurp his noodles with a small smile. Sakura couldn't help but grin. Watching them, with the villagers around them noticing their antics, she felt they resembled a small family. Tenten circled her opponent, throwing weapons with precision, aiming to hit her mark. There were only 3 days left until the Chunin exams, and Tenten was determined to fit in as much training as she could. Her opponent, Li, was the perfect sparring partner, difficult to land a hit on, but giving her the opportunity to work on her weaknesses in close combat. Li dodged her weapons effortlessly, closing in to strike. He sent a right punch toward her stomach, though the attack was slower and weaker than Tenten knew he was capable of. Planting her feet, she stopped herself and leaped back to avoid the punch. She quickly pulled out ninja wire, wrapping it around Li's fist, then attached the other end to a kunai and threw it, tying the wire around a nearby tree to restrict his movement. She threw kunai with one hand while launching several senbon at Li's right, the only direction he could dodge without getting tangled in the wire. Li tugged on the wire, snapping it as he jumped to the left, narrowly avoiding the kunai and senbon. He plucked one of her kunai from the air and threw it back at her before dashing behind a tree. Tenten quickly dodged the kunai and moved to follow Li, but when she peeked around the tree, he was gone. She jumped back, pulling out a kunai, her senses straining to detect his movements. She felt the cold edge of a blade at her throat. "I win." The blade retracted, and Tenten collapsed onto her knees, exhausted from the spar. After catching her breath, she groaned. I hate it when you do that. Why can't you just stay still so I can skewer you?" she joked, her body relaxing now that the spar was over. Li circled her and, stopping in front of her, looked down with his usual unreadable expression. "It wouldn't be productive for me to do so. As your fellow weapons expert, I can't let you get away so easily." Tenten's sweat dropped, sighing at Li's odd quirks. She decided to correct him once again. "Li," she said slowly, as if speaking to a child, "you're not a weapons expert." Li stood still for a moment before nodding, his expression unchanged. "Ah, that's right." Tenten sighed, standing up and stretching. Rock Lee was an odd guy, but Tenten liked him. He balanced out the extremes of Guy's fiery enthusiasm and Neji's detached attitude, acting as the glue that kept the team together. Still, he had his quirks. Lee was a messy eater, often with remnants of his meals stuck to his face. Despite being perceptive and intelligent, he had a tendency to forget things. On occasion, he would arrive late for training, apologizing for misplacing his sword, even though he didn't use one. At lunch, he'd thank Guy for buying them cookies when they had actually eaten stir-fry. Despite all this, Lee was a valuable member of the team, and Tenten was grateful for his help in training. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she turned back to Lee. "So, what do you think?" she asked, eager to hear his assessment. Lee stood there for a moment, replaying their spar in his mind. After a minute, he spoke. "You're too quick to rely on long-range combat. You need to focus more on using your weapons in close quarters. If a skilled opponent gets too close, or if you face someone with superior long-range abilities, you'll be at a disadvantage." Tenten pouted, not entirely pleased with the blunt feedback. "Well, can't you at least say something nice?" she asked. Lee paused, looking at her for a moment before shaking his head. "No, that's all." Tenten slouched, feigning despair as she theatrically wiped away imaginary tears. "Geez, Lee, you're so harsh on your teammates," she said, glancing up to see if he was reacting. There was no change in his expression. Sighing, she put on a bright smile and bounced back up. "Anyway, thanks for helping with my training today. I've been nervous about the exams, so this was a big help." Lee nodded. "Of course, do you need more of my assistance?" Tenten thought for a moment. She could use more help, but they had been at it for hours, and she needed a break. Deciding it was time for a rest, she shook her head. "No, I think I'm good for now. You can head off." "Actually, do you want to grab something to eat?" she asked, hoping for a bit more time with him. Unfortunately, Lee shook his head. "No, I have some matters to attend to." Though disappointed, Tenten felt flattered that he had taken time to train with her. She waved him off as he left the training area and decided to rest for a while. She was still a little nervous about the exams. Despite all the preparation, it was going to be one of the toughest challenges she had ever faced. With Neji and Lee by her side, though, she was confident she'd be fine. "Come back again soon," Ino called out as her last customer left the flower shop. It had been a slow day, and with nothing better to do, Ino was managing the shop alone. Choji and Asuma were out eating, probably at some barbecue place, and Shikamaru was being, well, Shikamaru lazy as ever. With the shop empty, Ino leaned over the counter, resting her head in her hands and sighing. The Chunin exams were approaching, and Asuma had signed the 3 of them up. She could have refused, but that would mean missing the chance to see Sasuke again, who was undoubtedly going to be there. Sasuke. Her thoughts drifted to the Uchiha, and memories of her rivalry with Sakura resurfaced. Years ago, When she learned that Sakura had developed a crush on Sasuke, Ino devised a plan to help Sakura gain more confidence. She pretended to like him too, even though in reality she didn't. This sparked their rivalry, but in hindsight, it had caused more harm than good. Instead of gaining confidence, Sakura had become even more withdrawn around Sasuke. Ino regretted the plan, unsure how to tell Sakura the truth, that her crush had never been real, and it was all just a way to help Sakura. But the longer she kept the lie, the harder it became to come clean. Though she had no romantic feelings for Sasuke, she still cared for him deeply. She worried about him, thinking about the trauma that haunted him and wondering what was going through his mind when he sat in class, brooding. Sasuke Uchiha was a complex person, and Ino couldn't help but analyze him, wondering where his path would take him. She considered confiding in her father but decided against it. Her father was a busy man, a key figure in the division of torture and interrogation. He had little time to be concerned with his teenage daughter's issues. Ino sighed, meandering around the shop as she began to water the potted plants. She wondered how Sakura was faring now that she was a full-fledged ninja. Sakura had never been much of a fighter. It was always academics and theoretical studies where she excelled. Seeing her succeed in that world made Ino feel guilty for involving her in the shinobi lifestyle, though part of it was Sakura's decision as well. Ino watched as the water trickled down the stem of a flower, her thoughts drifting. She had reached her breaking point. She couldn't continue like this. Ino Yamanaka needed her friend back. After the Chunin exams, she had promised herself she would tell Sakura everything, regardless of the consequences. She just hoped everything would work out. The bell above the shop door chimed as someone entered, and Ino snapped out of her reverie, returning to her work. Choji grabbed another piece of beef from the grill with his chopsticks, devouring the still sizzling morsel as quickly as it was served. Asuma-sensei had treated him to a meal at Yakiniku-kyu, a pricey restaurant, and Choji was certainly getting his money's worth, stuffing his face without restraint. "Choji, you might want to slow down a bit, the food's not going anywhere," Asuma remarked, taking a more measured bite of his own meal. Choji banged on his chest, trying to clear his throat of a food obstruction. After a few deep breaths, he smiled sheepishly. "Heh, sorry sensei, it's just too good." Asuma chuckled, shaking his head with a small grin. "It's fine, Choji, but I didn't bring you here just to eat. I wanted to talk." Choji paused mid-bite, a heavy feeling settling in his stomach that had nothing to do with the food. Slowly, he lowered his chopsticks, anxiety creeping into his voice. What did you want to talk about, Asuma-sensei?" Asuma swallowed, giving Choji a steady look before leaning forward with his hands folded in front of him. "How do you feel about the upcoming exam? You ready for it?" Asuma asked seriously. Choji blinked, taken aback by the unexpected question. His gaze dropped to the plate in front of him. I don't know, sensei. I just feel like..." He trailed off, struggling to put his feelings into words. Choji had never been the most confident, especially after years of being teased for his size and insatiable appetite. He had often doubted his abilities as a ninja, especially compared to others. But Shikamaru had always been there for him, encouraging him, never judging. Still, what did that matter in the face of real danger? After a deep breath, Choji finally spoke his fears aloud. "I don't feel ready, I don't think I'm strong enough, but I don't want to hold Ino and Shikamaru back. I don't want to be the weak link." The two sat in silence for a moment, neither touching their food. Choji's mind raced, imagining scenarios where he would fail his teammates during the exam. Asuma's voice broke through his thoughts. "You know, Choji, you're stronger than you realize." Choji's breath hitched, and he looked up at Asuma's warm, encouraging smile. "Your strength comes from your heart, your kindness, your spirit, that's what makes you strong. And listen to me when I say this." Asuma reached over, placing a hand on Choji's head in an unexpected show of affection. "You are a fine ninja, Choji Akamichi." Choji blinked back tears, feeling Asuma's words sink deep into his soul. The fear and self-doubt that had gripped him melted away. Without a second thought, Choji jumped up, swiping his chopsticks away from the food. His face burned with determination. 3 more orders of premium beef. "As if I'm made of money, Choji." Even as Asuma scolded him, there was a soft smile on his face. Shino leapt backward, narrowly dodging a series of quick strikes aimed at his chakra points. He released a cloud of bugs, sending them forward to drain Hinata's chakra. But she was quick, jumping from branch to branch, skillfully avoiding the swarm. As Shino withdrew his bugs, losing sight of Hinata, he readied himself for a counterattack. They were just a few days away from the Chunin exams, and Hinata had asked him to spar with her to prepare. He had agreed, and now, a half-hour into their practice, the battle was at a standstill. Just as he felt a kunai fly toward him from behind, Shino ducked, narrowly evading the weapon and spinning around to face his opponent. Hinata was already there, palms in motion. Shino tried to retreat, but it was too late. A series of strikes hit him across his torso, each one causing his chakra to falter. He felt like it was slipping away from him. His bugs began to crawl from his sleeves, clinging to Hinata's skin as they attempted to drain her chakra. But Hinata didn't stop. She continued her assault, relentlessly targeting his chakra points. Eventually, she leaped back, collapsing to her knees, exhausted. Shino called off his bugs as he too sank to the ground, panting. He looked at his opponent, admiration in his gaze. "You've improved, Hinata. This match ended in a draw, but your stealth has gotten better." Hinata looked up, smiling weakly, sweat dripping down her face. She tried to get to her feet but collapsed again, her legs too wobbly to support her. "Heh, thank you, Shino. That means a lot," she whispered, her voice tired but grateful. The two sat in silence for a while, both of them feeling the weight of their intense sparring. It was rare for their training matches to last long, both fighters' styles were meant to exhaust, pushing each other to the limit. Shino stood first, offering his hand to help Hinata up. Once she was steady on her feet, Shino suggested a change in pace. "How about we check on Kiba and Kurenai-sensei?" Hinata nodded, still catching her breath, and the two made their way to a nearby clearing where Kiba and Akamaru were sparring against their Jonin-sensei. They settled down a few meters away, careful not to get too close to the action. Kiba was once again relying on his chaotic but powerful taijutsu, spinning through the air in a blur of attacks, trying to land a hit on Kurenai. Kurenai, ever the composed Jonin, effortlessly dodged his attacks, her movements fluid and precise. Eventually, Kiba's stamina ran low, and he landed on the ground, panting heavily. Kurenai turned to the others and waved them over. "How did it go?" she asked, her voice warm. Shino answered first, detailing the outcome of his match with Hinata. "It was a tie. Hinata's gotten stronger." Kurenai smiled and clapped her hands, clearly pleased. "Well done, Hinata. I knew you could do it." Hinata blushed deeply, her hands moving to hide behind her back as she looked away, overwhelmed by the praise. Thank you, Kurenai-sensei," she stammered shyly. Kiba, having recovered from his fight, rushed over to join the conversation. "You tied with Shino. That's awesome, Hinata," he said, giving her an enthusiastic high five. Hinata's face turned redder at the attention, but she smiled, meeting Kiba's hand for a soft high five. "Why don't we go grab something to eat?" Kiba suggested, his energy returning. "It'll be fun," Kurenai smiled, already knowing the answer. "Sure, Kiba, let's go. And Kiba's treating us," she added with a teasing smile. Kiba's eyes widened in disbelief as he quickly followed them out of the forest, trying to keep up with Kurenai's pace. "Wait, I'm treating," he shouted. The group walked back toward the village, with Kiba excitedly recounting his battle while Kurenai teased him about the details. As they made their way to a ramen shop, Kurenai checked in on their progress. "You've all been improving a lot. Do you feel ready for the exams?" Kiba grinned confidently. "Of course, you better be ready, Kurenai-sensei. You'll be famous for being the sensei of Team Kiba," Shino muttered under his breath. "Team Kiba, more like Team Akamaru." Kiba turned to glare at him, clearly ready for another friendly argument. "What did you say, Shino?" he growled. Kurenai laughed, watching the exchange with amusement before addressing the group again. "Well, I'm glad to see such confidence," she said, looking at each of them in turn. She turned to Hinata. "And you, Hinata, do you think you're ready?" Hinata, still catching her breath, stared at her hands. They were rough, calloused from years of hard work, but her fists were steady. She looked up at Kurenai with quiet confidence. "I'm ready, Kurenai-sensei." The others smiled, proud of how much the girl had grown over the past few weeks. As the food was served, Team 8 eagerly dug in. They were prepared. The desert stretched out before them, the sun's intense heat pressing down as they moved forward. Sweat dripped down her face as Temari kept an eye on her brothers, who were ahead of her. Kankuro wore his black outfit, shielding him from the heat, with his puppet, Crow, secured on his back. He'd been complaining about the heat, irritating her, until Gaara had silenced him with a cold remark. "Keep quiet, or I'll deal with you." The group had proceeded in silence since then, her thoughts drifting to her younger brother. Gaara walked ahead, his sand hovering over him, forming an umbrella to protect him from the sun. Temari cursed at herself for forgetting to bring an umbrella. They were heading toward the Leaf Village, their mission to participate in the Chunin exams. Temari couldn't decide how she felt about their objective. The plan to betray the Leaf didn't sit well with her. The Leaf was a strong village with powerful shinobi and the nine-tailed fox. Even though they had no proof of an enemy Jinchuriki, Temari doubted the risk was worth it. Her brother was incredibly strong, monstrously so, but still just one person. The hidden sand was relying on him, hoping his transformation into Shukaku would be enough to destroy the majority of the leaf. Temari didn't trust the plan. The leaf had a history of defeating tailed beasts. Yet she followed her orders. The council and her father had insisted on the strategy, aligning with the new hidden sound village, a place she knew little about. She sighed, wondering what their leaders were thinking. She worried about Gaara. She wasn't sure he could survive if the plan unfolded as intended. She feared him, his bloodlust seemed endless. But deep down, he was her brother, and she remembered a time when he had been a sweet, gentle boy, before he had become the monster he was now. That boy had vanished one night, replaced by Gaara of the desert. Temari suspected her father was somehow involved, though she had never confronted him. Her father was a militaristic man, offering only the information he felt necessary. Family matters were no exception. Eventually, the landscape changed, revealing a dense forest ahead. Temari, Gaara, Kankuro, and their sensei Baki took to the treetops, speeding up as they jumped from branch to branch. They traveled like this for hours, the journey silent. Kankuro, usually the most talkative, was still reeling from Gaara's threat and hadn't said a word. Nightfall came, and they set up camp. Around a small campfire, they ate their dry rations, which tasted like cardboard. Growing up in the desert, Temari thought that was a new low. While they ate, Kankuro finally broke the silence, still chewing. "So, are we almost there, Baki-sensei?" Baki glanced over at Kankuro, swallowing his own ration. "No, we've got 2 more days of travel. The Chunin exams are in 3 days." Kankuro blinked, looking bewildered for a moment before responding. "Aren't we cutting it kind of close? Why did the council wait so long to send us?" He had a point, it was a tight schedule. Normally, they would arrive a week early, stay in a hotel until the exams began. Was the situation in the sand worse than Temari had thought? Baki confirmed her concerns. "The council can't afford to pamper us in the leaf. Sending us late helps save money. Everything is going toward this operation." The hidden sand had been struggling ever since the Lord of the Land of Wind began outsourcing missions to Konoha. This had devastated their economy, and now they were desperate, lashing out at the leaf. Temari hated it. They were caught between a rock and a hard place. They had tried to convince the Lord of the Wind to change his stance, but he refused, preferring the leaf's ninja over their own. Asking the leaf for help would be politically disastrous. The leaf would take advantage of their weakness, binding the sand village to them, and that was unacceptable. The only option left was war. The thought terrified Temari. She was brave, but she had heard enough about the horrors of war from older ninja. She didn't want to experience it. She wished the Lord of Wind would just come to his senses, but he didn't care about the people, just about his status. Temari sighed, trying to shake off her frustration. She hadn't realized she'd tuned out the rest of Kankuro and Baki's conversation. Probably more complaints from Kankuro, she figured. They settled into their sleeping bags, ready for rest. Gaara remained awake, standing guard as usual. Sleeping with someone like Gaara on watch should have been unsettling, but after so many missions with him, Temari had grown accustomed to it. Closing her eyes, sleep began to take her. The long journey had drained her energy. Her dreams were filled with flying kunai and the sound of blood being spilled. He heard the clattering of keys before the door handle turned, signaling the arrival of the guard. Holding a flashlight, the ninja began scanning the room. The door had been left ajar, so once the guard was far enough, he swiftly slipped out and crawled along the ceiling. Without hesitation, he made his way outside and headed home. The night was cold, the chill biting at his skin. He could see several shinobi leaping from rooftop to rooftop, patrolling the village. Carefully, he avoided them, his heart racing at the thought of being caught. His mind scrambled for an explanation in case he was discovered, but fortunately, he didn't need one. He had made it back safely. Closing the door behind him, Kabuto sat at his dining table to unwind, allowing the adrenaline to leave his body. After a few moments, he retrieved the info card and began to read. Kurama observed as his host sparred with the pink-haired girl. She was weak, embarrassingly so, yet Naruto seemed determined to train her. Kurama growled in frustration. The boy had caught him off guard yet again. Back in the so-called Land of Waves, he had witnessed something unexpected grief. Naruto Uzumaki, a boy once filled with nothing but anger, had mourned the loss of a person named Haku, someone he barely knew. Kurama couldn't fathom it, this strange, human sentiment. And now, here he was, wasting his time on a weakling, trying to lift her up as though she were worth more than cannon fodder. Kurama didn't understand it. The boy had more hate than even him, and yet he was helping her, offering advice and support when she faltered. It disgusted him. Naruto hadn't visited him since the incident with Haku. He had been preoccupied, training with another boy, Lee or Virgo or whatever his name was. Watching them spar, Kurama understood why Naruto hadn't asked for his power. He didn't need it, at least not yet. Kurama's thoughts drifted to the old man and his prophecy. He remembered waiting for the savior to appear, his faith in the old man unwavering. He also recalled the first time humans sought to seal him away, turning him into nothing more than a weapon of war. That faith wavered after each betrayal. As the last of his kind, Kurama had watched his kin fall, and humanity came for him too. He was sick of waiting. He became a creature of wrath, destroying everything in his path. The old man had saved humanity, but they repaid him with contempt. Kurama couldn't keep the faith any longer. He couldn't be like the old man. Yet Naruto was different. He was filled with anger and hate, yes, but deep down, he longed for connection. Kurama witnessed this firsthand, and the prophecy echoed in his mind. He remembered Haku's words to Naruto. True strength comes when you're fighting to protect the ones you care about. If you're so strong that even disease can't bring you down, it means you have a lot of people relying on you. Kurama closed his eyes. He was looking forward to their next meeting. There was much to discuss, and a small part of him missed that irritating fool's laugh. Konohamaru was running through the village, trying to find his new role model. He had finally convinced his grandpa to get him new clothes, wanting to emulate Naruto. After searching for nearly an hour, he was about to give up when he spotted him. A blonde walking with a pink-haired girl he didn't recognize, both dressed in ninja gear. "Hey Naruto, over here boss," he called out. Naruto turned, looking down at him with that trademark grin. Konohamaru proudly showed off his new outfit. "So, what do you think?" "Pretty cool, huh boss?" Naruto raised an eyebrow, inspecting the outfit. Then he responded with mock surprise. "What are you wearing, Konohamaru?" Konohamaru was taken aback. That couldn't be right, could it? Sure, his new orange jumpsuit was a little big, a little bright, and a bit worn, but he found it at a thrift store. It was stylish. Better than Naruto's outfit in his mind. He couldn't understand why Naruto didn't like it. "It's my new outfit. Are you jealous or something?" Naruto laughed, admitting defeat in the face of his rival's superior fashion. "Sure kid, it suits you, keep it." Konohamaru beamed, feeling like a champion. His excitement grew. "Hey Naruto, want to play ninja? The pink girl can join too, it'll be fun." Naruto chuckled, shaking his head. "Sorry kid, no time today, we've got the Chunin exams coming up. Maybe next time." Konohamaru groaned. Responsibilities always got in the way. He sighed, shoulders slumped. "Fine, but you better come play ninja with me later or I'll never forget it." As he ran off, he suddenly ran into something. Looking up, he found himself face to face with a man in a black catsuit, wearing makeup. Before Konohamaru could say anything, the man grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. "Watch where you're going, kid," the man said, irritation clear in his voice. There was another person with him, a pretty dark-haired girl with something tied to her back. Konohamaru's breath caught when he saw the strange headband on the man's forehead. He couldn't place it, but it definitely wasn't from the Leaf Village. "Kankuro, we don't have time for this. Let the kid go and let's go," the girl said. Konohamaru, still trembling, nodded and tried to back off, but Kankuro seemed to be enjoying it. "Relax, Temari, I just want to have a little fun with him." Kankuro's laugh made Konohamaru's stomach twist, but just as things were looking bad, he saw Naruto's hand grab Kankuro's wrist, his grip tightening with a painful crack. Konohamaru quickly scrambled to his feet and hid behind the girl, eager to watch as Naruto handled the situation. "Heh heh, you should have done your homework before entering the village. Attacking the Hokage's grandson doesn't really scream friendly relations, does it?" Temari's face paled as she shot a glare at Kankuro, who was now nursing his wrist. Naruto let go of Kankuro, the man retreating slightly. "Apologies, we didn't know who he was," Temari said, bowing slightly. "I'm Temari, and this is my brother Kankuro. We're here for the Chunin exams." Kankuro's a little fidgety. "Please forgive him," Naruto laughed, looking over at Konohamaru. "Kid, you accept their apology?" he asked. Konohamaru gave a thumbs down, eager for Naruto to take action. Naruto just chuckled. "Don't worry about it, he'll get over it, but you'd better get going. You've only got half an hour before the exams start." Temari's eyes widened in panic. "What? Kankuro, hurry up." She yanked Kankuro by his hair, dragging him away as he grumbled. Konohamaru looked up at Naruto, his brow furrowing. "Wait a second, shouldn't you be hurrying too? They seem to be in a rush." Naruto chuckled, ruffling Konohamaru's hair. "Nah. The exams aren't for another 2 hours." Konohamaru grinned. His boss was always one step ahead. He reflected on that night, on the words that had been spoken. He couldn't grasp it. Why did Itachi seek to challenge himself? Why did he think the only way to do that was to wipe out their family? What did he mean when he spoke of acquiring eyes like his? It was beyond his comprehension, and honestly, it didn't matter. Understanding wouldn't bring his family back. Itachi was still the one responsible. Sasuke entered the academy, noticing Naruto and Sakura already there. Sakura waved at him with a smile. Sasuke was surprised. She looked a lot different. Well, she still had bruises covering her, but there was something else, a radiance he hadn't seen before. Maybe she'd been training and was gaining some confidence. Good, she needed it. He joined them, and they walked in silence to the examination room. As they made their way up to the second floor, they encountered a commotion in the hallway. A crowd of genin was gathered in front of one of the doors, labeled as Room 301. So this is it, Genjutsu. A way to separate the weak from the strong, Sasuke thought as he observed the group. He moved closer and saw two leaf genin standing at the door, blocking anyone from entering effortlessly. Disguised Chunin, no way two genin could hold back this many people. One of the disguised Chunin spoke up, addressing the crowd. He wore his headband like a bandana, with black bangs framing his face. Listen up. You're not cut out for this if you can't even get past us. Go home, still don't believe me, watch this. He dashed toward a boy in a trench coat with a bowl haircut, sending a fast, crushing kick at his midsection. A shockwave followed the blow. The kid flew backward, screaming in pain or not. Sasuke stared, confused. The boy just stood there, absorbing the hit with no visible effect. The Chunin pulled his leg back, equally baffled. Then the boy bent his legs, leaped back, and slammed into the wall behind him, cracking it. Ow, he said in a calm voice that didn't seem to match the situation. His expression was stone cold, almost unnervingly serious. Lee, a girl's voice shouted. She stormed up to the boy who was now leaning against the cracked wall. She had black hair styled in two neat buns and her clothing was traditional. She looked pissed. You call that acting? That was terrible. You said you were good at it. Another boy approached them, a member of the Hyuga clan. It's fine, Tenten, there's nothing we can do. Let's head to the examination room. Come on, Lee. Sasuke saw an opportunity to test his strength. He had never seen anyone take a blow like that, and not even flinch. He doubted even Kakashi could pull that off. He had to fight this Lee, and see just how much he had improved. Hey, you with the strange haircut. Lee stopped and turned slightly without fully facing him. He stared, waiting for Sasuke to continue. You look strong. Fight me, Sasuke said with a smirk, hoping to provoke him. Lee didn't react for a moment, then shifted his gaze to Naruto. Naruto chuckled. Don't hurt him too badly, Lee. I need him for the exam, you know. Lee nodded and walked past Sasuke, heading downstairs. He paused for a moment and looked back. Well, are you coming? Sasuke, despite a sudden sense of hesitation, nodded. He couldn't back out now, but his pride wouldn't let him quit. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling of unease as he followed Lee and his teammates. Their conversation didn't make him feel any better. Hey, don't you think we should stop this, Neji? Lee's gonna kill him. It'll be fine, Tenten. I'm sure Lee will hold back. Yeah, but do you remember what happened to the last guy? Tenten, we don't talk about that. Fine, but you're cleaning the mess if it happens again. Who knew that hitting someone hard enough would? Tenten, yeah, whatever. I still don't understand why you guys are so obsessed with that. Great, Sasuke thought. This was definitely helping his nerves. They finally reached a spacious room where they could duel. They still had 20 minutes before the exam started. Sasuke and Lee took their positions, each waiting for the other to make the first move. Sasuke was the one to act first, rushing Lee and aiming a spinning roundhouse kick at his face. His shin connected with the side of Lee's face. Sasuke felt pain flare in his leg, but it wasn't Lee who seemed to feel it. It was like kicking metal. He almost thought he felt something crack in his shin. Quickly retracting his leg, he threw a punch at Lee's solar plexus, but once again, it was like hitting iron. Lee hadn't even moved. Fine, if that's how it's going to be, Sasuke jumped back, hands flying through seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu, he froze. Lee was in front of him now, one hand on his chest. Sasuke tried to pull away, but it was too late. Lee shoved him back, sending him into the wall behind him. Sasuke stared up in confusion. Lee was still there, his fist pulled back, ready to strike. Sasuke braced for the blow, but it never came. He opened his eyes. Lee's fist was mere inches from his face. A single finger extended, piercing the wall beside Sasuke's head with perfect precision. Lee pulled back his hand, leaving a clean hole in the concrete. Sasuke's legs gave out. He collapsed, leaning against the wall as he realized how close he had come to death. Lee, completely unfazed, walked back upstairs, hands behind his back, not even breaking a sweat. Sasuke slowly stood, facing Naruto and Sakura, both of whom were frowning. He walked with them to the examination room in silence. He had lost. Once again, he had lost. He felt like he wasn't even in the game anymore. He hadn't expected that. When Sasuke arrived, Daffy could tell that he was in one of his moods again. When he challenged Virgo, he had thought the loss would trigger Sasuke's pride, giving Virgo the green light to continue their fight. But that wasn't what happened. Sasuke had looked scared. That was the only way Daffy could describe it. There was a fear in him that he hadn't seen before, but it wasn't fear of Virgo, it was something else. Something deeper, as if Virgo had triggered a memory. Daffy understood that. He still had the nightmares, waking in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat. The heat, the bandaged eye that sharpened his senses, the sounds of the crowd, and the screams of his brother and father. The sensation of his conqueror's haki flowing through his veins for the first time. He knew that fear all too well. Daffy waited for Sasuke to join them. He glanced at Sakura. When she had come to him a few days ago, asking to train, he had been surprised. But her resolve had been evident, just like the others in his old family. She wanted to grow stronger, wanted to stay by his side just like them. He had asked Virgo for advice, but there was none. This was something only he could decide. So he took Sakura in, trained her, and brought her into his fold. The thought still made him hesitate, unsure of the future. But when he looked at her, he couldn't help but picture her pale, lifeless face sinking into the ocean. The thought filled him with rage. He couldn't let that happen. Whether he continued his revenge against the world or not, one thing was clear. He would protect his family, he wouldn't fail them again. Ha, of course, Naruto's team is going to be here. With him around, these other chumps don't stand a chance. A loud voice boomed. Kiba appeared from the crowd of genin, with Hinata and Shino by his side. Heh heh heh, glad to see you believe in me so much. The three rookie teams gathered, finally coming together after their graduation. Oh, shut up, Kiba. Naruto's not the only one here who's strong. Don't forget about my man Sasuke. That was Ino, if you didn't know. As she said that, Naruto could tell she was eyeing Sakura. Interesting. You know, you might want to keep it down, you're drawing quite a bit of attention. A voice called out from a genin in the crowd, someone not from their graduating class. The rookie 9 turned toward him, puzzled. He had white hair tied in a ponytail, black-rimmed circular glasses, and a small smirk. He was crouched by the wall, a deck of cards in hand. Kiba was the first to respond. Oh yeah. And why's that 4 eyes? The genin chuckled lightly at the insult. Why, just look around. They did as instructed, noticing all the other genin staring at them, a bloodthirsty gleam in their eyes. Daffy couldn't help but smirk. This was going to be fun. The mysterious genin continued his conversation. Take it from someone with experience in these exams, you'll want to keep a low profile. It only gets harder from here. I'm Kabuto, by the way. Shino picked up on his words. Experience, so you've taken the exam before. Kabuto chuckled nervously, his calm demeanor cracking as he scratched his cheek. Well yes, actually, this is my 7th time heh. Shikamaru groaned. 7th time. I knew this was going to be a drag. Ino smacked him on the back of the head. Ow, what was that for? That's for always being a lazy bum. Kabuto raised his deck of cards. Luckily for you, I might be able to help. These are my ninja info cards, packed with all the information I've gathered on every participant here. Anyone you'd like to know about? He shuffled the deck. Sakura spoke up first. Do you have Kankuro? No last name. Kabuto nodded, pulling a card from the deck. He infused chakra into it, and a picture began to form, revealing Kankuro's profile. Looks like he's from the hidden sand village. He's the Kasuke's son. Very skilled with puppets, it says here. Never fought one, but I've heard the stories. Those puppets are full of deadly tricks, and their poison attacks are something to avoid. He's tricky, so watch out for him. Anyone else? While the mention of puppet user intrigued Naruto, something else caught his attention. He decided to test a theory. Naruto Uzumaki, he said with a grin. Kabuto's smile never wavered, but Naruto noticed a slight twitch. Kabuto already knew who he was, and his facade of calmness seemed a little too practiced. Kabuto grabbed another card, reading its contents aloud. Naruto Uzumaki. Graduated at the top of his class, excelling in taijutsu and a unique ninjutsu involving chakra strings. Completed 12 D-rank missions and 1 B-rank. Kabuto seemed surprised, but Naruto wasn't fooled. He already knew the information Kabuto was reading, and it was an act. Records of missions were supposed to be confidential, accessible only by the ninja in question and the Hokage. How did Kabuto get his hands on that? Naruto's haki told him Kabuto was far stronger than a regular genin. He'd have to have a word with the Hokage about this. Anything else? Kabuto asked. Before Naruto could respond, a door slammed open, interrupting him. Several Chunin entered, led by a Jonin. The Jonin was a large man, heavily scarred with a bandana on his head. All right, everyone, listen up, he barked. I'm Ibiki Morino, the proctor for the first exam. If you don't want to fail immediately, form a line in front of the two chunin and grab a number. Then sit your ass down. So, the first exam was a written test, huh? Interesting. Daffy grabbed a number and sat down in the third row, next to Hinata, and someone he didn't recognize. Ibiki began explaining the rules in a complicated way, likely trying to confuse the participants. Daffy found it interesting as he glanced down at the test paper passed out to them. The questions were brutally difficult. These weren't the kind of questions any normal genin could answer. Even Daffy had no idea where to start on some of them. The rules were strange too. Everyone started with 10 points, losing one for each wrong answer or unanswered question. This meant you could technically pass by only getting one question correct. But there was something else that stood out. If you got caught cheating 3 times, you'd be disqualified. But why allow so many chances? The answer was obvious. They were meant to cheat. Most of the genin couldn't answer the questions, forcing them to resort to cheating in a room full of ever-watchful chunin. Daffy found himself liking Ibiki more and more. If that was all, this would be easy. Daffy could answer at least one of the questions. As he did, he looked around, noting there were still 45 minutes left before the 10th question. He decided to have some fun while thinning out the competition. He subtly aimed his fingers at the ceiling, getting to work. Parasite string. He connected to a nameless genin behind him, manipulating his movements. He could hear the boy whispering, panicking as he couldn't understand why his body was moving on its own. Daffy made the boy turn toward the person next to him, forcing him to throw a punch that landed in the face of the other genin. A kunai shot through the air, narrowly missing Daffy, embedding itself into the desk in front of the boy he was controlling. Daffy quickly severed the connection, restoring the boy's control. One of the proctors spoke up. Number 112, you're disqualified. Numbers 64 and 35 are also failing. W8. That wasn't me, I swear. The boy shouted as he was dragged out, his teammates following with looks of shame. Ibiki stepped forward after the boy had been removed. Listen up, if anyone tries anything like that again, you're out. Now continue your test. Daffy chuckled at his words. Like that, Ibiki wasn't bothered by the attacks, just by how blatant they were. It was clear he expected the genin to be more subtle. Firing his string again, Daffy took control of another genin in the front row. The boy struggled, but it was useless. Daffy was much stronger. The boy couldn't break free. He made him pick up a pencil, guiding his hand as though he were preparing to throw it like a dart. Ibiki watched intently, a silent challenge in his eyes. Daffy grinned, the boy whimpered, and the pencil flew across the room. Ibiki collected the tests later, his thoughts lingering on the strange strings he'd seen, landing on the control of the participants. He couldn't quite place it, but Naruto Uzumaki unnerved him. The boy was too confident, too experienced, and seemed to have more tricks up his sleeve than anyone could guess. Heh heh heh. Pinky's got a point there, Sasuke. As dull as it might be, let's just hurry through this little test, Daffy chuckled. Sasuke glanced at him then nodded. Fine, Naruto, you're a sensory type, right? Sasuke asked. Daffy gave a confirming nod. Good, lead us to a nearby team, and maybe they'll have an earth scroll. They nodded in agreement, but before Daffy could make a comment about how mature Sasuke was acting, his senses flared. His haki picked up a dangerous presence closing in on them. We need to move now. Without hesitation, Daffy darted into the trees, his teammates quickly following. The presence was closing in rapidly. Daffy wanted to move faster, but that would mean leaving Sakura and Sasuke behind. They pressed forward, but the threat was almost upon them. He was about to urge them to speed up when his haki warned him of an incoming attack, ninjutsu. He spun to his left, raising his arms to shield himself as a fierce wind slammed into him. The force sent him crashing through the forest, trying to stop himself with his strings, but the sheer power of the attack and his own momentum tore through everything he attached to. Eventually, he managed to stop, landing on a branch, just as he sensed an enormous creature looming behind him. He turned to face it, meeting the gaze of its giant eyes and forked tongue. It hissed. Wind style. Great breakthrough. The blast of wind hit him directly, pushing him back. Though Orochimaru had been curious about the blonde boy, his true target was Sasuke and his Sharingan. He had planned on testing Sasuke's abilities first, but Naruto's interference meant a delay. Orochimaru had planned to take out a genin team to infiltrate the exam, but thanks to Kabuto's intel about Naruto, he adjusted his strategy. Using a summon scroll, Orochimaru called forth another giant snake and climbed onto its head. He had to be cautious, as using high-level techniques would risk alerting the Hokage. Naruto, Sakura cried, her voice full of worry as the boy was sent flying through the trees. Orochimaru's lips twisted into a grin as he appeared in front of them, eyes falling on Sasuke. He was reminded of Itachi. How they resembled each other, yet the hatred between them was a tragic thing. "Who are you? What did you do to Naruto?" Sasuke demanded, his anger rising. Orochimaru savored the boy's voice. This was the moment he'd been waiting for since Itachi had effortlessly defeated him. Now, he could begin his plans to acquire the ultimate weapon. "Oh, don't worry about him, Sasuke. I just moved him out of the way for a little while. What I'm more interested in is you," Orochimaru replied, a low chuckle escaping him. He watched as Sasuke's eyes transformed into the Sharingan. It was still incomplete, but it was something. Patience was key. "Ah, the Sharingan," Orochimaru mused. "It's not quite like your brother's, is it? Weaker." Sasuke's rage flared. He charged at Orochimaru, kunai in hand, only for Orochimaru to deftly dodge his attacks. The two exchanged blows, Sasuke's wild aggression contrasting with Orochimaru's fluid, almost unnatural movements. With a quick strike, Orochimaru knocked the kunai from Sasuke's hand and kicked him away. Sasuke quickly regained his footing, performing hand signs as he did. A wire shot out, binding Orochimaru to the nearby tree. "Fire style, dragon flame jutsu," Sasuke shouted. A stream of fire shot down the wire, growing in intensity as it neared Orochimaru. The flames ignited on him, but to his dismay, the damage was minimal. His body had been altered to withstand much more than that. Orochimaru faded into the tree behind him, healing as he went. He reappeared behind Sasuke, ready to apply the curse seal. But before he could, Sakura screamed, "Sasuke!" Her warning came too late, and Orochimaru lunged for his neck, fangs bared. Just then he felt something strike him in the face, sending him crashing into a nearby tree. He looked up to see who had attacked him. It was Naruto. "Heh heh heh. That's rude, starting the fun without the guest of honor," Naruto smirked. Orochimaru blinked, now intrigued. He had doubted Kabuto's claim that Naruto would be of interest, but now, seeing him land such a powerful blow, he almost regretted killing the man who had told him about the boy. Almost, Orochimaru twisted his jaw with a sickening crack and smiled at Naruto. "Sasuke, Sakura, take this," he said, handing them an earth scroll. "Head to the central tower. I've got a little lesson to teach tall, pale, and freaky here." Sasuke and Sakura grabbed the scroll and hurried off, glancing back at Naruto with concern in their eyes. Orochimaru eyed Naruto. "You're quite confident, aren't you?" Before Naruto could respond, Orochimaru leaped from the tree and struck at him. Naruto jumped into the air, dodging with ease and landing a powerful kick. Orochimaru blocked the attack and countered with a punch. But Naruto dodged it by kicking off the air itself, his body twisting in midair with remarkable speed. "So, this is how he uses those strings," Orochimaru mused. The strings connected to Naruto's body allowed him to maneuver with incredible precision, dodging at high speeds. Orochimaru quickly summoned his Kusanagi blade, extending it to cut through the strings. He swung it back, aiming for Naruto's stomach, but Naruto twisted midair, evading the strike effortlessly. Orochimaru growled in frustration. He had to have Naruto, but now he had to choose between the two. He would take Naruto's body and implant Sasuke's eyes into it, creating the perfect vessel. His neck stretched toward Naruto, mouth open wide, ready to bite into his neck. But as he made contact, something strange happened. He tasted no blood. Instead, he found himself surrounded by thousands of strings. His eyes widened in shock. Desperate, Orochimaru used his substitution technique, shedding his skin and emerging as another version of himself. He darted away, the boy's power too overwhelming to confront at this moment. His chakra reserves were too low, and the presence of other ninjas made him wary. He had failed today, but he had learned something vital. Naruto Uzumaki was powerful, and Orochimaru needed that power. Daffy observed from a nearby branch, watching the powerful figure retreat. That had been too close. Whoever that person was, they were incredibly strong. If he hadn't dealt with the giant snake and returned when he did, he wasn't sure what would have happened to Sakura and Sasuke. He glanced down at the remaining snake, which was hissing and searching the forest, likely looking for him. What were these creatures? They seemed almost sentient and had appeared out of nowhere, completely eluding his haki. That was troubling. He had never encountered anything capable of avoiding his observation haki, yet these snakes had done so effortlessly. If the man was capable of the same, Daffy spread his arms, releasing several strings from his fingers and wrapping them around the snake. The creature thrashed, realizing it had been captured and feeling the sharp strings cutting into its skin. Daffy tugged, gradually driving his strings deeper into the beast. He kept pulling until the snake was torn to pieces. He leapt down, landing near its remains to examine it. It seemed to be an ordinary, albeit massive, snake, nothing unusual. That was until it vanished in a puff of smoke. Daffy sprang into the air, his haki extending outward as he braced for any incoming danger. After a tense moment and sensing nothing, he relaxed his guard. He looked down, baffled. The snake's corpse had completely disappeared, as if it had never been there. Shaking off his curiosity, Daffy reminded himself he had more pressing matters. He needed to catch up with his team. He thought about the man he had just fought, one of the strongest opponents he'd encountered since his rebirth. The man was formidable, clever too, quickly spotting and severing his strings. He was the first to do so besides Virgo, who was already aware of them. But that wasn't the only thing that made him dangerous. The man was eerily similar to the snakes he had sent at him. His body seemed to bend and mold as though malleable, and his regeneration was nearly limitless. Daffy had seen his clone heal from burn marks, likely from one of Sasuke's techniques. What worried him most, though, were his eyes, those intense, almost possessive eyes. He couldn't quite figure out what the man wanted, but he would make sure to kill him next time they crossed paths. Jumping from branch to branch, Daffy paused, his haki detecting something unusual. He turned toward the right, sensing two powerful presences deep in the forest. They weren't as strong as the man he had just fought, but they posed a threat in their own right. It reminded him of something, causing him to place a hand over his stomach. It had been some time since he last visited the enigmatic fox. His visits had always been more out of curiosity than anything else, intrigued by the Ninetail's nature. He would talk to it, at least. He assumed it was male given its deep voice, just to pass the time, observing the beast watching him in return. He often wondered what was going through its mind, as if it couldn't quite believe what it was seeing. Daffy knew he was unique, but the fox's gaze always felt different, like it saw something he didn't. Sighing, Daffy realized he needed a better name for the grumpy creature, if it even had one. He was getting tired of referring to it as the fox or Ninetails. He briefly thought of visiting it now to ask what it knew about these presences. Could there be more beings like it out there, more tailed beasts? He didn't know, but he didn't have the time to investigate further. His priority was still to find Sasuke and Sakura. He turned toward the center of the forest and continued moving toward his team. Meanwhile, Hinata was running at full speed, trying to escape, with Kiba and Shino hot on her heels, just as frightened as she was. She couldn't process what she had just witnessed. They had stumbled upon two groups of ninjas fighting. Initially, they planned to ambush the victor and steal both scrolls, but they quickly changed their minds. The boy, Gaara, was a monster. She and her team had to watch in horror as he casually tortured the enemy ninja, grinding them slowly into the ground with his sand. His cold detachment as he did it was terrifying. His unblinking gaze never wavered as his victims begged for mercy. His expression remained unchanged, as if he were taking a stroll through the forest instead of murdering someone. Hinata could only think back to her training. Her progress felt meaningless in the face of such power. How could anyone possibly fight someone like that? She never wanted to encounter Gaara again. They had been running for what felt like hours. Finally, Hinata stopped, signaling the others to do the same. They leaned on their knees, panting, trying to recover. Kiba was the first to speak, his usual confidence replaced by fear. What the hell was that, you guys? Hinata and Shino didn't respond immediately, still trying to catch their breath. Shino stood up and addressed Kiba with a grim tone. I'm not sure, but I suggest we avoid him for now. Yeah, no kidding, Shino. That guy just turned an entire team into a pile of blood. Hinata soon caught her breath and intervened to defuse the situation. Guys, we still need to get a scroll. Let's just forget about him and find another team. Kiba and Shino exchanged a look before nodding in agreement. Kiba collapsed onto the ground, sitting cross-legged. All right, Hinata, just give me a minute. Hinata nodded, taking a seat to recover from the adrenaline rush. Shino remained vigilant, keeping watch. After about 10 minutes, Kiba stood up, now recharged. All right, let's go. Hinata, use your Byakugan to find a scroll. Hinata was startled by the outburst, but quickly adjusted. Kiba had always been reliable, bouncing back no matter the situation. Even after the nightmare they had witnessed, he was ready to go again. Hinata nodded, forming a hand sign to activate her Byakugan. Byakugan, her vision expanded, revealing every detail around her. She could see the wildlife in the forest, and was amazed by the plants swaying in the wind and birds flying between the trees. But using it here, she was terrified. Her Byakugan revealed the horrifying sight of plants growing teeth, devouring innocent animals, and deadly creatures lurking in the shadows. Gulping, she scanned the area for a team with an earth scroll. After a few minutes, she spotted 3 grass ninjas resting by a campfire. This was their opportunity. I found one, she announced. Kiba grinned, giving her a thumbs up. Lead the way, Hinata, she nodded and led the way to their next targets. When they arrived, they kept to the trees, observing the camp below. Kiba quickly formulated a plan. All right, Shino, you take the lead with your bugs. Focus on their faces while Hinata, Akamaru, and I move in to take them down. Ready? They nodded in unison, even Akamaru. Okay, Hinata, you take the one with the long hair. We'll handle the other two. Let's go. Shino summoned his insects, and as one of the grass ninjas looked up, they descended. Hinata acted swiftly, blocking the long-haired woman's chakra points and striking her internal organs. Within moments, the enemy ninja was incapacitated, and Hinata grabbed the scroll from her pocket. She glanced over and saw Kiba had already dealt with his opponents. Holding up the scroll, she declared their success. The team began heading back toward the central tower, eager to leave the area after witnessing Gaara's terrifying power. Meanwhile, Virgo returned to his camp, dragging a bear's carcass behind him. Neji and Tent, who had just finished off a rival team, stared at him, wide-eyed. Confused, he approached them, tossing the bear's corpse before asking, "Is this sufficient?" Tenton glanced at the bear and then up at him, giving a quiet nod. Virgo returned the gesture. "Good, I'll stand guard while you two prepare the meal. Let me know when you're done." With a leap, Virgo ascended to the tree line, using his haki to scan for any signs of trouble. He settled on a branch, his thoughts drifting to the past few weeks, especially concerning Daffy. He couldn't shake the worry about his leader, sensing that Daffy had been haunted by nightmares. His haki often warned him when Daffy would stir in his sleep, agitated by his own thoughts. The appearance of that girl, Sakura, at his door had triggered a sense of inner conflict that Virgo knew had been brewing for a while. He recalled the panic in Daffy's eyes during their last conversation. After decades of friendship, Virgo recognized it immediately. A silent plea for guidance, uncertainty about expanding his family. This wasn't the Daffy he had known. Daffy had always viewed family as essential, especially after being betrayed by his father, whom he'd killed. Daffy had lived in solitude, driven only by hatred, until Treble had found him. The older man had understood Daffy's potential and saw in him the makings of a king, someone worthy of their loyalty. From that moment, they had given their lives to Daffy, not out of fear, but because they believed in him. To Daffy, family wasn't bound by blood, but by loyalty and devotion. Virgo knew Daffy wasn't the same cold-hearted individual as before, but he was still the man he respected, despite the changes. He thought about Neji and Tenton. They weren't as strong as he was, but that didn't matter. Strength had always been elusive in his past life, too, and few had matched his level. Neji, for one, was an example of someone who had grown through perseverance. The arrogant young boy Virgo had first met was gone, replaced by someone willing to put in the work to improve. Virgo admired that, and he helped him, even if he held back in their sparring sessions. Then there was Tenton, who had chosen a path of complete weapon mastery. It wasn't an easy road, but Virgo respected her dedication. Very few could commit themselves to such a challenging goal, and that was something worthy of admiration. His musings were interrupted when he sensed the presence of enemy shinobi approaching. Looking down, he saw Neji and Tenton still cooking, oblivious to the danger. Virgo decided not to alarm them. Moving quickly, he retreated deeper into the forest, positioning himself in front of the three approaching ninja. They were younger, probably around 14, and were from the hidden waterfall village. They froze when they saw him, and Virgo wasted no time. He swiftly incapacitated the first one with a low kick, snapping his kneecap, then twisted his head with a sudden motion, ending his life. Dropping the body, he faced the other two. The second ninja attacked, but Virgo easily dodged his strike, grabbing his arm and forcing it behind him, breaking his elbow. He released him, quickly wrapping his arm around the boy's neck and choking him. The third ninja stood frozen, his legs shaking. Virgo's grip tightened until the boy's body went limp, and he dropped the lifeless body to the ground. The last ninja attempted to flee, but Virgo wasn't about to let him escape. He threw a kunai, hitting the boy's left knee with such force that it severed his leg below the knee. The boy screamed in agony, trying to drag himself away, but Virgo wasn't finished. He flipped him onto his back and stomped down with brutal force, ensuring that escape was impossible. As he waited for the others to finish their meal, Virgo decided to pass the time by practicing his techniques. He used his shadow manipulation against a lone enemy, but after some back and forth, he finally succeeded in capturing his target. His team, Choji and Ino, stood by, waiting for the next step in their journey to the tower. Shikamaru, observing the situation, couldn't help but feel the weight of the Chunin exams pressing down on him. The constant ambushes had started to wear on him, but he understood why it was necessary. This was more than just a test of strength, but a demonstration of their village's power. Still, he couldn't shake the thought that there were safer ways to do this. Choji and Ino seemed unfazed, Choji already reaching for another bag of chips. But Shikamaru noticed Ino's distracted state. She had been off in her own thoughts since the start of the exams. He knew her well enough to know that something was on her mind. He'd have to talk to her after this. "Hey, guys, look," Choji called, snapping Shikamaru out of his thoughts. They had finally reached the tower, the end of their journey for now. Shikamaru still had questions, but for now, there was something more important to focus on. Dasukinuda and his companions continued to patrol the area around the tower, following the latest directive from their master, Orochimaru. Initially, their mission was to eliminate as many teams as possible, sparing only Sasuke Uchiha's group. They had been quite effective, destroying every scroll they found. However, new orders had arrived, directing them to eliminate Sasuke Uchiha. Dasu found this change of plans suspicious, but chose to ignore his doubts for now. His team pressed on, determined to locate Sasuke. After nearly an hour of searching, they found him. Sasuke was resting alone in a small clearing. He glanced up at his team before giving a slight nod, signaling them to make their move. They dropped down from the treetops and confronted their target. Sasuke and his team had stopped to rest close to the tower, waiting for Naruto to catch up. Sasuke sat down, catching his breath as his mind wandered back to the man they encountered in the forest. His pale complexion and frail body contrasted with the unnerving aura he exuded. Sasuke shuddered at the thought of that encounter. Despite his efforts to incinerate the stranger, Sasuke could still feel the terrifying presence of someone far beyond his current abilities. His mind lingered on the words the man had spoken. He had known Itachi. The idea of his brother having connections to such a person sent a chill down Sasuke's spine. Sasuke turned to look in the direction of Naruto's whereabouts, still worried. He knew Naruto was strong, but the man in the forest had been something else entirely, something beyond anything he had encountered. Still, he chose to trust in Naruto, believing in his strength. As his thoughts drifted, he noticed the three ninjas that had been watching them. They appeared before him, ready to engage. He turned to Sakura, who had been hidden behind a tree. "Sakura, stay hidden," he whispered, eyeing the three newcomers. Sakura nodded slightly, retreating behind the tree. Sasuke studied the three shinobi before him, unable to place their village. The central figure, wrapped in bandages with only one visible eye, spoke first. "Sasuke Uchiha, is it?" Sasuke tensed. "Were these Kekkei Genkai hunters?" "Depends on who's asking," Sasuke replied coolly. The bandaged shinobi let out a low chuckle. "Ah, I see. My name is Dasukinuda, and these are my associates Zaku," he gestured to the boy on his right, "and Kin." He paused. "We've been given the task of eliminating you." Sasuke narrowed his eyes, his mind already searching for a way out. He needed more time. "By whose orders?" Sasuke asked, stalling for a moment. Dasu chuckled darkly, his voice growing rougher. "I have a feeling you've already met." Sasuke's eyes widened just as Zaku charged at him. With quick reflexes, Sasuke activated his Sharingan. Zaku's punch came at him fast, but Sasuke blocked it with one arm, using his other elbow to strike Zaku's face. A sickening crunch echoed as Zaku fell, his body crumpling to the ground in a bloody mess. Sasuke stared down at him, momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected the impact to be so brutal. His mind raced. During his spars with Naruto, he had never come close to winning. His attacks never landed, or Naruto simply let him hit him, showing no sign of injury. Sasuke had always thought he was far behind, but now maybe Naruto was just on a different level. Sasuke clenched his fists, determination flashing in his eyes as he turned back to his remaining foes. Dasu's expression darkened beneath his bandages, while Kin stepped forward, senbon between her fingers. "You're stronger than I thought, but it won't save you. No matter how strong you are, you can't outrun sound." Dasu raised his arm, revealing a strange metal bracer on his forearm. Sasuke's mind raced. If Dasu was telling the truth, then Sasuke wasn't fast enough to dodge whatever came next. But just as he prepared to face the oncoming attack, he heard a faint rustle behind them. Before Dasu could strike, Sakura appeared from the shadows, a kunai flashing as she swiftly slit Dasu's throat. He collapsed instantly. Kin spun around, only to find Sasuke charging at her. With swift precision, Sasuke stabbed his kunai into her spine, feeling it scrape against bone before the blade severed her spinal cord entirely. She crumpled to the ground, dead. Sasuke and Sakura exchanged a quick glance before hearing the sound of someone landing nearby. They both turned, kunai at the ready. "Heh heh heh, did I miss something?" A new voice chimed in. Naruto landed with a grin, causing the tension to lift slightly. They spent the next 5 days waiting for the second phase of the exam to start. Most of the other Leaf Genin had arrived at the tower on the first day. A few stragglers came in later, but none seemed like a serious threat. Surprisingly, Kabuto and his team never showed up either. During those days, Team 7 had grown bored, mostly passing the time with small games or chatting with the other Leaf Genin. But now, things were about to pick up. The old man had arrived, and the announcement for the next phase of the exam was about to begin. Daffy glanced at Sakura for a moment, his expression filled with concern. He had come earlier than he'd let on during their little scuffle, secretly observing as Sakura tried to sneak up on the bandaged Genin. That had been close. Sakura's stealth skills had improved, but somehow, that Genin had sensed her, waiting for her to appear behind him. He must have had some enhanced senses to catch her so easily. Unfortunately for him, just as he prepared to launch his surprise attack on Sakura, he got tangled up in some strings, halting his movement. Still, Daffy hadn't told Sakura about his subtle intervention, knowing how proud she was for taking on an opponent nearly on her own. He worried, however, about the rest of the exams, knowing he wouldn't be able to assist her like that anymore. If he had to guess, the next phase would involve one-on-one battles, something Daffy couldn't help with, especially with so many high-level ninjas around. They'd surely notice if anything was out of place, especially the Hawkage. The trio finished preparing, walking down the stairs and joining the others in front of the Hawkage in the arena. All eyes were on the old man, the god of shinobi, who began his speech a moment later. Daffy zoned out, glancing around at the other participants. Most of the Genin who made it through the forest were from the Leaf Village, all the rookies in fact. A few others had made it, but the only ones Daffy found concerning were the Sand Ninjas. Then, Daffy caught his chance to eliminate some competition. Now, there are simply too many of you to move on to the final round. Therefore, we'll be holding a tournament-style preliminary round to reduce the numbers. Kiba spoke up next, confused. Preliminary round? Why do we need to do that? Why not just go straight to the finals? The Hawkage cleared his throat before explaining further. The final round of the Chunin exam is held in front of several high-ranking nobles. It serves as a way for villages to showcase their strength and attract potential clients. Because it's difficult to arrange for so many influential figures to be in one place, the exams must be kept short. Does anyone wish to drop out now? The preliminaries will start immediately and will be one-on-one battles. You can withdraw without it affecting your team's progress. Daffy smirked, seeing an opportunity. He subtly released a bit of his conqueror's haki, being careful not to target the important figures like the Leaf Ninjas or the Sand Ninjas. The effect was immediate. Several other competitors raised their hands and opted to leave the exam. By the end, only the so-called Konoha 12 and the Sand Ninjas remained. The Hawkage nodded briefly, signaling for the next step. Very well. Everyone else can join their Jonin-sensei in the stands. We'll be using the computer behind me to randomly select the matchups. Daffy and his team turned to the right, seeing Kakashi leaning against the rail, reading his book. They walked up the stairs and joined him, waiting for the first match to be called. Kakashi looked up briefly, giving them a lazy wave. Yo! Sakura and Sasuke gave him the same half-hearted wave, both responding with a bored yo. Daffy grinned, amused by Kakashi's lack of enthusiasm, but before he could say anything, a bell rang, signaling the first match. Naruto Uzumaki vs. Kankuro. Daffy smirked at the matchup. Kankuro glanced up at the screen, a smirk forming on his face. This was his chance to get revenge. That Naruto kid had made a fool of him during the first day of the exams, and he was ready to teach the blonde a lesson. He had Crow, his puppet, disguised as himself, and sent it down into the arena to face his opponent. Kankuro was wrapped in bandages, having swapped places with the puppet. He chuckled to himself. Temari had called him an idiot, but this plan was brilliant. A Jonin, most likely the referee, stepped forward. He introduced himself with a voice that sounded hoarse and sickly, even coughing as he spoke. I'm Hate Gecko, a special Jonin who will be overseeing these matches. The fight will end if one of the contestants is unable to continue or if I announce a winner. Are there any questions? Both participants shook their heads, eager to begin. All right then, begin. Hate jumped back as Kankuro's puppet rushed toward Naruto, throwing a powerful punch at him. Naruto dodged easily, his hands still in his pockets, sweeping his leg at the puppet's feet. The puppet jumped, and Naruto quickly countered with a kick aimed at its stomach. He then leaped into the air, spinning behind the puppet, ready to land a punch on Kankuro's real body. What? Kankuro quickly untangled himself from the bandages, blocking Naruto's attack with his forearms, sending him crashing into his own puppet. Kankuro quickly adjusted his chakra strings, revealing the true form of Crow, a creepy, ominous puppet. Heh heh heh, what's the matter, Kankuro? Are you scared of me already? Don't worry, I'm harmless. Kankuro ignored his words, sending the puppet toward Naruto once again. The puppet's four arms extended, each carrying a hidden blade. Naruto expertly dodged the attacks, only to have Kankuro fire several poison senbon at him. Naruto dropped backward, avoiding the projectiles, but Kankuro wasn't done. One of the puppet's arms detached, sending the wrist blade hurtling toward Naruto. But just before Naruto hit the ground, his body seemed to move of its own accord, pulling him to the side and out of harm's way. Damn, he's tricky. Let's see how he handles poison smoke bombs. Kankuro had several poison-filled smoke bombs in his puppet. These were designed to dissolve harmlessly in the air, but if they hit their target, they would deliver a debilitating effect. He readied to launch them when Naruto suddenly spoke. Heth, nice toy you got there. Mind if I try it? Kankuro ignored the taunt, preparing to send Crow back into battle. But then, something strange happened. His puppet refused to move, as though something was holding it in place. Then, in a surprising twist, Crow spun around, facing Kankuro instead. Kankuro froze, confused. How was this possible? His own puppet was attacking him. A small purple orb shot from Naruto's mouth, releasing the smoke bomb Kankuro had prepared. The bomb exploded at Kankuro's feet, releasing thick purple smoke. Kankuro held his breath, trying to move out of the way, but Crow had already grabbed him, holding him in place. Sorry, Kankuro, but it looks like he likes me more than you. Heh heh heh, Kankuro struggled, his efforts to escape futile as the puppet's grip tightened. The winner is Naruto Uzumaki. As the smoke cleared, Kankuro was seen being carried out of the arena by his sensei Baki. He was clearly upset at his quick defeat, but Baki merely nodded, setting him down with an indifferent expression. Thanks, Baki-sensei, Kankuro muttered, glancing at the screen as the next match was announced. Sakura Haruno vs. Ino Yamanaka. Ino leaped into the arena, a confident grin on her face. She hated to fight her former friend, but she had come here to pass, and no one, not even Sakura, would stand in her way. As she walked to the proctor's side, she couldn't help but notice the change in Sakura. There was something different about her now, something that made Ino wonder if there was more to this fight than she realized. But whatever it was, Ino had a job to do, and she wouldn't hesitate to finish it. As the match began, strategies played through her mind, but it was clear her best chance lay in Taijutsu, Sakura's weak point. The two stood, eyes locked, waiting for the proctor to signal the start. Let the match begin. Ino was the first to make a move, launching a punch aimed at her opponent's chest. If the strike landed, she planned to follow up with a swift kick to the face, hoping to take her out. But the opportunity never came. Sakura sidestepped the punch, stepping forward and throwing an elbow toward Ino's face. Caught off guard, Ino quickly raised her arms to block, intending to deflect the strike and counter with a chokehold, taking advantage of her opponent's relative lack of strength. To her surprise, the impact of Sakura's elbow was far more forceful than she had expected. The force caused Ino's own forearm to slam into her face, briefly disorienting her. She blinked rapidly, trying to clear the spots from her vision when she felt a pair of hands grip her head. When her eyes focused again, she was met with Sakura's knee speeding toward her face. She quickly placed her hands against it, attempting to push it away, but it was already too late. The knee forced her arms into her own face, sending her stumbling backward, struggling to stay upright. Sakura charged at her, a punch drawn back. Ino stepped back and attempted a high kick towards Sakura's face, but the girl was unfazed, passing straight through her. A clone, Ino realized. The real Sakura had appeared directly behind the clone, grabbing Ino's extended leg and lifting it before slamming an elbow into Ino's knee. The sharp pain was immediate, making Ino cry out, her vision blurring as her knee buckled. It wasn't broken, but it throbbed painfully. She tried to focus her eyes, only to see Sakura's fist coming at her. The punch landed, sending her crashing to the ground. The last thing she felt before everything went dark was the cold, unforgiving concrete beneath her. Ino had lost. Choji watched in shock as Sakura's punch knocked Ino out cold. He had never imagined Sakura could fight like this. Her approach was entirely different from her academy days. This was something else entirely. She fought with an intensity and ruthlessness that Choji had never seen before, dismantling Ino with surprising precision. He saw Asuma rush forward, lifting Ino effortlessly and carrying her back to the stands. Choji's worry for Ino quickly turned into his own nervousness. Would he be next? Looking around, he saw the matches weren't evenly paired, meaning someone would be given a free pass. His heart pounded as he watched the screen, waiting for his name to appear. The computer's selection flashed across the screen. Sasuke Uchiha vs. Choji Akimichi, His heart sank. Sasuke, he had to fight Sasuke. Choji couldn't help but feel defeated. Sasuke was a top-tier ninja, one of the best students in the academy, second only to Naruto, who Choji saw as virtually unbeatable. There was no way he stood a chance. He considered giving up, convinced it would be pointless. He had already proven himself by making it this far. But then, he remembered Asuma's words. "You are a fine ninja, Choji Akimichi." Those words echoed in his mind, wiping away the doubt and filling him with an unshakable resolve. His determination reignited, and with a fire in his eyes, he leaped down into the ring, raising his arms in a triumphant gesture. "Let's do this." He ran to the proctor's side, breathing heavily in anticipation as Sasuke calmly descended the stairs, walking with measured steps to face him. The two stood across from each other, complete opposites. Choji radiated energy and eagerness, while Sasuke remained composed and unruffled. Hate, the proctor, stepped back and gave the signal to begin. "Begin," Sasuke charged first, but Choji knew better than to make the first move. Sasuke was too fast for that. What he did know, however, was that he had the advantage in strength. Sasuke might be quick, but Choji had power on his side. Sasuke leaped into the air with a flying high kick, but Choji grabbed his leg, pulling Sasuke toward him and preparing to slam a punch into his face. Sasuke, however, was quick to react, using his free hand to seize Choji's wrist and dodge the punch. Now in midair, Sasuke twisted his body, bringing his leg around to kick Choji's head. Expansion Jutsu. Choji's body suddenly swelled, sending Sasuke flying as his size increased. Choji looked down at Sasuke before tucking in his limbs and curling into a spinning form. Human boulder. Choji's massive body rolled forward, threatening to crush Sasuke under its weight. But Sasuke was quick, jumping over him and throwing several kunai in midair. The kunai bounced off Choji's rotating body, deflected by the high-speed movement. Choji crashed into the wall and began reversing his roll, heading back towards Sasuke. The problem was, Sasuke was much faster, and Choji's slow movements made him an easy target. Sasuke dodged yet again, slipping to the side. Choji was about to stop his technique when a sharp pain shot through his side. He halted his rotation and turned to find blood oozing from his side. Looking up at Sasuke, he quickly realized what had happened. A kunai had managed to slip through the gaps in his rotating defense. Sasuke had seen the weakness and exploited it immediately. He figured it out so quickly, Choji thought in awe, his heart pounding with the realization that Sasuke was far sharper than he had expected. With only one chance left, Choji ran at Sasuke, launching a punch in desperation. Sasuke moved to block, but Choji smirked, his plan in motion. Partial expansion jutsu. Choji's arm grew larger, multiplying the force of his punch. It landed with tremendous power, sending Sasuke flying. Choji's face split into a grin, sure that Sasuke couldn't possibly withstand the force of that blow. But his grin faded when he saw Sasuke standing, completely unharmed, without a scratch. Time seemed to slow as Sasuke calmly lifted his hand to his mouth, forming a circle with his thumb and finger. Fire style, fireball jutsu. The flames surged toward Choji, and he knew he wouldn't be able to dodge in time. He shut his eyes, bracing for the inevitable. Due to interference from Asuma Sarutobi, Sasuke Uchiha is the winner. Confused, Choji opened his eyes to find himself back in the stands. He looked up, spotting Asuma smiling down at him. "You did well, Choji." Choji, stunned by the turn of events, could only smile back. "Thanks, sensei." Choji stood, walking over to Shikamaru, who was leaning on the railing, a smirk on his face. Choji returned the smile, giving his friend a thumbs up. Glancing at the screen, he saw the next match was already decided. Kiba Inuzuka versus Rock Lee. Kiba smirked as he jumped into the ring, his thoughts still lingering on the last move Sasuke had pulled. Choji had almost landed a devastating blow, but Sasuke had reacted at the perfect moment, absorbing the impact like it was nothing. Kiba felt a slight pity for Choji, but he wasn't surprised. Choji just wasn't on Sasuke's level, or his own for that matter. As Kiba eyed Lee, he sized him up. The boy was calm and collected, wearing sunglasses and keeping his hands behind his back. Kiba figured Lee was a close combat fighter, which suited him just fine. Kiba and his clan specialized in close-range combat, and with his enhanced senses, he would be a formidable opponent. With Akamaru at his side, Kiba stepped forward, both ready and eager for the fight to begin. The three of them stood in position as Hayate gave the signal. "Begin. Stay back, Akamaru, this one's mine." Kiba leaped into the air, spinning and increasing his momentum as he prepared his signature attack. Tunneling Fang. Kiba twisted midair, becoming a spinning vortex of claws and fangs. He could smell Lee's presence, tracking him with ease, and aimed to slam into him with full force. But just before his attack landed, he felt something crash into him, His spinning stopped abruptly, sending him flying. He clawed at the ground, halting his momentum and looking up to see Lee standing in the same spot, a fist outstretched in a backhand motion. Impossible. Lee had actually stopped his tunneling fang. There was no way. Kiba's disbelief quickly turned to frustration as he dashed toward Lee, deciding to engage in pure taijutsu to see how Lee would respond. He swiped at him with ferocity, but Lee effortlessly blocked the attack, landing a solid punch to Kiba's stomach. The air was knocked out of him, and his vision blurred. Akamaru, seeing Kiba in distress, tried to attack Lee. But Lee's lightning-fast kick sent Akamaru flying, crashing near the Hokkage's feet. Kiba's rage flared. He drew back his claws, aiming to land a devastating blow to Lee's eyes. But Lee was faster, grabbing Kiba's wrist and throwing him through the air. Kiba barely had time to react as he came crashing down onto the ground. The impact was crushing. Kiba lay there for a moment, stunned, as the proctor declared the winner. The winner is Rock Lee. As the medic Nin rushed to tend to his injuries, Kiba could only lay there, realizing that he had been outclassed. "Is he okay?" he asked, his voice trembling with concern for his best friend. The Hokage looked puzzled for a brief moment before smiling. To Kiba's relief, he gave a reassuring nod. "Yes, he's fine. You probably assumed that Lee had hurt Akamaru, but it seems you're still recovering from Lee's hit." Kiba looked confused, but the Hokage continued to explain. Lee simply placed his foot on Akamaru to push him aside. The dog ended up bumping his head on the edge of the concrete where I was sitting, knocking himself out. "He'll be all right." The Hokage gently placed the puppy on Kiba's chest after the medic Nin had placed him on a stretcher. Kiba appeared puzzled but looked up at one of them as the Hokage reassured him. "They just want to take you to the hospital to make sure there's no internal injury. Lee really hit you hard." Kiba nodded weakly, exhausted. He brought Akamaru closer to him, cradling the puppy in his arms and allowing his wounds to take their toll as he drifted into sleep. Tenten watched as her teammate ascended back up the stands, a satisfied look on her face. Watching Lee wipe the floor with the cocky boy had been the highlight of her day. She couldn't wait for her own match to start. She had trained so hard in the past weeks, and sitting on the sidelines was unbearable. Looking up toward the screen, she clasped her hands together in a prayer to the great god of weaponry. Tenten versus Temari, oh hell yeah. She hopped down, her smile wide as she approached her opponent. This girl was going down. With determination, she stood face to face with Temari, who smirked at her, arms crossed and hip cocked. "Begin." Tenten immediately leapt backward into the air, pulling out a scroll from her pouch. She unrolled it, and as if by magic, multiple weapons appeared from the markings on the scroll. Tenten quickly seized them, throwing them at the sand ninja with tremendous speed. Soon enough, a steel wave had formed, aiming to overwhelm and skewer her opponent. Tenten watched with interest, waiting to see the outcome. Temari smirked, and without a moment's hesitation, she reached behind her and pulled out a large fan. Swinging it in front of her, a fierce wind erupted, blowing her weapons aside and blocking Tenten's attack. She then drew a kunai, deflecting the incoming projectiles that had been blown back toward her as she prepared to land. She touched down and quickly considered her next move. She could use her trump card, the twin rising dragons, her best technique, but as she reached for the scrolls, she remembered something. "You're too quick to return to long-range combat. You should work on using your weapons in close quarters. The moment you face someone with better long-range abilities or a skilled opponent, you'll be in trouble." Tenten stopped, grabbing a katana from the ground. Her grip tightened on the hilt as she rushed forward, her new strategy in mind. Temari looked a bit taken aback by her change in tactics, but remained confident, pulling her fan back and preparing for the next strike. Another gust of wind came. Temari swung her fan, but Tenten was ready. She quickly deployed some ninja wire, attaching it to one of the weapons stuck in the ground, and used it to pull herself through the wind toward Temari. Temari's smirk faltered as she realized Tenten wasn't blown away. Tenten yanked the weapon free from the ground, sending a small scythe hurtling toward Temari before she could launch another attack. Temari dodged, giving Tenten the chance to close the gap. She swung her katana with precision, but Temari blocked it with her fan, quickly adapting to the new pressure. Tenten pressed on, using her foot to push off the fan, running up it and getting behind the sand ninja. With her katana raised, she swung down. Temari jumped back and unfurled her fan entirely, but the sword sliced into her leg, causing a small wound. The sand ninja responded by swinging her fan again. Wind style. Wind scythe. A gust of wind came even stronger this time, lifting Tenten off the ground. Invisible razors seemed to slice into her skin, and the pain made her scream out. She felt herself losing consciousness as the wind stopped. She began to fall, and when she looked down, she saw Temari's fan poised beneath her, aimed to impale her as she fell. In desperation, Tenten threw a kunai at her, but Temari dodged it easily. The fan shifted, but Tenten couldn't avoid the ground. She hit it hard, unable to get back up. The exhaustion from her injuries and blood loss was too much. The winner is Temari. As the medics arrived to tend to her, Tenten couldn't help but glance toward her team. They watched her being carried away, and a sense of shame washed over her. She felt she had failed them, wasting Lee's efforts. Neji watched with a cold gaze as Tent was carried off, his anger bubbling at the sight of the Sand Ninja's attack on her. He was itching for his own match, needing to release his frustration. Thankfully, he didn't have to wait long. As Tent was escorted out, the screen began cycling through the names, finally landing on the next match. Neji Hyuga vs Shino Aburame. Neji and Shino dropped into the arena, facing each other as the proctor called for the start. Neji sized up his opponent. To defeat Shino, he would need to close the distance quickly. Shino's insects were dangerous, able to drain chakra at an alarming rate. The moment those bugs surrounded him, it would be over. Begin! Neji activated his Byakugan and watched as a swarm of bugs emerged from Shino's sleeves. He immediately darted to the side, narrowly avoiding them. As he ran in a wide circle, he kept his eyes trained on Shino, his palms ready to strike. He aimed for the chakra points on Shino's body, hoping to disable him. Shino's swift counter was to drop to the ground, spinning to trip him. Neji jumped over the attack, striking a few chakra points on Shino's back before continuing to move, staying ahead of the bugs that pursued him. Shino rose, pulling out several kunai and throwing them toward Neji. Neji deftly batted them away, grabbing the last one out of the air and quickly circling back towards Shino. He slid under a low attack, aiming a blow at Shino's Achilles tendons, hoping to slow him down. Neji continued his dance, trying to avoid the swarm of insects that seemed to follow him. The bugs split into two groups. One continued to chase Neji, while the other formed a protective barrier around Shino. Neji knew he had to adjust his strategy. He couldn't get close while Shino's bugs were a threat, so he would need to strike from a distance. With a deep breath, Neji sprinted towards Shino, and when he was just a few meters away, he activated his technique. First gate, gate of opening, open. 8 trigrams. Air palm. A blast of compressed air shot forward, tearing through Shino's insect barrier and striking him directly. Shino's feet were injured, and he fell back, unable to regain his balance. The bugs stopped, returning to their master who remained motionless. The winner is Neji Hyuga. Neji exhaled, walking toward his sensei, Guy, who was already in tears. "Oh Neji, I'm so proud of you," Guy exclaimed, grabbing Neji and hugging him with unrestrained emotion. Get off me, Guy," Neji grumbled, pushing against him until he finally managed to break free. Neji's attention then shifted to the screen, where the next match was about to begin. Hinata Hyuga vs Gaara. Hinata froze as her eyes locked on the screen. Gaara, she had to fight him. There was no way she could win. The thought of facing such a monster was overwhelming, but despite her doubts, she had to fight. She couldn't back down, not now. She took a deep breath, staring at her hands, rough, calloused, and scarred from her years of training. They were the result of her hard work, and she would show everyone her resolve. "I'm ready, Kurenai-sensei." With that, she jumped into the arena, facing the terrifying Sand Ninja already waiting for her. "Begin," Hinata moved forward, aiming for Gaara's chakra points with quick, precise strikes. But before she could land a blow, a wall of sand rose up, blocking her attack. His sand, it's defending him. She kept moving, trying to find an opening. The sand curled around her arm, forcing her to leap back and release chakra to free herself. "I can't let the sand touch me, if it does, I'm done." The sand erupted from Gaara's gourd, sweeping the arena as it surged toward her. Hinata leaped into the air, narrowly avoiding the deadly wave. But the sand wasn't finished. It formed into tendrils that rose to grab her. She used her chakra to push herself away, dodging each attack with precision. But the effort drained her, and soon, her legs felt heavy. She stumbled, and as she fell, the final tendril descended to crush her. She shut her eyes, bracing for impact. Air palm! A powerful gust exploded around her. Hinata opened her eyes to see Neji standing protectively in front of her. The sand fell away, and Gaara scowled as Neji stepped forward. "You're out of your league," Neji said coldly, glaring at Gaara. "The winner is Gaara," the proctor called out, but no one could deny the tension in the air. He had finally returned. Jirya, the renowned sage of Mount Myaboku, had come back to the Hidden Leaf Village. It had been almost 12 years since he last stepped through those gates, and he couldn't shake the feeling that it was still too soon. Jirya held deep affection for his village, for it was his home, but the very walls seemed to carry the weight of painful memories. The betrayal of his closest friend, the rejection of the woman he loved, and constant reminders of all his failures haunted him whenever he was here. Yet here he was again, answering the call of the village that needed him. Sometimes, he feared that need would be unending, that his village would never be free of the looming threat of war, that the world would always be mired in hatred. In those moments, he would remember his student, Minato, his child of prophecy. Minato had been everything Jiraiya ever hoped for in a student. No, he was more than that. He absorbed lessons with fervor, learning quickly, and his heart was pure and unbreakable. Minato had given Jiraiya the family he'd always longed for. Jiraiya glanced upward at the grand memorial of his student, the stone likeness etched into the side of the mountain. As he walked through the village, the sounds of the bustling streets filled his ears, reminding him of the lively spirit that still thrived in the village. He inhaled deeply, the familiar scent of the air evoking memories of his younger days. He passed by several familiar restaurants and stores, recalling when they had first opened. A deep sigh escaped his lips as he made his way toward the Hokage office. The Chunin exams had begun just a week ago, and there was no doubt in Jiraiya's mind that Sarutobi would expect him to introduce himself to his godson. That meeting, however, left him uneasy. What could he say to the boy? His usual antics and charm might win him over, but could they truly build a connection? What could he teach him? Jiraiya had mastered many techniques, but his style had always been about intuition and stubbornness, which made it difficult to pass those lessons on. Minato had been special, an exceptional genius who learned with ease, able to grasp concepts in a few simple demonstrations. He had two options. One, he could bluff, promising to meet the boy only to later claim he'd forgotten or been too busy. Two, he could go and meet him, hoping the encounter would go smoothly, and praying Naruto wouldn't question why someone like Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, would want to take him under his wing. But then again, if Naruto wasn't foolish, he'd definitely have doubts. When Jiraiya arrived at the base of the Hokage Tower, he looked up at the window of Sarutobi's office. With a swift leap, he landed on the windowsill and slipped inside. "Hey there, sensei," he greeted. Sarutobi, his pipe in hand, looked up from his paperwork. The aging Hokage's appearance startled Jiraiya. He seemed older than he had imagined. His skin sagged more than before, his hands thinner and shaking with the tremors of age. Jiraiya noticed the weariness in Sarutobi's eyes. Time had caught up with the man who once seemed invincible. "Jiraiya, you're late," Sarutobi said, his voice rough and ragged from years of smoking. Jiraiya chuckled heartily. "Gah ha ha, you know better than anyone, the hero always arrives fashionably late." Sarutobi's expression remained stern, his focus returning to his paperwork. Jiraiya, though, patiently waited. He had a plan in mind. He'd give himself time to observe Naruto from a distance before introducing himself properly. The first step would probably involve the summoning jutsu and having Naruto sign a contract with the Toads. That would provide a useful power, one tied to Naruto's immense chakra reserves, which he undoubtedly had as the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Just as Jiraiya opened his mouth to present his plan, Sarutobi spoke first. "You'd better hurry. Naruto's expecting you at the hot springs in about an hour." Jiraiya blinked, processing the information. "What?" he exclaimed. Sarutobi took a slow puff from his pipe. "I'm not a fool, Jiraiya. You abandoned your responsibilities 12 years ago and Naruto had to pay the price. I won't let you do that again. He deserves more than that. He's a gifted shinobi just like his parents." Jiraiya's expression softened. He absorbed Sarutobi's words, a quiet weight settling on his chest. Does he know?" he asked, his voice hesitant. "Know what?" Jiraiya flinched at the edge of Sarutobi's sharp tone. The Hokage's irritation was clear and Jiraiya understood. He pressed on. "Does he know about his parents? About me being his godfather, the Ninetales?" "What does he know?" Sarutobi's gaze hardened. "I haven't told him. He never asked, and he probably wouldn't have understood if I did. He's a practical boy. My guess is he figured it out on his own, though I'd wager he's aware of the Ninetales too. As for your connection, that's your job to explain." Jiraiya nodded slowly, taking in the information. He'd need to teach Naruto to control the Ninetales' power. He couldn't let that go unchecked. With the Akatsuki lurking, Naruto would need every advantage. As Jiraiya prepared to leave, Sarutobi's voice stopped him. "Jiraiya." He turned around to see the Hokage offering a small, nervous smile. "Good luck." With a smirk, Jiraiya nodded and jumped out the window, heading toward the hot springs. Sarutobi was a soft-hearted old man, despite his gruff demeanor. Jiraiya quickly made his way through the village, his long white hair flowing in the wind. He considered various approaches for his first meeting with Naruto. A dramatic introduction might be the perfect way to start things off. Arriving at the hot springs with time to spare, Jiraiya looked around but didn't see Naruto's golden hair anywhere. He waited by the women's bath, attempting to use the sound of the water to visualize their bodies. It didn't quite work. Minutes passed, and the boy was late, though Georgia wasn't bothered. If anything, it amused him. And then he saw him, short, spiky blonde hair emerging from behind the bridge. Well, the hero always arrives late, Georgia muttered to himself with a grin. As Naruto approached, Georgia took in the sight of his godson. From his clothes to his sunglasses, and that goofy smile, Georgia couldn't help but think the boy was a bit odd. But every strong shinobi had their quirks. Not that Georgia was anything like that, he was just perfect, after all. Naruto crossed the bridge and stopped in front of him, but didn't respond to Georgia's greeting. Georgia took that as his cue and straightened up, trying to look cool as he leaned against the wall. As Naruto walked closer, Georgia launched into his introduction. Well, took you long enough, you shouldn't keep your teacher waiting. Now allow me to introduce myself. Naruto didn't say anything but merely stared at him. Georgia pressed on, raising his voice with dramatic flair. I am the man who has no enemies in the north, south, east, or west. Not even the heavens. I am one of the legendary Sannin, the great toad sage of Mount Myaboku. I am the great, the powerful, the gallant. Georgia. Naruto's calm interruption left Georgia stunned. He had never expected that. The boy's smile had widened, but there was something different about it, something almost predatory. Georgia swallowed nervously and quickly dropped down from one leg, his sandals clattering against the ground. Ah, I see you've heard of me. In that case, you should know how fortunate you are to have such a powerful teacher. He stammered, trying to keep his cool. Naruto grinned mischievously. Heh, yeah, I've heard a lot about you. So, Master Georgia, what will you teach me first? A chill ran down Georgia's spine. The way Naruto said his name, it didn't feel right. Did Sensei lie to me, or has he figured it out? No matter. I need to impress him first. Georgia let out a loud laugh, his confidence returning. Very well, witness the power of Georgia, the toad sage. He extended his arm and brought his palm down forcefully onto the ground. A complex seal formed from his hand and spread out onto the stone pathway. A thick cloud of smoke erupted, and Georgia felt the earth beneath him shift slightly as he found himself standing on the back of a massive toad, its name simply known as Gamma. A grin spread across his face as the mist cleared, revealing his soon-to-be pupil. Naruto stared at the toad for a moment. His grin slowly faded until only a small frown remained. Looking up, he locked eyes with Georgia, his expression unwavering. He's not impressed, oh no. Georgia felt a bead of cold sweat form on his brow. He scrambled for something to do, some technique that might win the boy's approval. As Naruto remained silent, the pressure mounted. A jutsu came to him, one he could easily perform without causing too much destruction. Art of the Ninja, Needle Jizo. Georgia's hair grew longer, his usual spiky locks stiffened into sharp steel-like strands. They wrapped around him in a defensive shield of needle-like hairs. It was a versatile technique, capable of both close and long-range combat, but as Georgia glanced at Naruto, he could tell that the boy wasn't impressed. The frown remained on Naruto's face, as if he were waiting for something else. Georgia held his breath, hoping the technique would pique his interest. He hesitated to show him the Rasengan just yet. He wasn't sure if Naruto was ready for such an advanced move, but desperation was beginning to take over. Naruto's disinterest was starting to sting. Hey, how about this? I can teach you this too, Georgia exclaimed, forming a Rasengan in his palm and holding it up for display. Naruto didn't even flinch. He kept walking, hands tucked in his pockets. Georgia's anxiety hit a boiling point. No, not like this. I can't let him walk away like this. Realizing that his approach wasn't working, Georgia did the only thing he could think of. I can tell you about your parents. Naruto paused at the far end of the bridge, the words catching his attention. Georgia's heart raced as he watched Naruto slowly turn back to him. Oh, and how would you know who my parents are? Naruto asked, his smile small but cold. I'm curious. Georgia's chest tightened. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. His hands trembled, but he forged ahead. Because I'm your godfather. Before he could finish, a kick slammed into him, sending him flying through the air. Georgia didn't have time to react, his feet leaving the ground as he crashed through a nearby wall. He landed in the hot spring with a splash. As he looked up, he saw Naruto standing above him, his feet lightly pressing on the water's surface as he leaned over with a frown. All right, old man, you have my attention, Naruto said coldly. Now you'll teach me everything I want to know. After that, I'll decide what happens next. Georgia, still reeling from the attack, felt a mix of panic and realization. The boy had power. More power than Georgia could have anticipated. He thought about resisting, about proving himself stronger, but looking at Naruto, knowing the weight of his own regrets, he simply nodded. Naruto smirked, pleased with the answer. Good. Neji, the one who had marked her with the cursed seal and unwittingly bound her to him, had saved her life. He addressed her as Lady Hinata, reminiscent of when she was part of the main branch. That made her realize that all the pain she had felt from being cast out of the main branch was the same pain Neji had experienced. They were both alike, abandoned and pushed into the branch family for not measuring up. Neji because his father was born second, and her because she was deemed too weak. Yes, Hinata and Neji Hyuga shared much in common. Watching him perform one of the main branch's secret techniques filled her with both pride and jealousy. She was proud of Neji, proud that he was proving that the branch family was just as capable as the main. But she was also envious, wishing she could do the same. Neji paused, slumping forward, his breath heavy. He was exhausted. Hinata rushed to him with a small glass of water. Here you go, Neji. Neji looked up, offering a weak smile. He took the glass, his hands trembling. Thank you, Lady Hinata. There it was again. He always called her that, and Hinata couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, almost unworthy. Neji was the one enduring this struggle. All the suffering she had gone through, Neji had already experienced, yet he kept moving forward, determined to prove the main branch wrong. Hinata Hyuga once despised Neji. Now, she found herself admiring him. Neji raised the glass to his lips, but his shaking hands caused the water to spill. Without hesitation, Hinata took the glass from him. Here, let me help. She carefully raised the glass and allowed him to drink. When he finished, she stepped back, watching him regain his breath. He looked at her again. Thank you. Is there anything else you want to do? You don't have to help me, Lady Hinata. Hinata shook her head, a smile on her face. No, this is fine. I may not be much help, but I want to do whatever I can to help you pass the Chunin exams. Neji smiled and chuckled softly. Very well, but I need a break. Would you like to grab some lunch? Hinata eagerly nodded. Why yeah, sure. They left the area, with Neji heading to change his clothes while Hinata waited by the main gate. She wasn't sure who was responsible for Neji's change. Maybe it was from his injuries, maybe something else. Whatever it was, she felt thankful. She hadn't been this happy in a long time. Neji returned, wearing a cleaner version of his usual clothes. Ready to go, Lady Hinata? She nodded. Yeah, let's go. Asuma Sarutobi sat at his desk, flipping through reports with growing curiosity. Naruto Uzumaki was proving to be an unusual case, and it wasn't just his clothes. Asuma had noticed that everything about Naruto seemed almost flawless. His grades, his fighting techniques, everything had always been top tier, even in his first year at the academy. This wasn't unheard of. There were always a few prodigies like Kakashi Hadake and Itachi Uchiha. But there was a difference. Both Kakashi and Itachi had the benefit of family training. Naruto was an orphan. How was it that a boy with no family training was able to defeat Sasuke Uchiha in his first week at the academy? Sasuke would have received special training from his clan, something that should have given him an edge. Something didn't add up. Closing the report, Asuma decided to consult his father directly. He needed answers. He made his way up the tower, knocking on his father's office door. Enter. Asuma stepped inside, approaching the desk where his father looked up with a faint smile. Asuma, what brings you here? It's been a while since you came just to chat. Asuma looked around, taken aback by his father's words. He hadn't just visited for a casual conversation in years. Usually, he came to deliver mission reports or pick up Konohamaru. Asuma observed his father. He had once thought of him as unbeatable, the god of shinobi. But now, he saw the signs of aging, the wrinkles, the frailty. He shook the thoughts from his mind, refocusing on the reason he was here. He placed the files on his father's desk. And what's this? His father flipped through the documents. These are reports from the academy on Naruto's progress, Asuma explained. His father looked up, narrowing his eyes slightly. And how did you acquire these? I don't recall approving these for you. Asuma grinned. I got them from Kakashi. He barely glanced at them. The third Hokage set the report down, his gaze focused on Asuma. So, what seems to be the problem? I assume this concerns Naruto. Asuma nodded, lighting a cigarette. Yeah, there's something off about his progress. His rate of development is unusual. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. Unusual? In what way? Asuma turned to the report, flipping back to the first fight between Naruto and Sasuke. Here's one thing. Sasuke Uchiha, a clan heir, lost to an orphan. And here, Asuma flipped to another section. Naruto was already proficient in chakra control before they even had their first chakra control class. His father's expression shifted as he read further, then looked up. What are you suggesting? Asuma took a deep breath. I believe Naruto has had a hidden mentor. Someone has been training him, perhaps the Nine Tails. The room grew still as Hiruzen considered this. After a long pause, he spoke. I'll have Jiraiya check the seal, but after that we speak of this no further, understood? Yes, Lord Hawkeye. Good, now I still have work to do. Asuma nodded and left the office, his mind heavy with questions. If his theory was true, and the Nine Tails was influencing Naruto, what would happen next? Meanwhile, Ino walked towards Sakura's house, her heart racing with anxiety. She wasn't sure how to start this conversation. The truth weighed on her, but she wasn't sure how Sakura would take it. When she saw Sakura approaching, Ino greeted her with a smile despite her nerves. Hey, Sakura. Sakura, bruised from intense training, looked up, curious. What is it, Ino? Well, I wanted to talk for a bit, Ino replied, forcing a smile. Sakura tilted her head. Sure, I'm heading to a training ground with Kurenai-sensei. Ino joined her, walking side by side. That's fine. It won't take long. Sakura cut through the silence with a question. Is this about Sasuke? Ino hesitated but nodded. Yeah, I know we've been competing over him for years, but there's something I need to tell you. Sakura's curiosity piqued. The truth is, I've never really liked Sasuke the way you do. I just wanted to get some confidence, create some rivalry between us. It all went too far, I'm sorry. Sakura stopped, her face reddening as she processed the words. Ino quickly realized her mistake as she replayed her jumbled confession. W8, I didn't mean, Sakura dashed away. Hey, Sakura, wait. That's not what I meant. Ino ran after her, her steps quick but desperate. When did she get so fast? Sakura quickly disappeared from view, and Ino's face flushed with frustration and exhaustion. She panted heavily as she heard a voice from her side. Ino, hey, I've been looking for you. Turning, Ino saw Shikamaru waving at her. Hey, I wanted to talk to you, but wait, what are you doing? Ino, rolling up her white arm sleeves, stepped forward, ready to unleash her pent-up anger. Oi, stop, ow, damn it, you troublesome woman, og, that hurts, stop. Chidori. Sasuke, concentrating hard, thrust his lightning-wrapped fist into the boulder, shattering it and leaving a large hole behind. He had finally managed to pull off the technique that Kakashi had been trying to teach him for the past few days. The Chidori was a powerful, yet exhausting, jutsu, encasing the user's hand in a concentrated surge of lightning chakra that could pierce nearly anything. It was strong, but the technique drained nearly half of his chakra reserves. Sasuke knew he'd have to use it carefully, though it was certainly a valuable addition to his arsenal. He glanced at Kakashi, who stood behind him. Good job. I'd say you could use that technique twice a day. Pretty impressive, really. Now, we're moving on to working on your physical strength and speed, which you'll need to surpass Neji. Sasuke's expression darkened slightly at the mention of Neji. Why not just teach me more ninjutsu? I could use my Sharingan to copy it and fight Neji from a distance. His gentle fist is way too dangerous up close. Kakashi tapped his chin thoughtfully. True, but if you rely too heavily on ninjutsu, you'll drain all your chakra before facing others. You'll need more than just powerful jutsu to get past Neji Hyuga. Guy once told me that his student Lee managed to beat Neji using only taijutsu. Sasuke froze at the mention of Lee. He remembered their past fight vividly. Lee had been merciless, showcasing his power and sparing Sasuke only because he could have easily ended the match. Sasuke couldn't afford to lose again, not to Lee or anyone else. He nodded solemnly to Kakashi. All right, let's get started. The training was brutal. They spent hours climbing cliffs and overcoming various challenges. Sometimes, he had to use only one hand or no legs. Rest came only at night, and there were no breaks during the day. Sasuke could feel himself getting stronger, but he couldn't help comparing his training to Naruto's. Naruto and Lee's physical capabilities were extraordinary, strength like iron and endurance without limits. Sasuke had never followed Naruto to see his training firsthand, but now, he was considering it. Despite his intense efforts, Sasuke couldn't imagine reaching their level. The training continued. Sasuke was now focused on speed, with Kakashi adding weights to his legs and having him dodge Senbon. He had grown stronger, but still felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy when he compared himself to Naruto. Even after their fight in the forest, when Naruto had easily knocked out Zaku, Sasuke couldn't stop thinking about how different things had turned out for the blonde. Sasuke couldn't help but feel envious. After the exhausting physical training, Sasuke felt stronger than ever. Kakashi had pushed him to his limits, and now they were sparring, letting him test his new abilities. But even as Sasuke showed progress, something gnawed at him. He wondered what Naruto could teach him, if anything. Temari sat alone in her room, quietly reviewing the plans. Sand and Sound shinobi had already infiltrated several parts of the village, waiting for the signal to begin the invasion. Meanwhile, the Sound were preparing to summon large creatures near the village walls to distract the Leaf's defenders. Temari and Kankuro would guard their brother, Gaara, as he transformed into the Shukaku, the one-tailed beast. From there, Gaara would destroy the village, and the rest of the forces would take down the Leaf's defenders. But Temari couldn't shake the nervousness that twisted her gut. She had a bad feeling about everything, about the invasion, the fallout, and the risks. There was always the chance the Leaf had anticipated their plan and taken steps to stop them. And even if it succeeded, the Sand would lose its most powerful ally, and their reputation would suffer. No matter what happened, this invasion seemed doomed to fail. She thought about her brother, Gaara. Was he conflicted about all this? Maybe he didn't care. All he wanted was to spill blood for his mother. Temari sighed, stepping outside for some fresh air. The breeze felt refreshing as she stretched and looked around the village. It was so different from the hidden sand village. Where the sand was dry and desolate, the Leaf was vibrant and full of life. The contrast struck her as ironic, two such different villages, yet both tied together by their shared history. She wandered aimlessly through the village, lost in thought. The exams were only 2 weeks away, and while they seemed important, Temari wasn't worried. The invasion would begin soon, right after Gaara's match. Her train of thought was interrupted when she noticed a familiar figure, Naruto, the blonde boy who had beaten Kankuro. He was laughing at something the Hokage had said, but Temari couldn't catch the words. The Hokage, too, was someone she recognized. Naruto noticed her and with a grin called out, "Hey Temari, right?" Temari nodded, slightly surprised. The Hokage then looked at Naruto, raising an eyebrow. "Oh, is she a special friend of yours, Naruto?" Temari blushed slightly at the question, while Naruto laughed. "Ha, you wish, old man. She's just another contestant in the Chunin exams. Maybe you should dust off your memory once in a while." The Hokage chuckled, scratching his head. "Chunin exams? That sounds familiar, but well, would you care to join us on our walk, young lady?" Still a little shocked by how casual the Hokage was being, Temari hesitated before replying, her voice slightly flustered. Sure, Lord Hokage." They continued walking together, the Hokage telling stories of his past and some funny moments with Naruto. "You wouldn't believe it, Temari, but Naruto used to be so clumsy as a kid. He'd trip over his own feet all the time. One day, he fell right here, ramming his head into a fruit stand and knocking it over." Naruto, grinning, defended himself. "Hey, that stand was a mess anyway. I was just doing the village a favor." The Hokage laughed. "True, but you weren't the one who had to pay for all those apples." Naruto snickered. "Yeah, but look at you now. You've never looked better, old man." Their conversation shifted as the Hokage asked Temari about her opinion on the village. "So, Temari, how do you like the village so far?" "Enjoying your stay," Temari thought for a moment before responding. "Yeah, it's a lot different from the hidden sand. There, everything feels dry and desolate. But here, it's full of life, so vibrant and warm." The Hokage nodded thoughtfully. "Yes, it does have that effect. Still, I think living in the sand makes you appreciate things more than living here in the Leaf." Temari looked at him, confused. "What do you mean, Lord Hokage?" You say the sand is bleak, yet you and your people stay there, not because you love it, but because it's home. Here in the Leaf, it's easy to forget what really matters because everything feels so full of life." Naruto leaned over, speaking to her. "In case you didn't notice, he's a bit forgetful, so don't worry if his words don't make much sense." "Heh heh, ow," the Hokage lightly tapped his head with a fist, smiling as he stopped walking. "I suppose I've rested enough. Time to get back to work." He turned to Naruto. "I'll take what you've said into account, Naruto." Then, he turned toward her. "And I wish you the best of luck in the upcoming exam." Temari quickly bowed toward the elderly Hokage. "Thank you, sir, have a good evening." "Heh heh, don't hurt yourself on the way back, old man." The Hokage waved lightly before disappearing in a puff of smoke, leaving the two alone. Naruto glanced at her, a question escaping his lips. "Want me to walk you home or something?" Temari blinked, not expecting the offer. After a moment's thought, she nodded, seeing no harm in it. "Sure, we're staying in a hotel down this way." They began walking, Temari reflecting on their earlier interaction. It was strange for someone like the Hokage to be so familiar with someone they had no direct ties to. The more she thought about it, the more unsettled she became. She looked at him, deep in thought. Naruto was incredibly strong. His fight with Kankuro had proven that, and Gaara's strange obsession with him only confirmed it. There was something more to this situation, something she had already started to figure out by the time they were halfway back to her hotel. The main people close to a village's leader were usually family, apprentices, or Jinchuriki. It didn't take long for Gaara's words about killing the fox to come to mind. Naruto Uzumaki was the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox. She could hardly believe it. Someone as powerful as Naruto wielding the strength of a tailed beast. The abilities of the Nine Tails were still largely unknown, and she couldn't even begin to fathom how strong Naruto truly was. She started to worry about her brother, doubting whether he could hold his own against Naruto. She considered what the Sand Council might do if they knew Naruto's identity. Her revelation could make them reconsider their plans for the invasion. She looked at Naruto again, realizing he was both influential and formidable in the village. The Hokage's words echoed in her mind. If home was where everything important to her was, she'd make sure her loved ones had a place where they could truly be happy, a place that wasn't overshadowed by the Jinchuriki, whose presence seemed to draw people to him. As they reached her hotel, she took a deep breath. She had made a choice she never thought she would. She turned to Naruto and shared everything with him. Daffy held a leaf in his hand, focusing his chakra once more. It had been 2 weeks since he had reconnected with his godfather. Sitting in the forest, he concentrated as his mentor, an eccentric old man, peeked at a woman bathing in the nearby river, chuckling to himself. Daffy knew exactly what he wanted from the old pervert, something that would help him when facing foes like Orochimaru. Naruto had visited the Hokage the other day and spoken of his encounter with a mysterious man, suspecting the Genin Kabuto of being involved. The Hokage confirmed it was Orochimaru, a former pupil of his. After a brief walk with the Hokage, Daffy met Temari, who shared her worries about the Sand Village's betrayal and the Sound Village's involvement. She begged for help to save her brother, Gaara, from both himself and their tyrannical father, Rasa, the Kazekage. She even asked if he and possibly Kankuro could join the Leaf Village. Daffy, seeing the desperation in her eyes, surprisingly agreed, eager to expand his strange family. He promptly informed the Hokage, who seemed to already know about the invasion plans. The leaf before him began to smolder, making Naruto's frowns slightly twitch. He had asked the pervert to teach him how to use fire chakra, ignoring the old man's objections to starting with his natural affinity. He was Doflamingo, everything came naturally to him. The leaf turned to ash and he quickly picked up a nearby rock, throwing it at the pervert's head. Hey, I'm done. What's next? Jiraiya stared at him, shocked. You're done? What do you mean you're done? This kind of training can take years. I don't care how long it took you. I'm done, so what's the next step? Jiraiya shook his head, muttering about blonde geniuses. Fine, kid, listen up. The first step was to form a connection with your nature chakra and strengthen it until you could properly create it. Now that you've done that, you'll need to practice producing enough fire chakra for fire ninjutsu. All right. How do I do that? Daffy asked, clearly impatient with the explanations. The easiest way is through the Uchiha clan's fireball jutsu. Watch closely. Jiraiya turned and slowly performed the hand signs, giving Daffy time to memorize them. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A massive flame erupted from his mouth, singeing nearby trees. Jiraiya stopped, turning back to Daffy just as he completed the hand signs. Any questions? Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Unfortunately, Jiraiya dodged the flames easily. Sasuke entered the stadium, wearing new clothes from Kakashi. The Chunin exams were beginning, and he was determined to win. In the last 2 weeks, he had trained relentlessly with Kakashi, sparring non-stop. Though he hadn't won a single spar, the experience against Kakashi's emulation of the Hyuga's gentle fist had been invaluable. He knew he had to improve his taijutsu to stand a chance. He walked into the arena, approaching Hayate, the proctor, who was standing in front of a group of genin. All right, everyone, the rules are the same as the preliminaries. We'll begin immediately now that everyone's here. Sasuke and Neji, stay here. Everyone else, please head to the stands and await your turn. Sasuke waited, eyeing his opponent Neji. The crowd cheered as the match began. Begin, Neji struck first, darting in with quick palm strikes. Sasuke dodged the first 2, drawing a kunai and slashing at Neji's stomach. Neji jumped back, dodging the attack as Sasuke closed in, slashing again. Sasuke threw the kunai at Neji's chest, forming seals quickly. Fire style, fireball jutsu. The flame shot past Neji as he dodged, his speed remarkable. Sasuke knew he needed to adjust his tactics. Neji closed the distance fast, attacking with precise strikes. Sasuke could see the strikes coming with his Sharingan, but he had to be careful. He grabbed Neji's wrist, then delivered a swift kick to his knee. Neji faltered but countered quickly, landing several blows to Sasuke's chakra points. Sasuke kept up the pressure, performing another fireball jutsu, hoping to trap Neji in the flames. Neji, however, used his 8 trigrams palm rotation, redirecting the flames with a powerful spin. Sasuke realized it wouldn't be easy to break through Neji's defense. Neji's rotations slowed as he limped on his injured leg. Sasuke knew this was his chance, but Neji was still dangerous. Sasuke launched another kick, aiming to deal more damage quickly, but Neji blocked it, sending Sasuke flying. He landed, still determined to win. Neji, had your attack landed, It could have severely damaged Sasuke's heart, but it was still possible that he could have endured it. However, Sasuke's Chidori would have easily neutralized your attack. Hence, the winner of this match is Sasuke Uchiha. The crowd erupted in cheers, with Sasuke grinning slightly. He untied the wire from Neji's leg and helped him back to the stands. Neji spoke as they walked. "That was quite a display, Sasuke. You're a skilled fighter," Sasuke smirked. "Yeah, I do have my moments." Neji gave a soft snort, surprising Sasuke with his reaction. "Yeah, too bad you can't do anything about that ridiculous hairstyle of yours." "Don't tempt me, Neji." Temari watched the two return, her mind preoccupied with the events to come. She had shared her concerns about the upcoming sand invasion with Naruto, who reassured her that Lee would protect her and encouraged her to persuade her brother, Kankuro, to be cautious. But she had to wait until the invasion began. She couldn't risk Baki overhearing or Kankuro refusing. Gaara's situation couldn't be ignored. She glanced at Lee, who nodded at her. She returned the gesture. When Hayate called her name, she spoke up. "I forfeit." Sakura, a little nervous but determined, stepped into the arena. She hadn't expected her match to start so soon, nor for Temari to forfeit. It didn't matter. She made her way toward Hayate, recalling the training Kurenai had put her through. She'd grown much stronger, especially with her genjutsu. She thought back to the day she mastered her first one, thanks to Ino. She cringed at the memory. She was sure Ino hadn't meant what she said, but Sakura still wasn't ready to confront her. She would deal with that after the exams. Sakura stood across from Shikamaru, who yawned loudly. Despite his casual attitude, Sakura stayed focused. She had to figure out how to counter his shadow techniques. His shadows were fast, adaptable, and overwhelming. Her best chance was to avoid close combat. She had no long-range attacks, but she could use her agility to her advantage. "Begin!" Sakura jumped back, throwing kunai mixed with senbon. Shikamaru swiftly dodged and deflected the projectiles. "You were hoping the kunai would distract me from the smaller needles, huh? Clever, but not enough." His shadow quickly spread toward her as she sprinted away, retreating to avoid the shadow's reach. The shadow had a limited range, but Sakura had no other choice but to close the gap. She dashed toward Shikamaru, watching as he formed hand seals. Just before the shadow could reach her, she dropped a flash bomb, blinking her eyes shut. The explosion of light cleared the shadow, giving her the opening she needed to strike. She landed a punch to his face before he could recover, but he twisted with the blow, using his momentum to perform a backflip and kick at her head. She managed to dodge, rolling back and performing hand seals. Genjutsu, false surroundings jutsu. Earth style, mud wall. An illusion of a large earth wall appeared behind Shikamaru, creating a shadow that enveloped them both. Shikamaru grinned. "Heh, big mistake, Sakura. Now I don't need to extend my shadow, you're already in it." Sakura blinked in confusion, then smirked as she realized he was wrong. She saw the shock in his eyes as her punch landed, barely stopping before it struck. "What?" Shikamaru chuckled. "Looks like it was just in time. Don't worry, I'll let you see it." He turned around and Sakura followed his gaze. High above, a kunai with his headband attached was falling toward them. "While you were focusing on me, I tied my headband to a kunai and tossed it into the air. The falling kunai's shadow was just long enough to link our shadows together." Sakura couldn't believe it. "You mean you predicted my every move that fast?" Shikamaru shrugged, his expression unchanged. "Not really, I just thought you might do something like that. I had backup plans, but they're not needed. Now I suggest you quit." Sakura sighed, then smiled slightly. "All right, you win, Shikamaru, I forfeit." Hayate called out, "The winner is Shikamaru Nara." Sakura walked back to the stands, feeling surprisingly calm. It wasn't a loss to be ashamed of. She'd come a long way since her earlier days. She was stronger now, and she couldn't wait to watch Naruto's match. Daffy's name was called, and he jumped down to face Gaara, who appeared in a swirl of sand. Daffy was prepared, ready for the invasion ahead. Lee had promised to protect Temari, but Daffy had his own plan for Gaara. The boy was powerful, but he couldn't be allowed to go unchecked. He needed to convince Gaara to surrender during the invasion. Gaara's grin only made him more determined. "Begin!" Gaara's sand erupted from his gourd, rushing toward Daffy. He leapt into the air, dodging the attack. He had no time to be subtle, this fight was crucial. He sent strings flying toward Gaara, but the sand blocked most of the attacks. Daffy quickly adjusted. "His defense is formidable. I'll need more power to break through this." Daffy switched tactics, charging toward Gaara. The boy's sand formed a shield, but Daffy's metallic leg tore through it with ease. He landed a powerful knee to Gaara's stomach, sending him flying. Gaara's sand shield seemed to crack and crumble. Daffy was intrigued. "Interesting, his sand armor is more durable than I thought." Gaara, still in the air, smirked through the madness in his eyes. Yes, you will be the one to prove I exist. Daffy raised an eyebrow, watching Gaara's sand rise behind him. Now make me feel alive. The sand surged, flying toward Daffy from all directions. He grinned, dodging and weaving through it, reappearing before Gaara. Gaara was ready this time, his sand forming a giant fist. Daffy's leg, empowered by armament Haki, collided with the fist, causing a shockwave. The sand fist shattered, but the sand began creeping up his leg. Daffy kicked off the air, circling behind Gaara and striking with a blackened knee. Gaara attempted to block, but Daffy's knee crashed through his defense. Sand shuriken. Gaara launched several sand projectiles, but Daffy sliced through them with his strings, dodging the rest. The boy was strong, but his durability was surprising. No one in the exams had withstood his enhanced attacks like Gaara had. Daffy jumped in again, dodging spikes of sand shooting from the ground. He grabbed Gaara's collar, and using his haki, threw him into the air. Gaara's sand attempted to follow, but Daffy aimed his next attack. Bullet strings, infused with haki pummeled Gaara. He landed hard, coughing up blood. Daffy observed him, waiting for his next move. Gaara rose, rage in his eyes, and the sand around him began to form a dense sphere. Daffy raised an eyebrow, unsure of Gaara's next step. Regardless, he had to break through the barrier. He prepared one of his strongest attacks. Overheat, a beam of molten string shot toward Gaara's defense, burning through the sand and turning it to glass. Daffy waited, worried he might have overdone it. Itburns. A loud, pained scream came from within the sphere. Gaara's transformation was starting, his body swelling and shifting into something far more dangerous. As the feathers of an explosion rained down from above, Daffy realized the invasion had started. He turned back to Gaara, ready to finish the fight. Fret saw.